In a scene with pleasant scenery, a large villa with ancient flavor is located here. In the main hall of the villa, a majestic middle-aged and elderly man in a tang suit was sitting on a chair. In front of him stood two men. One looked to be in his early 40s, and the other was about 28 years old. The older one has a serious face, and the younger one looks 70% similar to the older one, with delicate features. The two of them would be regarded as a father and son by anyone. And it turns out that the two are indeed father and son. Behind the father and son are a group of middle-aged or young people in suits, each holding blueprints for research. Sitting on the Grand Master's chair was the head of the Long family, Long Dingquan, but in front of him was his eldest son, Long Ingxian, and his eldest grandson, Long Qinxian. A bunch of people who studied the blueprints were scientists trained or hired by the Long family. If Long Fei saw the blueprints studied by these scientists on the spot, he would definitely recognize those blueprints as things drawn by him when he was a child. When he was a child, Long Fei drew a lot of pictures of fighter planes, tanks, military vehicles, and individual weapons, and some of them were written by Long Fei. Long Dingquan, who had kept his eyes closed all the time, slowly opened them and asked, "How is the research going?" Long Ingxian asked the person in charge to come out and speak. A bald-headed scientist in a blue suit walked up to Long Dingquan, saluted, and replied, "My lord, about half of the pictures are just pictures, and no related theories and technologies have been compiled. The rest half of the picture, there is writing theory, design technology, and so on." "Well, is there such a thing as the drawing and design technology called Gundam MS?" "My lord, the MS called Gundam does have its picture, which is exactly the same as the pictures of Gundam we have seen, but there are only pictures, without any design theory." "Humph." Long Dingquan snorted angrily. The bald scientist lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. "The other blueprints have designs. Is there a gap with the current technology?" "My lord, it is at least 20 years more advanced than the equipment currently equipped by the military in our country, but the latest technology currently researched by the Feichi Military Science and Technology Company under the Long family is still slightly behind." "Oh," Long Dingquan sneered and said with a playful face, "I can't think of it. A bunch of scientists under my Long family. Each of them is one of the best scientists in the country, with several doctorates in the country. It's actually not as good as a thing designed when I was a child, and if I tell it, I'm going to laugh people to death." Although the bald scientist blushed, he still told the truth. "It is undeniable, my lord, that we did lose to your grandson. If you can call your grandson back, I would like to send the name of my chief scientist. The position is given to him, and I am even willing to worship him as a teacher." Long Dingquan, grandson and grandson directly frowned. None of them thought that their chief scientist, Han Shuyang, would bow down to Long Fei. Han Shuyang had his pride and reserve, but he actually said that he wanted to worship Long Fei as his teacher. Long Dingquan regretted why he didn't treat this grandson well at that time. If he had treated this grandson better earlier, those advanced technologies would all belong to the Long family. "Okay, I'll talk about my grandson later. If there is no Gundam design technology, is there any other MS design technology?" Han Shuyang was shocked and immediately replied, "Yes, it is the Cyclops series. Although the MS named Zaku and Sak only have pictures and no writing skills, there is a Cyclops MS called Keen who has related technical writing and design. There are blueprints for its armament, and what's special is that its power is powered by batteries. How does our latest JH mobile suit compare with this Keen mobile suit?" Han Shuyang didn't answer, but called a younger scientist over. "Xiaohe, how about you tell me about Keen's MS? The current research, speed, reaction, and defense are all better than the JH-MS." Long Qinxian asked, "Can you make a test immediately? Based on the current technology possessed by Feichi Military Science and Technology Company, there is absolutely no problem in developing it according to the drawings." "Grandpa, let's test it immediately." "Okay." At this time, Long Huiwan came to the main hall of the villa, watching her scientists studying her nephew's drawings. Long Huiwan was extremely angry. Long Huiwan came in front of her father, and after paying her respects to her father, she slapped Long Qinxuan's face directly. Long Qinxian covered his slapped face with his hands. Long Ingxian frowned, feeling very upset, but his younger sister was loved by his father, so he didn't dare to criticize her. Warner, why did you hit your nephew? Father, you have promised me to let me handle Xiao Feifei's affairs personally, but your eldest son and eldest grandson dare to harass Xiao Feifei's home and Xiao Feifei's things. Let Xiao Feifei know, yes, but it will never end with us. Long Dingkuan glanced at his daughter and asked, but have you made any progress in the past month or so? Long Huiwan had nothing to say for a while. Even if you haven't made any progress, then I'll ask your eldest brother and your eldest nephew to help you. Or else. Help? Is there such a help? Like a bully who robs other people's things, and even robs his own relatives' things. Your behavior is holding me back. Xiao Feifei can't be in a hurry. You guys doing it like this is holding me back, and it will make the Long family fall into an irreparable situation sooner or later. Long Ingxian said, Sister, why are we holding you back? We are helping you, and we are thinking about the interests of the Long family. How can we make the Long family fall into a place of eternal doom? For the sake of the Long family's interests, what you are doing is actually just making petty gains in front of you, and it is because you have picked up sesame seeds and lost watermelon. Long Qinxian said, Auntie, what kind of petty profit is this? It is clearly a huge benefit. We are helping Long Fei to hand over his contribution. At that time, he will be a great hero of the Long family. All of our Long family, everyone will be grateful to him and agree that he is a member of our Long family. Shameless. Long Huiwan gave this evaluation to what her nephew said in her heart. Okay, Warner, the matter has been done, so don't worry about it so much. You have been running around for a while. Go and rest. Long Dingkuan closed his eyes after finishing speaking. Long Huiwan shook her head and said as she walked, In the future, you will regret what you did today. Long Huiwan walked out of the main hall, and on the way back to her room, a graceful and luxurious lady who was 7 points like Long Huiwan called out to her with a soft voice, Warner. Mom, the lady is the mistress of the Long family, Yang Ruashi. Warner, Kuayer, and the others are okay. Mom, they're all right. It's mother who is useless, unable to protect your third brother's flesh and blood. Mom, don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. If it wasn't for the sunset of my mother's natal family, my mother could persuade them a little bit. When Yang Ruashi's natal family had not yet set in the West, although the Yang family was not as powerful as the Long family, it should not be underestimated, and speaking in the Long family still had some weight. Yang Ruashi has always been very guilty of Long Yingshuan's son. Back then, her husband arranged for the daughter of the Su family to marry her third son for the sake of astronomical benefits. The girl refused her husband's arrangement. For this reason, the two fathers and sons had a big fight. Long Huiwan has liked the third brother since she was a child, and she is very attached to the third brother. When Long Huiwan was a child, she watched her third brother quarrel with her father and then left the Long family. Later, the third brother married the third sister-in-law, and no member of the Long family came to attend the wedding of the third brother, let alone the blessings of the members of the Long family. Only he and his mother attended the wedding of the third brother, and at that time, the mother secretly brought her join. Later, when the third brother started his business, his mother asked her natal family to secretly help the third brother. The third brother's family only has contact with her and her mother. The family day of the Long family and father's birthday, the third brother's family will not come to participate, only her and mother's birthday. The third brother's family will return to the Long family to participate in their celebration's birthday party. When the third brother and the third sister-in-law died in an accident that year, my mother's natal family happened to be in trouble, and my mother's status in the Long family became insignificant, and she was unable to attend the funeral of the third brother and the third sister-in-law. At that time, only she could go there, help Solanum Nigrum handle the funeral of the third brother and the third sister-in-law. But my father didn't care at all, and was always brooding over the astronomical benefits lost by the third brother's refusal of the marriage he arranged. Father, he still resents the third brother for rejecting the marriage he arranged, and even vents his resentment on the third brother's children. Your father didn't really resent the loss of astronomical benefits. In fact, your father has always regarded family as family. These words are very important. If your third sister-in-law is a child from a famous family, maybe your father can accept it. But your third sister-in-law was born in an ordinary family, which makes your father really unacceptable, unable to accept a woman from an ordinary background as the daughter-in-law of the Long family, and even more unacceptable that the descendants of the Long family have the blood of children from ordinary families. Although our Long family is as rich as a country, so what if we are rich and powerful? Isn't the first head of our Long family an ordinary person? To put it bluntly, our first head is also a mud leg. Doesn't every generation of our children and grandchildren only have the blood of mud legs? Is it so important to be right? Long Huiwan complained. Yang Rawashi was speechless and could only sigh. Terrible. Help, help. The firepower is too fierce. I can't stop it. I don't want to die. A pirate group's lair, an abandoned old industrial meteorite field, was attacked in front, and the various mobile suits sent were suppressed by the firepower of a huge object. Yu Yangchun, who is driving the GP-03 Stamen, connected to the Orcus pedal of the armed weapon system, now called GP-03D, Dendrobium, released his long-suppressed anger in the cockpit. Evil Fong pirates, I have been waiting for this day. After a long time. Today is the day I avenge my parents, and I will wipe out all of you. 108 mini-missile pods installed in a row were launched, and 108 mini-missiles rushed out, while the pirate MS at the scene turned around and fled. Many of the pirates' mobile suits were modified with mobile suits used in civil engineering. The speed was so slow that they had no time to escape and were directly hit by missiles. In an instant, countless fireballs exploded. Then the GP-03D Mega Beam Cannon was launched, and many MS were directly swallowed and exploded by the huge beam cannon, and many modified spaceships directly broke a big hole. The modified spaceship with a big hole was either broken in half or exploded into a ball of fireworks. A Gundam GP-03D Dendrobium not only broke through the enemy's defense alone, but also shot down countless mobile suits and modified spaceships of the evil Fong pirates in an instant. Wherever it went, there was an explosion. Gundam GP-03D Dendrobium has become the focus of the battlefield and the key target of attack. Although it is huge in size, it is extremely fast. The MS of the pirate group can't catch up with it at all. The beam ray has no effect in front of the position generated by the I-field generator. Then, the big claws at the bottom of Gundam GP-03D held a huge beam saber and cut many modified spaceships in half with a series of sweeps. All of a sudden, he became a lifesaver on the battlefield. Li Xiuqing, who was driving the dual Gundam, was shocked and said, "Hey, this is too scary." Then he said emotionally, "Such a powerful machine should not belong to this era at all." In less than 3 minutes of playing, most of the pirates' MS were shot down by him. How many mobile suits were shot down? On the other side, Long Fei was driving a Strike Gundam gun barrel backpack with 4 wired gun barrels. Originally, Long Fei used the computer to assist in controlling the wired gun barrel to attack the target. But as the battle progressed, Long Fei suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in his brain and body, and his body and spirit became more and more sensitive to space. Do I have the potential of a new human? Long Fei was a little unsure if he had the potential of a new human being, so he decided to activate the additional psychosensory device in the cannon-mounted backpack. In an instant, Long Fei directly felt his spirit and body as if he was in the entire universe, and he could keenly grasp the movement of any objects around him. The cable of the gun barrel is directly disconnected, and the propeller of the gun barrel flies directly. Long Fei closed his eyes, and in an instant, the whole surrounding became quiet, and Long Fei could feel all the movements around him. Several pirate MS shot directly at Strike Gundam. When it was about to hit the Strike Gundam, the Strike Gundam moved instantly, not only dodged perfectly, but also counterattacked immediately, directly shooting down the pirate MS that just attacked. Long Fei opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth turned up. He found that he could use his mental power to control those cannon barrels. While controlling the Strike Gundam, Long Fei used his mental power to control the barrel, attacking the target from different angles. Many pirate MS around Strike Gundam were hit and exploded, which made the remaining pirate MS drivers blow their hair. Pirate MS drivers immediately stayed away from Strike Gundam. But even if the Strike Gundam is avoided far away, it cannot escape the suppression of other Gundams and GMMS. It was even worse for some who ran into Gundam GP-03D directly and took them away in a wave. The old lair of the evil tooth pirates. The one-eyed captain watched the situation on the battlefield and knew that the general situation was over, so he decided to take the rest of the people to abandon the lair and find another world. The head of the one-eyed regiment left the command room with his cronies and friends, and then walked out from the gate of the command room, when a subordinate ran up to him in a panic. "Head, it's not good. The enemy's suppressive forces have already invaded our lair. Their firepower is too fierce. We can't stand it. Many brothers have died under their guns." The head of the one-eyed group frowned and issued an order. "Let all the brothers hold on for a while, and then let the brothers decide whether they want to escape or surrender." The head of the one-eyed group came to a fast escape boat secretly stored from the life-saving runway with his cronies and several trusted subordinates. When entering the gate of the main control room of the fast escape boat, a swarthy pistol was pressed against the forehead of the one-eyed captain. The cronies behind him were about to draw their guns. "Do not move." Numerous laser dots illuminate the deadly parts of this group of high-level pirates. At this time, all their expressions were wide-eyed, and suddenly a group of soldiers in black armor appeared around them, like invisible men in science fiction movies, each holding a rifle at them. The one-eyed regiment leader and his subordinates hurriedly raised their hands to avoid firing their rifles, and there would be no chance of surrendering and begging for mercy. The one-eyed regiment leader's face is very ugly. Only he and a few cronies know about this place, but the enemy was able to ambush him earlier and wait for him to be caught. There must be cronies who betrayed him here. The head of the one-eyed group knew that he was doomed, but he really wanted to know who betrayed him, and asked, "Can you tell me? Who told you the secret passage? I want to know who betrayed me. Let me count to die is to understand." "I can't answer your question. Come with us. Maybe my superior will give you the answer." After the one-eyed regiment leader and his subordinates handed over their guns, they were escorted to the square by these armored soldiers. The one-eyed regiment leader looked at the armored soldiers in the square, maintaining order. On the left are members of his pirate regiment. All of them are either sitting on the ground dejectedly or receiving emergency treatment and bandaging. On the right are the civilians who were kidnapped by them. The civilians are grateful to the armored soldiers who rescued them. The one-eyed head was paying attention to the patterns on the shoulder badges of these armored soldiers, and the one-eyed head recognized that it was the badge of the Tiani mercenary group. The head of the one-eyed group really didn't understand. He had never offended this mercenary group. He really couldn't figure out why the Tiani mercenary group came to destroy him. Looking at the front of the square, some armored soldiers of the Tiani mercenary group were counting the supplies they robbed. "You just sit here and wait for the order." An armored soldier pointed to the ground and asked them to sit down. The head of the one-eyed group sat on the ground decadently. "Boss." Yu Yanchun stopped Long Fei. "Second Lieutenant Yu, what's the matter?" Yu Yanchun scratched his head, but he couldn't say what he wanted to say. "Second Lieutenant Yu, you have something to say, but it doesn't matter." It's like this, boss. It's hard for me to say. It's hard to describe. That is, during the battle, I suddenly felt that you, boss, have a feeling that I can't express." Long Fei frowned, looked at Yu Yanchun, and thought, could it be that this kid has the potential of a new human? Long Fei tentatively asked, "Do you have a feeling, as if you can call me directly with your feeling?" "Well, it seems to be this feeling. It's just..." Yu Yanchun didn't know how to describe it. "I don't know how to call you, do you?" Yes, that's how it feels." "Hey, Lao Fei, what were you talking about just now?" "I couldn't understand a word." Li Xiuqing asked beside the two of them. "It's nothing. This kid may have the same ability as me." "New human? What is a new human?" Li Xiuqing asked with a puzzled expression. Yu Yanchun was also very curious. It was the first time he heard this kind of vocabulary. "TSK, how should I put it, Long Fei then snapped his fingers and explained. "Let's just put it this way. It can be said to belong to the evolutionary species among humans." Yu Yanchun asked worriedly. "Then boss, am I still human?" "Of course it's still human. The new human is just an evolutionary species among humans, and it just has some more abilities than ordinary people. Old Fei, to put it simply, new humans are like individuals with high IQ among humans." Li Xiuqing made an analogy. "It can be compared in this way, but the IQ of new humans may not be high. What new humans have is strong spiritual power, spatial sensing ability, keen sense of crisis, strong adaptability, and so on. Old Fei, when did you study any new human theory? Li Xiuqing asked curiously. It is impossible for Long Fei to tell him that he is a person from time travel, but Long Fei has long thought about how to answer this question. We humans have been in space for so many years, building space colonies, and people who immigrated to Mars and Jupiter. Although these two places have been in contact with our Earth's circle and colony circle for a long time. But you think, human beings have been in space for so many years, it is impossible that there are no evolutionary species. I have studied for a while that human beings may have certain abilities, and I just discovered that I have the potential of a new human being, which is very similar to the theory I researched. It seems that my research was not in vain. Then is it possible that I am also a new human? Li Xiuqing pointed to his nose. I don't know, but there is a possibility. It's just that I don't have a clue how to awaken these potentials. I just unintentionally awakened the potentials of new humans in this battle. When Long Fei had just finished speaking, a mercenary came to Long Fei with a tablet and told him that he had counted the supplies of the evil Fang pirates. Well, I want to say hello to that guy. Okay, boss, this way please. Mercenaries lead the way for the boss. When Long Fei came to the square, all the mercenaries put down their work and saluted Long Fei. Long Fei, Long Fei. A voice like a silver bell came out from the crowd of hostages. Long Fei couldn't help frowning. He always felt that the voice was very familiar. When he looked in the direction of the voice, it was a woman with disheveled hair and a sloppy face, but she couldn't stop her beautiful appearance. Long Fei squinted his eyes and looked at the woman for a while, always feeling familiar. Let that woman come over. The mercenary brought the woman before him. You are. Long Fei still couldn't recognize the woman. Hey, you don't recognize your old classmates. I'm sure Tingfen, your classmate for 3 years in college. It was only at this moment that Long Fei remembered that the woman in front of him was indeed his classmate for 3 years in college. Long Fei asked Shi Tingfen, why were you captured by this pirate group? Actually, it was only when they were traveling that the travel boat they were on was hijacked and taken away by them. So that's how it is. Long Fei beckoned to the mercenary not far away, gesturing to come over. Take her to the lounge and arrange a room for her. Yes, boss. Shi Tingfen opened her eyes wide and looked at Long Fei in disbelief. At first, when she saw the mercenaries saluting Long Fei, she thought that Long Fei was just their chief, but she didn't expect him to be the boss of the mercenary group. Then, Long Fei came to the head of the one-eyed team. It's a pleasure to meet you, Captain Fairs. Long Fei extended his right hand and greeted the one-eyed leader. Although Fairs, who has become a bereaved dog, has gone through many years of ups and downs, he can still maintain the momentum he should have, stood up and shook hands with Long Fei. Unexpectedly, the boss of the famous Tianyi mercenary group turned out to be a young man. Excellent. I would like to ask Boss Long. All the members of the Evil Tooth Pirate Group have never provoked Boss Long. Boss Long, why did you want to destroy my pirate group? Well, I'm here for a promise. A person who works for me. I can grant him a request, and his request is to destroy your Evil Tooth Pirate Group. It turned out to be for a promise. Can you let me meet that person? Long Fei found a reason to refuse and said, I'm sorry, he's not here. Then I wonder if I can make a request to Boss Long? Leader Fairs can talk about it first. If I can do it, I will agree to your request. I want to know who betrayed me. Long Fei pointed at a brown-haired man wearing glasses with his chin, and the brown-haired man lowered his head in shame. Why? I have always treated you well. Why did you betray me? Fairs asked his cronies. He wanted to know why his trusted subordinates betrayed him. Captain Fairs, he will betray you. The main reason is that his wife and children were held hostage by us, and his weakness was caught by us. He had no choice but to tell us everything we wanted to know. Long Fei said after that, take out a photo and show it to Fairs. The photo shows Fairs in front of a house with a beautiful middle-aged woman and 2 children. Don't mess around. They are innocent if something is directed at me. Fairs' tone was very excited. Don't be nervous. Take it easy, Captain Fairs. As long as you can do one thing, not only will I not kill you, but I will also allow you to reunite with your family and live a life like your family. Fairs took a deep breath, calmed down and asked, what do you want me to do? Long Fei gestured to the mercenary behind him. The mercenary took out a tablet and placed it in front of Fares. Put all the money from your several bank accounts into my designated account. Don't worry, I don't want you to finish all the money. You can keep 10% of the money in each account, and you can take care of the rest of the money. Live with your family, can you? Okay, I hope Boss Long is a person who keeps his promise. Fares said without hesitation and transferred most of the money from all bank accounts into the designated account. Looking at the cronies and subordinates behind Fares, Long Fei said, "You can choose to transfer most of the money from your bank account into the account I designate like your team leader, or you can choose to take the money or not die." Fares and his trusted subordinates were arranged to take spaceships and go to their designated places. Those little brothers who surrendered were put on several modified spaceships, and they were going to arrange to take them to a nearby country and notify the country to accept the investigation and trial. Such an arrangement made the rescued people very dissatisfied, and they even launched a protest. They thought that the Tianyi mercenary group should catch the small ones and bring the big ones to trial. To the crowd's protest, the Tianyi mercenary group responded that they are a mercenary group and only use money to do things. If they want to arrest those people, it's not impossible. As long as they can afford the money, they will be fine. This directly turned off the protesting masses, and they stopped protesting. These masses who were held hostage by pirates were all ordinary people. Those who had money had already redeemed their money and released them. Those who had no money could only ask their families for help. The money ransom, asking them to pay and entrust the Tianyi mercenary group to capture those big bosses of the pirate group. Where can they find money to pay? These rescued people will arrange to go to nearby countries, send them to the colony, and let them ask the embassy for help. On the other side, Yu Yangchun protested to Long Fei in Long Fei's office, protesting why he didn't kill the leader and important members of the evil Fang pirates, and accused Long Fei of not keeping his promise. "I promised you to destroy the evil Fang pirates that killed your parents, but I didn't promise you to kill all the pirates." "But you can't let the boss go," Yu Yangchun said in a very excited tone. "They bought their lives back with their vast wealth. Even so, boss, you can take their money and kill them later. I made a promise to others, and I will beat you up when things are done. This kind of thing violates my principles, and I can't do it yet." "Then boss, aren't you afraid to let the tiger go back to the mountain, and then let him wait for the opportunity to take revenge on you? Do you think they can still make any waves? Even if they can make a comeback, our Tianyi mercenary group will be stronger than now. If they dare to provoke us, they will be slaughtered like fat sheep." After Long Fei finished speaking, he pushed the 2 bank cards in front of Yu Yangchun. "You take these 2 bank cards, one for you and one for your sister. You and your sister can use the money to buy property and live a peaceful life in the future." Yu Yangchun took the 2 bank cards and put them in his pocket. Long Fei turned the boss chair and looked out the window, as if talking to himself. The Tianyi mercenary group is always a mercenary group, and the mercenary group is always an armed organization that accepts commissions and takes money to do things. Unlike those countries, the army is supported by the country and the people. If there is no money, how can it support other people? And how will the mercenary group continue to operate without money? Yu Yangchun understands what the boss means. The Tianyi mercenary group has been doing countless entrusted work and has earned a lot of money. But once a battle occurs, the Tianyi mercenary group will be responsible for any losses, and the casualties will be paid for by workers. And condolence money, any damage to the body battleship, etc., will cost money to repair. There is also the development of the mercenary group, as well as the salaries of the members, all of which need money. On the surface, people like Fares used money to save their lives, but in fact, the boss took the money for the next operation and development of the mercenary group. The Gundam that is currently being shelved for development also needs money. With this money, I can just continue to develop and manufacture the shelved Gundam. Yu Yangchun's eyes lit up. That was a very good mobile suit. He could experience driving and develop new Gundams. The boss took the money for the shelved Gundams, so he didn't care about the boss letting Fares go. Long Fei waved to Yu Yangchun, and Yu Yangchun left the office. Most of what Long Fei said just now is true, but the Gundam that has been put on hold has elements of falsehood. Although the development of Gundam on hold is a matter of money, it is not a matter of lack of money. Money can still be invested, but it will affect other operations of the company. The development of the Gundam that has been put on hold is not a stoppage of work, but a slowdown in progress. With the net profit after the monthly business settlement, Long Fei will invest money to continue the development of the Gundam and speed up the progress. The money paid by fairs and others made the progress slow down, and the process of developing Gundam returned to normal. If it wasn't for making more Gundams, my current net worth and money would definitely be at least 10 times more than what I have now. The cost of making each Gundam is extremely high. It's like a vacuum cleaner, sucking countless banknotes into it. Then, Long Fei finished reading all the documents and reports and walked out of the office to take a breath. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Long Fei saw the dark universe with a little bit of starlight. Sometimes Long Fei thought that there might be more advanced life forms and civilizations in the boundless universe. The weapons of advanced civilizations compete with each other. Long Fei, why are you here alone in a daze? Shi Tingfen came to Long Fei and asked. Nothing, just getting some air. Shi Tingfen looked at Long Fei. She didn't expect this old classmate with excellent grades and a strong interest in military affairs to become the boss of a mercenary group after not seeing him for a few years. Old classmate, I think you are one of the best among the graduates. Long Fei smiled and said, It's okay. Shi Tingfen felt a little speechless and said with a wry smile, It's not bad if you look like this, but if I look like this, wouldn't it be thrown into the trash can? What about the others? Most of them have long since lost contact. Oh, that's it. Shi Tingfen suddenly thought of something and said to Long Fei, By the way, Zhao Xinlin has been looking for you. What did she want from me? Well, it's not that you disappeared and let her look for you everywhere. Long Fei remained silent. Speaking of which, Zhao Xinlin has always regarded you as her man and does not allow any woman to approach you. Even Her Royal Highness, the third princess who is in our class, dares to warn you not to approach you, making everyone think that Zhao Xinlin is your girlfriend. She was not my girlfriend. I was doing research all the time, and I didn't want to have a relationship at all. Even if I wanted to find a girlfriend, I didn't want to find a woman like Zhao Xinlin. Indeed, anyone with a discerning eye can tell that it's just Zhao Xinlin's wishful thinking that you are her man. How can a normal man find such a sick girl? Besides, even though you were a research freak at that time, you were a man of the school with excellent grades. A top student with excellent physical ability and both civil and military skills. When you want to find a girlfriend, the school has a lot of girls lined up for you to choose. Don't talk about me. Is Luo Tianyu still chasing you? Oh, don't talk about him. During the years of being pursued by him, I was almost annoyed by him. Whenever I went to work, he bought that company and said he would give it to me, which made many colleagues I thought I was adopted. And what's worse, when I talked to some men, I sent someone to teach them a lesson, which made those boys see me as if they saw a ghost, and what he did regarded me as his. Forbidden. You actually wanted to avoid him for a while when you traveled this time, but you didn't expect to be kidnapped by a pirate group during your trip. Although I was worried and frightened during the kidnapping, but the absence of this man's entanglement made me a little cleaner. Then I have rescued you now. Then you will have to suffer from Luo Tianyu's entanglement next time. Shi Tingfen had goosebumps on the 3 black lines on her head and asked Long Fei, Old classmate, what method do you have to prevent me from being discovered by that man? I asked you to join my mercenary group. Your physical fitness is not good and your talents are buried. I remember that when you were in school, you seemed to have a degree in software engineering. It should be a master's degree. I happen to have another company should be suitable for you. After returning to the mother base, you can think about it. Back at the mother base, Shi Tingfen followed Long Fei off the Albion 1 mothership. Shi Tingfen looked at the base built in the meteorite in surprise, which was shared by the mercenary group and the factory. In addition to seeing many staff members repairing battleships and mobile suits, they also saw many battleships and transport ships coming in and out. The factory found that many manufacturing machines and instruments are fully automatic and completely controlled by a system, and the staff are only responsible for adjusting and handling some details. After observing for a while, Shi Tingfen asked Long Fei, Old classmate, the manufacturing machines and control systems of your base factory, as well as these warships and mobile suits, were all designed and manufactured by you, right? Yes, I made it all by myself. Hey, old classmate, you are too scary. Shi Tingfen suddenly remembered that when she was studying, her old classmate used to participate in some machine competitions or software control competitions. Not only did she win the championship every time, but many companies even wanted to buy these technologies from him. But the old classmate unilaterally refused and directly handed over all these technologies to the company of his three sisters. Although I am not familiar with military things, I saw that the standard equipment used by the mercenary regiment of my old classmate is much more advanced than that of my country's army. Sakiki came in front of Long Fei. Long Fei introduced the two women to each other. Shi Tingfen begged Long Fei. Old Tong. Oh no, boss, can I stay and work here? I don't want to transfer to another place to work. Okay, Sakiki, you can arrange it. No problem, boss. After Long Fei watched the two girls leave the scene, he went to the Gundam workshop alone. Long Fei looked at the Reaper Gundam and Thunder Gundam, which were still semi-finished products, as well as the late-made Aegis Gundam, Heavy Gunner Gundam, and Storm Gundam. The factory manager Simmons came to Long Fei and said, "Boss, the scheduled time for the production of these Gundams may be delayed. Hasn't Sakechi allocated funds to you these days?" "The money has already been allocated yesterday, but the materials to be purchased may take a while, because some materials cannot be purchased on the open side and must be purchased on the black market. These will take time." "Well, I understand that. And boss, the Reaper Gundam you developed is coated with special paint to reduce radar reflection waves. This special paint will take a little time. The interference-generating device equipped on the fuselage, as long as we have some materials, we can complete it." "Well, what else?" "Thunder Gundam's Mirage device may be successfully manufactured in the past few days, and then it can be put into testing." "Okay, I get it. Boss, can I ask you a question?" "Just ask." Reaper Gundam and Thunder Gundam both seem to be mobile suits using sneak attack tactics. Why do the two Gundams use different techniques and devices? Then which of these two device technologies do you think is better? This. Simmons scratched his head and said with a wry smile, "I don't know. I don't know. Which of the two technologies is better? It can only be verified by putting it into actual combat." "That's right. As long as we staff are responsible for doing our part, let the frontline personnel verify whether it can be used." Long Fei looked at the two Gundams of Reaper and Thunder that were being manufactured by the Restoration Progress Project. In recent years, Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company has sold all kinds of arms in short supply and has made countless profits. It is no problem to manufacture 1 or 2 sets per month. But recently, Long Fei had a sudden brainstorm and directly manufactured and developed nearly 10 Gundams, which suddenly made Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company embarrassed and would lose all the business of Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company for several months. At that time, the salaries of the employees will not be paid, so Sakechi directly refuses to increase the investment and maintain the monthly allocation. Otherwise, Sakechi will resign directly. Fortunately, Yu Yangchuan's revenge against the Shea pirates was timely, and the money and supplies they collected solved the embarrassment of the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. Otherwise, Sakiki will get mad at Long Fei, the boss, and how to explain to the employees if he can't pay the salary. Long Fei thought about whether the Tianyi mercenary group should also invest in the money invested in the production of Gundam in the future. The Tianyi mercenary group's business is also good, and they have made a lot of money. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are making a lot of money every day. Long Fei returned to his office, called Li Jiaming to his office, and discussed the matter with him. Li Jiaming didn't have any objection, and he also felt that the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company couldn't keep investing the money in it. All the Gundams were used by the Tianyi mercenary group, and none of the Gundams produced were sold. The bottomless pit of this project is indeed unfair to the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. Li Jiaming feels that the Tianyi mercenary group really should invest in it. Then will this affect your manufacturing of other battleship MS and other munitions? It won't. That's good. I don't want the end to be inconsistent. Li Jiaming thought to himself. The boss hopes that you don't just want us to invest a lot of money in this project. Although Li Jiaming said this in his heart, he didn't dare to say it out, fearing that he would hurt the boss. Because no matter which Gundam the boss makes, he will be the first to go to test it. He can see that the boss has a special preference for the Gundam he designed. Although the money spent on the development and manufacture of the Gundam is a bottomless pit, but it cannot be denied that the battlefield where the Gundam is invested can greatly enhance the advantage on the battlefield. Although it costs a lot of money, Li Jiaming is also very supportive. The more Gundams to be produced, the better. Li Jiaming reported something important to Long Fei at this time. By the way, boss, there is one thing I want to report to you personally. What's the matter? It's like this, boss, we have a fleet. We once escorted the mission and returned to the mother base. We accidentally discovered that a spaceship landed on a huge meteorite. What's so special about this spaceship? What's special is that the shape of the spacecraft looks very old. When our personnel entered the investigation, they found that the equipment in the ship was also very old. It seemed that the technology was at least 60 or 70 years ago. Then our personnel went deep during the investigation. It was found that the people in the ship had been dead for a long time, and the spacesuits they were wearing were also designed 60 or 70 years ago. Long Fei felt very curious when he heard this, and continued to listen to the Commander-in-Chief's report. Furthermore, all those who died on the ship were investigated. Some committed suicide collectively, and some committed suicide in their own rooms. Every crew member who died had a gun by his side, and each gun lost one bullet. After hearing this, Long Fei asked curiously, why did they commit suicide? After investigation, their spacecraft had an accident, the engine exploded, and they could not return or go to the rescue site. What's worse, when the spacecraft was drifting, they created that meteorite. Without rescue, the crew committed suicide in desperation to escape. Didn't they put out a distress call? After investigation, they did send a distress signal with the backup power supply after the engine exploded, but the spacecraft was drifting again during the distress signal. After calculation, the distance between the impact on the meteorite was at least more than 500,000 kilometers, and it is estimated that the search and rescue forces at that time failed to search and rescue. After Long Fei heard this, he closed his eyes, thought for a while, and then asked Li Jiaming, Commander-in-Chief, you just said that the spaceship is very old. So do you think that old spaceship was originally, where are they headed? Where did they come from? After our investigation, they came from Jupiter. Jupiter. Long Fei jumped up directly. In the past, many people went to Jupiter to develop, but for more than 50 years, they have not had any contact with the colonial circle and the Earth circle. No one knows how Jupiter has developed. The Commander-in-Chief, did you find anything else when you investigated that spaceship? Yes, we found a lot of metal containers in the spacecraft. After investigation, we found that these metals did not come from the Earth sphere and the colonial sphere. It can be said that they are unknown metals. Then, Commander-in-Chief, how did you deal with it? At present, I have sent some people to stay behind, and I have also sent a crisis investigation team to continue the in-depth investigation to avoid any danger. The Commander-in-Chief arranges it, and I will go and investigate it myself. Boss, this is very dangerous. Let's wait. Before Li Jiaming could finish speaking, Long Fei directly raised his hand to stop. Commander-in-Chief, I have already made a decision. There is no need to say any more. Just arrange it immediately. Yes, boss. Long Fei was on board a destroyer, accompanied by 3 other frigates and a transport ship. There are 3 Gundams in the destroyer, Strike Gundam, GP-01FB and GP-04. The voyage came to a pile of meteorites. The meteorites here are very large, and the diameter of the smallest one is more than 10 kilometers. A meteorite with a diameter of nearly 20 kilometers came to the scene. An old spaceship landed on the meteorite, and 2 frigates landed beside it. The destroyer and transport ship landed next to the old spaceship, and the other 3 frigates were responsible for guarding above, guarding against any illegal organization passing by. The old spacecraft is at least 500 meters long, 35 meters high, and 50 meters wide by visual inspection. The frigates that landed earlier, one of which was powered by a cable connected to the aging spacecraft. Wearing a combat spacesuit, Long Fei drove the Strike Gundam equipped with a mobile backpack and entered the hangar of the old spaceship. From the cockpit screen, Long Fei found that there were many old mobile suits and aircrafts in the hangar. The lights in the hangar were not bright, and many lights could not be turned on. Long Fei opened the cockpit and floated out. There were already people waiting for Long Fei's arrival. Captain Bailiba, the captain of the investigation team, welcomes the boss. Bailiba saluted Long Fei in a spacesuit, and the 2 accompanying people followed suit. Thank you for your hard work. Captain Bariba, how is your investigation going? At present, this old spaceship, except for some electric doors and some basic equipment, can still be used. The rest has broken down. It seems that the MS used for work in these hangars has started to operate. For a while, it was either broken or falling apart. Anything else? Also, we have found some documents. In addition to some book documents, there are also some record files for the device. Just in case, we have forwarded the record files for the device to our equipment, and they can be used at any time. Show it to the boss. Are all the books and documents written by hand? Yes. Where do you put them? We put it in a relatively complete and usable room. If the boss wants to see it, we can take the boss there immediately. Lead the way. Boss, this way please. Long Fei observed the passage and equipment on the way, all of which were designed at least 6 or 70 years ago. Captain Bariba, I have read your investigation report before. The result of the investigation is that you found that their engine exploded. You have a big estimate. Is it human negligence? Yes. Many communications, navigation, equipment, sensors, etc. in the spacecraft. The result of the investigation is that it hit this meteorite and caused damage. Is that true? Yes, boss. What do you do with those corpses? The corpses are all placed in one room. May I ask the boss, do you have any orders? There is no order, just leave it there. Death is the most important thing, so don't disturb the corpses of these dead. Okay, have you checked the documents you found? We checked it out and sorted out the written documents. There are records of the spaceship's voyage, as well as the diaries of the crew, as well as some of their investigation reports, and the records of the recording device. We have not sorted them out yet, and we have put them in. I wanted to arrange for someone to tidy up that room first, but I didn't expect you to come, boss. Well, is everything in the container full of unknown metals? In addition to unknown metals, we also found some special viscous liquids. Although we have learned some information about these things from some documents, we just don't understand the technical terms recorded in the documents. Maybe, boss, can you read the technical terms on their materials? Good. When I came to a relatively spacious room, the lights in the room were fairly bright, and there were many written documents in it. There was also a recording device and a tablet on the table. Captain Bariba and his 2 subordinates placed some important documents and documents that the boss wanted to see in front of the boss. Captain, go get busy. What do you need? I will contact you again. Yes, boss. Captain Bariba and his subordinates saluted Long Fei and left the room. At present, Captain Bariba's crisis investigation team has not yet fully investigated the entire spaceship. Long Fei looked at some investigation report documents, which contained the content that the spaceship was a transport ship. Back then, many people went to Jupiter to develop and built colonies near Jupiter. In addition to studying the environment of Jupiter, there were also many research groups studying the environment of Jupiter's satellites. Some special metals and some special liquids have been found in Jupiter's satellites. After some research, it has been found that these special metals and special liquids can be used for many purposes such as military and industry. However, the equipment of the Jupiter colony cannot completely analyze these special metals and special liquids, and only found some uses in the research. The only way is to carry these special metals and special liquids back to the Earth's circle or the colony circle and conduct research with sufficient equipment. Unexpectedly, an accident happened to the transport spacecraft full of these resources. The nuclear engine exploded unexpectedly, and the leaked nuclear radiation caused serious casualties. The nuclear engine is separated from the spacecraft. Then the next thing recorded in the documents is similar to the results of the Tianyi mercenary group's investigation. Then, Long Fei continued to look at the research materials on Jupiter's research on special metals and special liquids at that time. The technical terms in it, such as chemistry, materials, etc., could not be understood by people who did not have a doctorate. Long Fei himself is quite special. He already understood these things when he traveled over here, and these technical terms are difficult for Long Fei. When Long Fei turned the page, he saw a photo and introduction of white ore on one side. This or may be used as a substitute material for solar furnaces. We should study it carefully after we bring it back. Long Fei continued to check the introduction of Jupiter's resources and found that these resources were better than those in the Earth sphere or the colonial sphere. If these resources are used, maybe the mobile suits or warships produced may be even more powerful than the data recorded in the original book. The Jupiter Circle, which has not been in contact for 50 or 60 years, I don't know how they are developing. Long Fei thought that if there were no accidents in the Jupiter circle, in terms of industry, it would at least surpass the Earth circle and the colonial circle. It is hard to say about military power, and the progress of military power sometimes has to be verified or stimulated by war. Long Fei turned on the recording device and looked at the files recorded in it from the tablet. From the recorded archives, many images of all the crew members of this spaceship were seen during their lifetime. The person who took the photo was a little girl with blonde hair. The communication between the little girl and the crew was very happy. Then there was a blonde woman in orange overalls who looked 6 to 7 points similar to the little girl. And judging from the appearance and skin color of the two, they didn't look like a purebred Caucasian, but looked more like a mixed race. Judging from the appearance and skin color, it has the appearance of Oriental people, and the hair color and eyes are blonde and blue eyes belonging to Caucasians. Looks like they should be sisters. Medicine 50 or 60 years ago was not as advanced as it is now. The life expectancy of human beings can increase to about 200 years. It started in the past 50 years. At that time, people who could accept genetic modification to increase their lifespan. Also, this medical technology only started to be available in the terrestrial sphere, when only the rich could do it. At that time, only the rich could afford it, and it became common 30 years ago. The crew of this Jupiter spaceship, they seem to have not received any genetic modification. Long Fei deduced. Long Fei pressed the shortcut key to speed up the playback of the video. Even after watching a few video files, they recorded every bit of their life in the spaceship. Long Fei felt a little bored after watching it, so he clicked on a video file. And if he continued to record their every bit, Long Fei decided to look at the information in those written files after watching it. In the images of many crew members eating, when the recorded video was about to end, the expression of the little girl's sister who was in charge of filming suddenly became frightened. Long Fei immediately pressed the pause button, then immediately called back and pressed the normal play 10 seconds before. At the beginning, it was the little girl who was often photographed and suddenly yelled, and then her sister's expression became horrified, and then the crew looked at the pair of sisters in surprise. Then there's a sudden explosion and violent shaking in the final seconds of the video, ending with the screams of the crew cut off as the screen goes black. There was an explosion sound. It should be that the engine of the spaceship exploded. Long Fei looked at the following video files, which showed that the captain and the crew were remediating the accident that happened to the spaceship. As a result, it ended in failure. That is, the distress signal sent out did not receive any rescue. Long Fei searched for the leftover image of the captain. In the video, a haggard captain with a white beard sat in his seat and confessed to the screen. For 3 years in the Jupiter Federation, as the first Jupiter spacecraft to go to the Earth's circle, an accident happened unexpectedly. The engine exploded for unknown reasons. Although all efforts were made to rescue it, it ended in failure. Many crew members suffered from nuclear radiation, infected, and finally produced body mutations. The crew members with body mutations committed suicide because they could not bear the psychological blow, and then under the situation that they could not get rescue. Most of the surviving crew members committed suicide in desperate circumstances. The rest of the crew, in such a dark and hopeless environment, gradually went crazy and hurt each other. In order not to let the matter expand, I had to shoot them with my own hands. The old captain said that he was already old. Tears, despair, and self-blame look. The old captain continued. Li Xiang, who has always been the pistachio of the ship, kept smiling hard after the accident, hoping to bring hope to the crew. At first, everyone worked very hard, but as time went on, countless failures made everyone desperate, and Li Xiang gradually lost her smile from that time on. To make matters worse, the ship also hit a meteorite, and many equipment in the ship were directly damaged and could not be used. Everyone fell into a bigger crisis. In despair, Li Xiang's child has become more depressed since then. In order not to let the child continue to live in such an environment, I discussed with her sister and injected sleeping pills into Li Xiang, and then put it in my secret room. In the dormant chamber, let her enter the cryo-sleep. The cryo-sleep chamber is an experimental technology of the Jupiter Federation of our country. This technology is still in the experimental stage. I am not sure whether it will succeed. Just in case, I actually have, fortunately, one more cryo-dormant chamber was successful, and the remaining reserve cryo-dormant chamber will not be used for the time being. The power required for the dormant freezer chamber must not come from the ship's nuclear engine and backup power. The room is the emergency solar panel of the ship. Although it is far away from the sun, the absorbed solar energy cannot allow the spacecraft to operate, so it is not a problem to allow the cryogenic dormant chamber to operate. The old captain said here, looking at a certain place. Long Fei judged that it might be the captain's dark room dormant cabin. In the end, less than 10 crew members were left, and they committed suicide one by one. Tao Xiang was almost sexually assaulted by the last 2 crazy crew members, and I shot and killed these 2 crew members with my own hands. Tao Xiang didn't say thank you to me. She felt that even if this happened, so what happened? She didn't want to live anyway, and I slapped Tao Xiang directly at that time, telling her that she still has a younger sister. In deep sleep, she still needs her elder sister. Tao Xiang's originally desperate eyes flashed a flash of will to survive, so I decided to let Tao Xiang use the reserved cryogenic hibernation chamber. At first, Tao Xiang knew that there was only one cryogenic hibernation chamber left. Songshur originally refused, hoping that I, the captain, would use it, but I told Tao Xiang, if your sister is rescued, if she wakes up and doesn't see you, my sister, by her side, but me, an old man, she will be very sad. When she wakes up, what she needs most is not me, an old man, but your sister. After the captain said this, he began to move the camera to one place, which was the captain's oil painting frame. The rescuers who saw my video took off the oil painting photo frame. There is a button. As long as the button is pressed, the dark room will open, and the password is YZJ00. The 2 sisters are sleeping there, hoping to save the 2 sisters. This is my only extravagant request. After the captain said this, he shifted the camera to his seat. Then the captain took out a pistol from a drawer and held it in front of the camera, making his deathbed confession. I, Bickley, am useless. I can't take all my crew to the Earth circle and look at that beautiful planet. Such accidents are all caused by my incompetence and failure as the captain. I only have one last wish. That is, all the crew members who died can forgive me, and let us bless the 2 sisters to be rescued together. When Captain Bickley said this, he raised his gun to his temple and self-bombed to end his life. Long Fei got up immediately and decided to check to see if the last 2 Jupiters were still alive. Long Fei used the headset to contact Captain Bariba. Captain Bariba, did you find the sun panel when you investigated this spaceship? It is indeed found that after investigation, the solar energy absorbed by the solar panels can only be used as some equipment of this spacecraft. The electric lights in the spacecraft are supplied by absorbing energy from solar energy. Then do you know where the captain's room is on this ship? From their inboard map, we know where it is. Okay then, arrange a few subordinates and take me to the captain's room. There may be survivors. Before Long Fei finished speaking, there was a sudden noise from the headphones. What happened? Why is there such a noise? It's okay, boss. I was just taken aback and accidentally bumped into something. Then again, boss, how do you know there are survivors? Discovered from video files of recording device. Soon, Captain Baliba took 2 people and took Long Fei to the captain's room. In the captain's room, Long Fei took off the oil painting frame on the wall while hugging what Bickley's video said before he died, and then pressed the button. The bookshelf in the captain's room suddenly opened, and there was a secret room inside. Captain Bariba and the others were surprised. They didn't expect that there was a secret room in this room. Long Fei took the 3 of Bariba into the secret room. There is another door in the secret room, and there is a keyboard beside the door. Long Fei typed the password YZJ00. The door opened, and there was another door inside. Long Fei continued to bring the 3 of them in. He opened the door before, but suddenly it closed, and the 3 of Bariba immediately went to check. The door was found sealed. Suddenly, a force of gravity caused everyone who was floating in the air to sit down on the ground. What's going on? Bariaba and the others were very surprised. Suddenly, several holes appeared around, and white gas was ejected from the holes. The helmet's scanning function scanned and found that the white gas turned out to be oxygen. Then, the second door opened, and there was a faint light inside. Long Fei made a gesture, and the 3 of Bariba took off the rifles hanging on their backs and carefully entered the room with the rifles in hand. Sure enough, There are 2 refrigerated dormant chambers still in operation in the secret room. Boss, there are indeed survivors. Long Fei went into the secret room to check, and sure enough, there was one person sleeping in each of the 2 cryogenic hibernation chambers. Just like the video Long Fei had watched, it was the pair of blonde sisters, and countless frosts covered the 2 sisters. Captain Bailiba, if the cryo-hibernation chamber is opened directly, will it cause any harm to the sisters? First of all, the 2 sisters' sleeping cryogenic storage is very old. If you open it rashly without taking some measures to deal with it, your life will be in danger, especially the longer you sleep, the greater the risk of accidents. Then what measures should be taken to deal with it? First of all, we need SSYS-60 thawing medicine, injected on the target, and then put the target in the warm room. When the target can recover, not only depends on how long the target has been asleep, but also depends on the target's own good fortune. Well, Captain Bariba, from what you've said, it looks like you're experienced, right? The subordinates used to work in related industries, but after they couldn't afford the huge breathing tax and various taxes, they were finally thrown into the man-made poor satellite and worked as coolies with many people. It happened that the Tianyi mercenary group was recruiting soldiers. And that's what's next. Okay, the captain will leave this matter to you, and you can arrange it. Okay. Long Fei walked to Tao Xiang's cryogenic dormancy chamber and reached out to touch the glass mirror in front of Tao Xiang. Suddenly, Long Fei's whole spirit seemed to be pulled into a space. In the space, Long Fei saw many images, all of which were memory images from Tao Xiang's perspective. After looking at some memory impressions, Long Fei suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his head, and his whole mind was driven out of the space. Ah! Long Fei screamed and sat down on the ground. Bailiba and the others quickly helped Long Fei up, and the 3 of them were very surprised. Why did the boss touch the mirror of the cryogenic hibernation chamber and screamed and sat down on the ground? Boss, are you okay? Long Fei raised his hand. It's okay. His head still hurt a little, and he was even visually dizzy. After shaking his head for a while, Long Fei's vision finally returned to normal. Long Fei looked at Tao Xiang and found that this woman turned out to be a new human being. Okay, let me go. I'm fine, you go to work. Yes, boss. After the 3 of them left the secret room, Long Fei walked to Li Xiang's cryogenic hibernation chamber and also reached out to touch the glass mirror in front of Li Xiang. This time, although he didn't feel his spirit being sucked into the other party's memory space, he felt that his own spirit and the other party's mind were in harmony. Long Fei sensed an unknown fear deep in Li Xiang's heart. Long Fei pulled his hands away from the front of the glass mirror and shook his head. The 2 sisters could only be brought back to the mother base after Captain Bailiba arranged everything. Long Fei then returned to the previous room and continued to look at the information files. Long Fei, who was looking at the document, heard a contact request from President Sakiki through the headset. Boss, the King of Thrace has asked us if we can sell them a special gem MS. Long Fei thought for a while and said, tell the King of Thrace that after 2 months, we can sell the special gem to them. Okay, boss. Is there anything else you want to report to me? Recently, our company has caught some spies. Among the spies are secret service organizations from companies and some countries. The purpose is to steal our technology. Has any technology been stolen by them? Currently, they have stolen the software technology of some drones and the technical verification reports of some individual weapons, as well as the design drawings of the frigates and destroyers that the Tianyi mercenary group has eliminated. Although Long Fei was somewhat displeased with the stolen technology, such things are impossible to guard against. But speaking of it, the military technology that Long Fei handed over to President Sakiki was not advanced technology. Of course, look at it from Long Fei's point of view, not from the technological level of the current world. Those stolen technologies, what measures did you take? Regardless of whether the technology has been stolen, they have already applied for patent rights. Patent rights are protected by relevant laws whether they are in the Earth Circle or the Colonial Circle. If it is a corporate spy, legal means can be used to deal with it. As long as they have sufficient evidence, they can sue them in an international court and let the party who stole them compensate them and return the technology. On the contrary, if they are spies from some countries, they will be in trouble. International law can be used to sue for compensation and return technology, but if it is a powerful country, it will be very troublesome. Even if we win the case in the international court, those powerful countries may not abide by the court's judgment. Long Fei exhaled hot air from his nose and said, "There is no way. Laws and rules can only restrain the weak and those who are not strong enough. If they are strong enough, laws and rules are just clouds." In fact, Long Fei agrees very much in his heart. Only the strong can ignore the rules, and the weak can obey the rules. Saki continued to report. Also, no matter whether it is a company or a national power, what they want most is the technology of Gundam, and there is one power among them that I am very concerned about. Which force? Flying Military Science Company. Long Fei narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Sue if you can, and they must pay the worst price." "Yes, boss." It took about 7 days to deliver the warm room and the required medicine. Captain Bariba started to deal with it. First, he opened Tao Xiang's sleeping cryogenic chamber. The moment the glass door opened, cold mist filled the entire secret room. He injected SSYS-60 thawing agent into Tao Xiang's carotid artery, and then put Tao Xiang into the insulated chamber. Inside, then it was Li Xiang's turn, and the same steps were followed. The 2 thermal cabins were transported to a frigate. Whether the 2 sisters can wake up can only be seen by themselves. Then, all the unknown metals and unknown liquids in the Jupiter spacecraft were put into the transport ship, and all the documents were taken away. After returning to the mother base, Long Fei called Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming to the office. In addition to handing over the design drawings of the successor model RMS 179 Semi-Striker Semi-Strike GM2 to Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming, there are also short sword MS series design drawing information. "Commander-in-Chief, what do you think of these mass-produced MS?" "Well, it's really very good. This is called the Half-Strike GM2, which can replace all our GMs and special GMs. As for the MS of the short sword series," Li Jiaming thought while rubbing his chin. Long Fei did not speak, quietly waiting for Li Jiaming's reply. Li Jiaming pointed to the Strike Dagger and said, "This MS called Strike Dagger simply insults the boss, the Strike Gundam you designed. But this," pointing to the GT-01 Strike Dagger, he continued, "this one is qualified to be called it is Strike Dagger, which completely has the shadow of Strike Gundam. More importantly, the laminated armor used can resist energy weapons. The fighters of many countries mainly use energy weapons. MS will also focus on energy weapons in the future. Strike Dagger, putting it into the battlefield will gain a greater advantage." Well, does the Commander-in-Chief think that the Tianyi mercenary group should invest in short sword series mobile suits? Long Fei wanted to hear Li Jiaming's opinion. "Short sword series MS, Strike, no? It's called Strike Dagger." Long Fei interrupted. "Let's call it 105 Dagger. As for the Assault Dagger, keep its name. The Half-Strike GM2 should be called GM2. The 105 Dagger can be used by Special Forces, and the GM2 is used by the general troops of the Tianyi mercenary group. Dual Dagger and Storm Dagger, what do you think?" The Dual Dagger is also very good. Coupled with its additional armor, it can not only improve the driver's survival rate, but also use powerful arms and strong defenses to gain an advantage in head-to-head confrontation. The Storm Dagger can not only be used at long range. Several Storm Daggers can also carry out fire suppression on the target area at a medium-range distance. The Commander-in-Chief means an elite squad or a special squad. So just drive a mobile suit of the dual series. That's what it means. Yes, there is another reason. The main reason is that the parts required for the manufacture of the Dagger series can be used in common use. But the cost of manufacturing laminated armor is estimated to be high, and it will take some time. Of course, there are also mini-armed equipment. The cost is also high. Although there are some parts in the data that can be equipped with Gundamium alloy for the GM2 milliseconds armor titanium alloy ceramic composite material, we can kick out this requirement and use the original titanium alloy ceramic composite material. The cost is greatly reduced. Although the weapons equipped are more powerful than the previous generation of GM, it will not cause difficulties for the manufacturing staff. Basically, they are already proficient. It can be said that it is basically an assembly line to manufacture. Since this is the case, I will give you full authority over the designs of the GM2 and 105 daggers, the dueling daggers, and the storm daggers. You will make arrangements, how to manufacture them, and how to update them. You are responsible for everything. Yes. After saluting, Li Jiaming took away the blueprint that Long Fei had given him. Wait a minute, the commander-in-chief has some questions for you. Boss, please tell me. What do you think will happen if the strike dagger is handed over to President Saki's company for production and sale? The weapons equipped with the assault dagger are more monotonous than those of Jim's first generation. Beam rifles, beam sabers, and a shield are basically the weapons of the assault dagger. If you look at the performance of MS, in terms of maneuverability, it is slightly stronger than the first generation of Jim, but its firepower and defense are not as good as the first generation of Jim. From the data of the design drawing just now, the president designed it for its operability. It is very easy to operate. From this point of view, it is also very good. If it is well promoted, and the manufacturing cost of the assault dagger is cheap, if it is sold at a meager profit, it is estimated that some small or poor countries will be willing to purchase in large quantities. Commander-in-Chief, what you said is almost the same as what I thought. It is indeed a dagger attack. I never thought about equipping my mercenary regiment with such a mess. I thought, maybe it can be sold to some countries. Boss, if you have made this decision, I think you should try your best to get the assault dagger on the market as soon as possible. Long Fei heard the meaning behind the commander-in-chief's words, raised his brows, and asked, Commander-in-Chief, according to you, something big is about to happen? Recent news broadcasts suggest that war may occur in the next few months. Of course, this is the judgment of my subordinates. Recently, I haven't watched the news. I will watch the news after dealing with the current matter. Then the subordinates will go to work first. Well, let's go. Then, Long Fei called President Sakiki over. Long Fei asked Sakiki, President Sakiki, I heard that you have recently purchased several foundries under a poorly managed arms foundry company, right? Yes, boss. Long Fei pushed the MS design drawing of the assault dagger to President Sakiki. President Sakiki, take a look at the assault dagger mobile suit. If possible, transform the acquired foundries into the assault dagger mobile suit manufacturing workshop. Sakiki took the design drawing and looked at it for a while, and said, Boss, can you give me a little time? I must manufacture one. Test it for a while. If there is really no problem, then I will replace the purchased foundries become the manufacturing factory of this mobile suit, and the subordinates will let the company's public relations vigorously promote the strike dagger mobile suit. Well, good. Then you go to work. After President Sakiki left the office, Long Fei turned on the computer to check the latest news. Long Fei checked the news. Maybe a few months later, there might really be a war. As for the scale or size, it depends on the next development. Long Fei rested his right hand on his chin and said in his heart, those arms dealers are probably ready to move, and the capitalists who are preparing to make war money are probably preparing secretly. However, Long Fei also deduced that these things may be controlled by some big forces secretly, and among them is a powerful force in the Earth's circle who is playing tricks. The colonial circle is divided into 10 districts, and the country where Long Fei is located, Mijiaongwa, belongs to the 6th district. Both the 1st district and the 8th district have a unified country ruling a colonial area. The ruling country of the 1st district is called the Garth Empire, and the ruling country of the 8th district is called the Wanluo Federation. These two countries can be regarded as the two most powerful countries in the colonial circle. When the Garth Empire unified the 1st district, it has been in power for nearly 20 years. With 20 years of full development and no foreign wars, the economy of the Garth Empire has reached a peak, and the population growth has also reached a peak. The Garth Empire's efforts to develop the economy are mainly for all preparations for foreign wars. The wars cost money, resources, and manpower. The Garth Empire is already ready to move. It depends on which country in the two colonial areas will ignite the powder keg of the Garth Empire to attack the 2nd district next to it or the 10th district. Although the Wanluo federal state in the 8th district implements a so-called democratic system and talks about human rights, freedom, and equality, in fact, it often does some shameless things that steal chickens and dogs. Secretly sends some national spies to sneak into the target country, then get in touch with the local opponents, allocate funds to support the opponents, and then use the media to spread rumors to discredit the target country in an attempt to subvert the regime of the target country. those who want to be righted up and controlled as a puppet state. What the Wanluo Federation has done is often joked among many discerning people that it is on the same side as the cowboy Legion Guo in the Earth Circle, and they are simply twin brothers. The Cowboy Legion country in the Earth Circle is just a joking name given to this country by many people. The real name is the United States of America. These two countries also have the same system. They both talk about democracy, freedom, and equality of human rights every day. In fact, as long as it is for their own interests, these talking things can be thrown aside. Wars in many countries have shadows of these two countries, and countries where wars have occurred will see arms sales from these two countries. If there is civil strife in a subversive country, the arms dealers behind them will happily open champagne to celebrate, because a large amount of endless arms benefits will enter their pockets. These two countries are not unscrupulous to engage other countries. They also have to look at the target, like the Garth Empire or the other two big countries in the Earth Circle, the Hanxia Empire and the Russian Soviet Republic, are the targets they dare not provoke. Looking at the news of the past few days, Long Fei deduced that there may be wars in many countries. In this war, there are also shadows of these two countries. The war may be presented in the form of agents. It is estimated that many countries that launched wars have secret funding from these two countries. Moreover, Long Fei also deduced that there might be a war in the 6th district of the colonial area in the next few months. Long Fei twisted his neck a few times and said, "Looks like I have to get ready as soon as possible. Maybe the outbreak of war will also be the benefit of us arms dealers. Next, I have to study the things brought back from the Jupiter spacecraft." In the next few days, Long Fei was studying the unknown metals and unknown liquids of the Jupiter spacecraft. Several meteorites around the mother base are transformed into manufacturing factories, ecological environment factories, or military bases, etc. The Strike Dagger MS happened to manufacture one today, and President Sakiki asked Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming to ask for a MS driver for testing. The MS driver arranged by Li Jiaming was not an ace, but a MS driver with mediocre driving skills. This MS driver with mediocre driving skills, after testing the Strike Dagger, gave an evaluation that driving is much easier than Gym MS. I am afraid that it is for a child to drive, as long as a few days of training can be enough driving the Assault Dagger MS. President Sakechi was a little surprised after reading the report and evaluation, but she thought that the driver might be fooling her, so she decided to test driving the Strike Dagger MS by herself. President Sakechi himself doesn't know how to drive a mobile suit, so he asked the test driver to teach her how to drive a mobile suit. After a few hours of teaching, President Sakiki has slightly mastered the basic operation of driving a mobile suit. President Saki personally drives the Strike Dagger MS. After several hours of testing, President Sakiki couldn't believe that even she, an ordinary person who didn't know how to drive a mobile suit a few hours ago, could drive a Strike Dagger mobile suit. President Saki finally believed that the Assault Dagger MS is a very easy to operate MS. Team leader Shi Tingfen, who was in charge of writing the MS operating system, was an old classmate of hers back then, and now is her boss, Long Fei. She couldn't believe that a single person had already designed the Strike Dagger MS, and even designed and written an easy-to-operate OS. However, Shi Tingfen didn't have nothing to do according to the OS written by the boss, and the details of the OS can continue to be simple. Shi Tingfen asked President Sakiki to give her a few more days to improve the OS to be simpler and easier to control. President Saki agreed to her request. A few days later, Shi Tingfen really improved the OS to be easier. After being tested and verified, it is evaluated, which means that smart children will be able to get started soon. President Sakiki immediately asked her public relations team to publicize the Strike Dagger MS. Then 4 days later, Thunder Gundam was officially manufactured and put into testing. The next day, the Reaper Gundam was officially completed and put into testing, and the test driver was still the same person. After the two Gundams of Reaper Thunder have been tested with each other, each has its own advantages. As for which of the two is more suitable for use on the battlefield, it must be verified in actual combat. The 3 Gundams of Aegis, Storm, and Heavy Gunner are also being manufactured, and the Gemini brothers are also on the schedule. As soon as the first 3 are completed, the pair of brothers will start to be manufactured, including their equipment. Long Fei has been researching unknown metals and unknown liquids during this time, and has made some progress. Among the unknown metals, there is a kind of platinum metal ore, which can be used as a substitute for the materials required for the solar furnace. Long Fei named this platinum metal or Haojin. Long Fei, who had been shelving the plan to manufacture and test the solar furnace, had already produced a solar furnace for testing. Start the solar furnace test. The solar furnace started to operate, and the particles emitted during the operation were the same as in the original work, all of which were cyan particles. In the original book, when the cyan particles reach a certain density, they will harm the human body. When the cyan particles emitted by the solar furnace manufactured by Haojin reach the same density as in the original book, they are actually harmless to the human body. Renewable energy is 10% better than in the original book. Moreover, in the original book, the cyan particles will affect the functions of radar and communication equipment, etc. The solar furnace manufactured by Long Fei, in addition to having the above capabilities, can also be regulated so that radar and communication equipment will not be affected. Trans-AM system launched. The solar furnace in the 3-red state has improved a lot of performance as in the original work, and it is 5% better than the original work. This made Long Fei very satisfied. The fly in the ointment that made Long Fei feel is that there are not many Haojin mines. After settlement, about 10 solar furnaces can be produced. This is only the solar furnace used by Gundam. It is supplied by the Gundam solar furnace, and if all the Gundams are dispatched, the power supply time of the Tommies will be limited. Then, there is 1 solar furnace for the battleship and 6 solar furnaces for the Gundam. If it is to manufacture a pseudo-solar furnace, more can be manufactured, at least 50 or more can be manufactured, and the proportion of Haojin manufacturing required becomes less, and other materials can be used instead. But Long Fei didn't want to do this. The pseudo-solar furnace can't compare with the real solar furnace. If you want to make the 00 Gundam series Gundam, the most ideal is to use the real solar furnace to make it. If you use the pseudo-solar furnace, the effect will be great. Discount, and the red particles are harmful to people. There is a very strange thing about Haojin metal. To make a solar furnace, Long Fei performs simulation calculations. No matter how it is adjusted and improved, the red particles emitted are still harmful to the human body, so Long Fei decided that it is better to make a real solar furnace. Long Fei decided to build a 00 Gundam first to test the solar furnace in actual combat. Whether there will be a war in the next few months, no one knows. Everything we do is to plan ahead. Long Fei thought to himself, I can't believe it, the boss actually developed something called a solar furnace. 1 solar furnace can supply the electricity needed by the base. The scary thing is that the solar furnace doesn't need any fuel or materials to supply, and it can generate energy by itself. It's just like the legendary perpetual motion machine. Several staff members in the base were talking while working. These days the base is testing the performance of the solar furnace, and the people in the whole base can't believe that a solar furnace for MS can actually supply the entire base with electricity. They were shocked by the solar furnace developed by their boss, Long Fei. This technology is enough to subvert the energy technology of the Earth's circle and the colony circle. If this technology is brought out, the boss will earn endless benefits. But they also knew that it was impossible for the boss, Long Fei, to disclose this technology. Because if the boss really comes up with this technology, it will touch the interests of all big families and big bosses of interest groups. At that time, the bosses will either force the boss to share the technology or assassinate the boss, and then rob the boss of the technology. Hey, I heard that the test of the solar furnace has been completed, and our base has returned to the original energy supply. No way. Why did the boss decide to stop the test and continue to use the solar furnace to supply electricity? No way. The boss is planning to use these solar furnaces on the newly designed Gundam. Shi Tingfen passed behind the employees at this moment, and she could hear everything these employees said clearly. It has been a while since I came here to work, and I often hear colleagues praise Long Fei as a godlike existence. At first, she thought it was just an employee flattering the boss. Later, she discovered that the MS, battleships, and individual weapons in the base, including the manufacturing machines in the factory and the fully automated system, were all designed and manufactured by Long Fei alone. Only then did she understand why her colleagues all worshipped Long Fei and treated him like a god. She had been an old classmate for 3 years. She never thought that Long Fei would be so powerful. Compared with him, those scientists and academicians in his country were nothing but idiots. The solar furnace that was recently produced, even if the Hanxia Empire gathered all the scientists in the country together, it might not be able to produce a solar furnace. Solar furnace. This is a black technology that subverts the world. Shi Tingfen saw Long Fei sitting on a box drinking coffee. Boss, take a coffee break. Long Fei watched Shi Tingfen sit next to him, nodded and said, take a little rest. I want to relax myself. Shi Tingfen looked at the Grim Reaper, Strike, and Dual Gundam being repaired by the front staff. These super mobile suits called Gundams are also mobile suits developed by the old classmate next to me. Boss, what are your plans next? Have you ever thought about returning to your hometown in the near future? The next plan is to continue to study, and I have no plans to return to my hometown in the near future. After finishing speaking, Long Fei took a sip of coffee and asked Shi Tingfen, are you still used to working here? Well, I'm used to it, and I've already told my family that I've found a job, so they don't have to worry about it. And I'll tell my family not to tell Luo Tianyu that I went to the universe. It seems that you are here, working very cleanly, and you can work with peace of mind. Shi Tingfen shrugged and said, actually, I'm an ambitious woman. I don't want to rely on men. I just want to rely on my own strength to prove myself. Facts have proved that you really have the ability. You can improve the details of the OS I wrote to make it more perfect. Shi Tingfen rolled her eyes directly and said, come on, compared with you, I am a piece of rubbish. I can't write the OS you wrote. I'm afraid it will be placed in our country. Those who have won several software engineering degrees, doctor. I can't write your OS either. This is an OS written by you alone. I just help you deal with some details. And to put it bluntly, even if you don't deal with and improve some details, it won't affect Chong at all. The OS used to attack the short sword. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. In these fields, I can be proud to say to those scientists that you are rubbish, but I have things that I am not good at, such as cooking and music. These are not things I can do. What I can do? I'm a music fanatic. You're right. Everyone has their own areas of expertise. After Long Fei drank the last sip of coffee, he stood up and said, okay, I have to go to work. Don't be lazy. How dare? I don't dare to be deducted from my salary by your big boss. Shi Tingfen also stood up, ready to return to her post. Long Fei went to his exclusive laboratory for research. There are still many unknown metals and unknown liquids waiting for Long Fei to study. On the other side, Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company participated in an arms exhibition. Many companies participated and took out their mobile suits, fighter planes, individual weapons, tanks, etc. as exhibits. The relevant departments of Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company have sent people to pay attention and received information that this company has recently developed a new type of mobile suit. The country that Jim MS first purchased was the country of Mekong. Mijiaongwa once had a military conflict with a country, and there were small-scale conflicts between the two countries. Mekaongwa sent Jim MS. 40 Jim MS shot down 32 enemy fighters and 46 MS and MS motherships, 2 frigates, and a destroyer. Only 6 of the Jim MS were shot down, and 14 suffered varying degrees of damage. This result shocked the countries of the 6th district of the colony. After investigation, it was found that it came from a Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company within the self-supporting range of Mijiaongwa, and this company has set up branches in several countries in the 6th colonial region. The local country also purchased a large number of GM mobile suits. After verification by the local mobile suit pilots, the GM mobile suit not only has an advantage against other mobile suits, but also has a considerable advantage against fighter jets. However, although the countries involved in the purchase of Jim MS are satisfied with the performance and combat efficiency of Jim, they are somewhat dissatisfied with the price. The price of a Jim MS reached 50 million. The defense budget of the country involved in the procurement is not sufficient, so it cannot only purchase GMMS. So the country involved in the purchase of 100 GMMS, 25 units per year, and 100 units will be delivered in 4 years. Deliver batch by batch money. Of course, in addition to some countries that will purchase GMMS, there are also some rich people who will also purchase GMMS as their personal bodyguards to drive MS. In addition to displaying the special GMMS, Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company also displayed the Assault Dagger MS. These two MSs displayed today are the MS they want to sell. The custom-built GMMS has shown superb performance, and many countries want to purchase it. However, the price quoted by the custom-built GMMS is 80 million, and many countries that want to buy it can only retreat because of their cash-strapped. Instead, it was another MS called Strike Dagger, and the price was only 30 million. Many people think that the price of MS called Strike Dagger is much cheaper than that of GMMS, and the performance must be inferior to that of GM. Moreover, some military magazines have introduced Assault Dagger MS, like a MS equipped with ordinary soldiers who can only use rifles. Many people watched the introduction of Assault Dagger MS. In addition to the 60mm Vulcan cannon and beam saber on the head, the equipped weapons are only a shield, a beam gun, and a 120mm live ammunition rifle. President Saki made an additional design as a complete set for the sale of the Assault Dagger MS, one of the weapons. These weapons are cheap because of the cheap price, and the armor used next is a relatively lightweight composite armor, resulting in a defense that is not as good as that of the GMMS. The last is to use the battery to start. Seeing the introduction of such mobile suits, for some big countries, the weapons equipped with such mobile suits are slightly insufficient. If they are purchased, they will only be allocated to the border guards in charge of border defense, or equipped for the guards of the Space Patrol Agency. For those small or poor countries, the Assault Dagger MS is enough to be used as a national defense force. The Strike Dagger MS quoted a price of 30 million, which was a fair price no matter for a big country or a small country. Then, the Strike Dagger MS conducted a round of test demonstrations. What happened next took many people by surprise. The tester for the Strike Dagger MS was not actually a MS driver, but they randomly selected an ordinary person who participated in the exhibition. The ordinary people who were pointed out did not have any experience in driving mobile suits, and they were just military geeks who liked the military to participate in the exhibition. At the beginning, the military nerd who was invited to test the Strike Dagger MS was very shy and waved his hands quickly. He had never driven a MS before and dared not drive the Strike Dagger MS. After a round of explanations and pointers by the staff of Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, the military otaku put on his driving suit. At the beginning of the operation, the otaku was very nervous, and after the guidance of the staff in front of the screen, the otaku slowly began to try to operate the Assault Dagger MS. From walking to running, the otaku gradually became more comfortable with the operation, and then to flying and jumping, the otaku gradually became more comfortable with the operation. Then when it comes to dodging and shooting these items, at the beginning, the otaku operation could not respond to the inaccurate dodging and shooting in a timely manner. But after more than 10 minutes, the otaku's operation began to become proficient, and soon in the dodging event, he was able to dodge perfectly in many places, and many shots hit the red dot. After this round of operations, many spectators were surprised. Could it be that the military otaku randomly pulled out by the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company was a fake MS driver? There are many doubts about the authenticity of the scene. The staff of Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company can let everyone test whether the Assault Dagger MS is easy to operate. Representatives of purchasing groups from various countries arranged for people to conduct test operations on the Assault Dagger. The results of everyone's tests were better than those of the previous military otaku. Every tester said that the Strike Dagger MS is easy to operate. Even children can operate it. And even commented that the Strike Dagger MS is better than the standard equipped MS adopted by their own country. So they used the response of the Strike Dagger MS in terms of enemy vigilance. It is much stronger than the national standard equipment. Now, many purchasing groups were blown away. The mobile suit that is easy to operate can also be used as a landline for those rookie mobile suit drivers who are trained. It may also reduce the training time of mobile suit drivers and can be put into combat readiness immediately. Moreover, it has a high ability to respond to and detect the enemy, which can not only improve the survival rate of the driver, but also improve the combat efficiency. All of a sudden, not only those weak and poor countries want to purchase Strike Dagger MS, but also those relatively rich and powerful countries want to purchase Strike Dagger MS in large quantities. President Sakiki never expected that so many orders for the assault dagger came all of a sudden. Originally, she thought that she could get an order of 300 units, and it was the sum of purchases from many countries, which was already an overperformance. What she didn't expect now was that the order was far beyond her imagination, and the order report in her hand had already left her at a loss as to what to do with it. Several countries that are almost as large as the population and economic scale of Manhwa directly purchased 200 strike dagger MS. Manhwa, who recently won a battle and got a colony and a sum of money indemnity, not only bought enough 200 assault dagger MS, but also purchased 100 special gem MS. Some countries with a larger scale also directly purchased 300 assault daggers. Economically rich countries also directly purchase 500 assault dagger MS, 300 GMMS, and 150 special GMMS. President Sakeichi looked at the continuous purchase orders of the strike dagger MS, and the total number of purchases at this time has reached 2,500 units. Thinking back to the several foundries I bought at the beginning, although they have been transformed into manufacturing factories for assault dagger MS, they can only produce 100 units in a month of full operation. President Sakiki opened his mouth wide at first, but then he came back to his senses and shook his head immediately. Immediately ordered the subordinates to immediately return all the orders purchased by the strike dagger MS. Even if there is a deposit, they will be refunded in full, and then immediately announced that the price of the strike dagger MS is 35 million space colony coins, the common currency of the colony. Colonial countries have their own currencies, and space international trade will be settled with space colonial currency. Soon, President Sakiki almost passed out, returned the purchase of the strike dagger MS order, and soon came to the hands of President Sakiki. It was okay if you didn't look at it, but your feet softened when you saw it. Fortunately, there were two subordinates behind you, and they immediately supported him. President Sakeichi looked at the new purchase report. His hands were trembling. Not only did the strike dagger MS not reduce the purchase volume due to the increase in price, but it was more than before, directly exceeding the total of 3,000 units. President Sakiki, she doesn't know whether to laugh or cry now. The company simply can't handle such a large number of purchase orders. President, this is the purchase list for armored combat uniforms, chariots, drones, and warships, etc. Please take a look. President Sakiki took it over to take a look and almost fainted. I'm dizzy, give me a chair to sit on. The subordinate immediately took a chair and let President Sakiki sit down. President Sakiki rubbed his temples. The orders in his hands are really too big to accept. If he accepts all the orders in his hands now, according to the current scale of the company, he will not need to accept other orders for 5 years. On the other side, President Sakeichi was worried about how to take the order, while the other colleagues were wailing. I saw purchasing groups from various countries and other buyers scrambling around the units of Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company to place orders. The representatives of each company looked at their own units, or there were a few sporadic kittens looking at their models and introductions, or there were no customers at all. This contrast creates a strong contrast. Many companies have adopted a price reduction strategy, hoping to use lower prices to attract customers to buy. Some companies have even approached the cost price to attract customers to buy, but the strategy is not ideal. Some company lobbyists even explain the performance of their own MS, such as powerful firepower or defense, etc., and can be equipped with a variety of weapons, which is not comparable to MS with monotonous equipment such as assault daggers. Although some purchaser representatives understand the meaning of these company lobbyists and agree with their suggestions, most of the purchaser representatives have a reason. Although what you said is good, we also understand that many MS need strong firepower to suppress or powerful the defense force to protect the safety of MS drivers. But the problem is that your operability is more complicated, which will affect the driver's combat, and the complexity of the operability will also affect the time required to train MS drivers. The simple operation is strong attacking dagger MS will shorten the time required for our cultivated MS driver. At this time, the companies already understood the reasons why the purchasers purchased a large number of strike dagger MS. However, there are also companies that are still unwilling to give up. The president of a company shouted at the company units surrounding the Tianyi Arms Company, "Dear representatives of the purchasers, Although the operation of the assault dagger is simple, it depends on how simple they are. Can it be actual combat? How about our company use the latest MS and assault dagger MS to have a real, simulated battle? After hearing this suggestion, the representatives of the purchaser felt that there was some reason why it would be better to let the Strike Dagger MS test whether it is really capable of actual combat. Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company is more than happy to conduct a simulation test of actual combat. The location of the arrangement is in the outer space of the local colony, and the MS of the companies on both sides are holding liquid bullet guns. The rules are simple: 2 wins in 3 sets, that is, 1 point for hitting the opponent. The result of the battle was soon announced, and the Strike Dagger MS side directly won 2 victories in a row. The president who proposed the test was still not reconciled, and found another reason, thinking that the drivers on both sides should switch bodies to test the actual combat. Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company accepts the other party's request. The result was still the same. The Strike Dagger MS directly won 2 consecutive victories. The proposed president had nothing to say at this point. However, there are other companies that also want to use their mobile suits to conduct actual combat tests and take the opportunity to defeat the Assault Short Sword mobile suit so that they can win the order. In the next few consecutive actual combat tests, the Strike Dagger MS won. Most of those MS lost 2 games in a row. Fortunately, they lost 2 and won 1. After other companies saw that the MS of the previous peers had failed miserably, they did not want to humiliate themselves, so they decided to abandon the MS order and win orders from other series. On the contrary, President Saki was happy and proud of the victory of the Assault Dagger MS in the actual combat simulation, but the order that came randomly made her faint again. With the victory of the Strike Dagger MS actual combat simulation, more buyers increased their purchases. At this time, the purchase amount of Strike Dagger MS reached 4,000 units. My God, if you add that Jim is still in order for other series of weapons, even if you work hard every day, you won't have to accept other orders for 5 years. President Sakiki immediately called his vice president and told him to find a place to open a new factory and increase production lines. A subordinate came to report to President Sakiki. President Snowbin, the president of Festa Company, wants to meet the president. Sakeki was a little puzzled. Festa Company had never had any communication with them. Why suddenly wanted to see her? Sakiki still asked his subordinates to invite the president of the company over. President Saki, hello. Nice to meet you, President Snowbin. The presidents of the 2 companies shook hands and said hello to each other and looked at each other. Sakiki remembered that the scale of Festa Company was more than 10 times that of his Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. I don't know that President Snowbin is here, so what advice do you have? Don't dare to advise, dare not advise. First of all, I am here to congratulate President Sakiki for winning a huge order. This is the blessing of President Tasanobin, and the company has to rely on Festa Company to take care of it. Saki said a few words politely. President Sakiki is being humble. Your success actually depends on yourselves. Apart from congratulating your company, I also don't want to beat around the bush. I want to negotiate a deal with President Sakiki. I don't know what business President Snowbin wants to discuss with me. As far as I know, the production scale of Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company is not large. Your company has received such a huge order. I guess your company will not be able to consume it for a while. Festa Company can help your company manufacture some orders. Sakiki frowned. If there is a company willing to do OEM, then the order can be digested faster. If President Snowbin is willing to manufacture, our company is very happy, but the price of the OEM, we have to discuss it carefully. No problem. It's business, it's for sure. Why don't we book a restaurant, talk while eating, and discuss slowly? That's exactly what I mean. When Sakiki and Snowbin each brought some important subordinates to step out of the exhibition, the presidents of many companies in the same industry also brought people to block their way. Sakiki frowned, but out of politeness, she still asked with a smile, I don't know what you can do, fellow CEOs. We want to discuss with President Sakiki whether we can provide some OEMs. It is of course no problem to discuss OEM, but now. Sakiki's eyes drifted to Snowbin intentionally or unintentionally. The president of a company that was traveling with him asked Snowbin. President Snowbin, Don't you want to go with us? Snowbin scolded the 18th generation of the other party's ancestors in his heart, but he still kept a smile on his face and said, "Of course I don't mind. There are so many people, it's very lively." During a meal, every president can happily communicate with others with a smile on his face, making people who don't know that although these people are colleagues, they actually have a very good friendship. In fact, every president in the same industry may wish to stab the person in front of him to death with a knife. Especially Sakiki, each of them wanted to tear this woman into pieces. This woman grabbed all the orders for every series of weapons, which made them unable to drink soup. If she can her order by stumbling, the presidents of every company here will be more than happy to make a move. It's just that they can't find a way yet, and now they are trying to find a way to get OEM orders. Sakeki also understands what these people in the same industry are thinking. She is jealous that her company has won such a huge order and wants to take a piece of the profit cake in her hands. If she could, she really didn't want to give them a piece of cake, but if she didn't give them a piece of cake, she wondered what tricks these guys would secretly play to drag her down. Even if Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company can really finish all the orders on hand, Sakeki also knows that they still have to share a piece of bread with them. Because these guys will never allow Saki and her company to have meat, and they can't even share a piece of bread. Sakiki could only divide the bread into pieces so that they could feed their hunger, lest these guys trip her up secretly. While everyone was talking and drinking, some uninvited people came to participate. The person who came was Long Huiwan, the representative of Feichi Military Science Company. Everyone was amazed. This is the famous top 3 military technology company in the Hanxia Empire, and it is also one of the top 5 companies in the colonial circle. Sakiki couldn't help frowning. Long Huiwan was his boss's aunt, which made her a little embarrassed. Long Huiwan appeared on the scene wearing a dress designed with ancient Hanfu. Long Huiwan asked with a charming smile, "I wonder if I will disturb your dinner if I come here uninvited?" All the presidents laughed and said no, and welcomed Long Huiwan's arrival. Long Huiwan pretended not to know Sakiki and came to the front, stretched out her hand, and introduced herself. "I'm here, Long Huiwan. It's a pleasure to meet you, President Sakiki. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm very glad that Ms. Long Huiwan can get to know me, a little person. How can President Sakiki be a small person? Your company has won purchase orders from many countries today. Compared with your company, the orders received by our company are not even a fraction. I have to learn from your president. It's too serious." After the two women had some courtesy, the dinner continued. In the few days after the dinner, the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company negotiated with many of its counterparts, and all the companies that negotiated were able to obtain part of the OEM contract more or less. However, Saki only let these foundry companies be responsible for the production of hardware, such as the cockpit and software of MS, and his own company is responsible. On the other hand, after the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company won a huge order, many relevant media reported on the event, and many relevant media sent reporters to interview it. However, all of them were rejected by Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. On the other hand, the Reaper and Thunder Gundams have already been put into actual combat. The task is to sneak into and destroy the pirate's lair. The Reaper and Thunder Gundams have completed the task perfectly. The target has no idea where the attack came from. Long Fei was very satisfied with the result. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. Thunder Gundam can achieve visual invisibility when Mirage is activated, but phase shift armor cannot be activated, and it consumes a lot of power and has weak defense. Reaper Gundam can achieve visual invisibility, but its absorbing paint allows him to avoid radar detection. The jamming device can affect thermal imaging, radar, and other related instruments. The power consumed by the jamming device is not as much as that of a Mirage. The Zero Gundam is on the manufacturing schedule. After the Aegis, Storm, and Heavy Gunner Gundam are manufactured, they can be manufactured together with the Gemini brothers. Among the other unknown metals that Long Fei recently researched, a silver-white metal Long Fei named Silver Rhenium, and another gray metal Long Fei named Bow Steel. The former of these two metals has silver components. The latter has a steel component. As long as these two metals are alloyed with other metals on the Earth, and after mixing several technologies, nano-layer armor can be produced. Long Fei decided to develop and manufacture Barbados and Astaroth, and the schedule was set in 2 months. Then, Long Fei went to study other things. A few days later, Long Fei walked out of his office tiredly and happened to bump into Li Xiuqing. Old Fei, what new Gundam are you researching and developing recently? I haven't researched and developed a new Gundam recently. I'm researching something else. What are you studying? A medical cabin called medical nanomachines. Old Fei, do you even know medicine? Li Xiuqing asked with wide-eyed eyes. Well, dabble in something. What is the use? It's hard for me to explain to you. Come with me. I'll show you the blueprint, and you'll know. Li Xiuqing followed Long Fei into the office. Looking at the information introduced by the design drawing, Li Xiuqing's eyes became bigger and bigger. FCK, I said, Lao Fei. If you really succeed in developing this technology, then wouldn't our brothers have many people who can pull them back from the gate of hell? Nanomachines for medical use are not absolute. If the injury is too serious to be treated and amputation is required, the injured must still undergo amputation. Yes, there are no absolutes in everything. Having said that, if this technology is successfully developed, it can reduce the workload of the doctors in charge of treatment. You can say so. Old Fei, hurry up and develop it. Long Fei rolled his eyes to Li Xiuqing directly. You think I'm a god? If I say development, it will be successfully developed, and you can get things out with just a few fingers? Old Fei, don't say that. Many of our brothers worship you like a god. Long Fei rolled his eyes again. Don't treat me as a god. I am also a human being, and I also need to rest, sleep, and eat. And now I just want to rest for a while to let my mind relax, so that I can work better. Li Xiuqing followed Long Fei out of the office. For 3 days, Long Fei lay flat on the bed in the room. Long Fei emptied his mind, didn't think about anything, lay on the bed, let himself fall asleep from time to time. Except for getting up to eat, Long Fei spent all his time sleeping. In the past few months, Long Fei has devoted most of his energy to work and research. He has suffered from severe lack of sleep for a long time, and the sleep time does not exceed 6 hours. This makes Long Fei's head ache from time to time while working. On the 4th day, Long Fei slept until he woke up naturally and looked at the clock. It was already 12 noon. Long Fei got up from the bed, stretched his waist, and twisted his neck. There was a click sound from his neck, and he washed and changed his clothes. Then go to eat, and then continue to work on nanomachines for medical use. It took nearly a month to successfully develop the first nanomachine medical cabin for medical use. 2 days later, a fleet just returned to the mother base, and the pilot was severely damaged in a battle, causing an explosion in the cockpit, causing the pilot to be injured and unconscious. Long Fei let the unconscious driver enter the medical nanomachine medical cabin. Many people watched the seriously injured and unconscious driver in the medical nanomachine medical cabin, except that the head was covered with an oxygen mask. Soak the whole body in the gel. Many people looked at the wounds of the wounded, and the speed of recovery was visible to the naked eye. A few days after the wound healed, the wounded had regained consciousness. I couldn't believe it. I thought I was going to die. I didn't expect that I could walk back from the gate of hell. And what I didn't expect was that there were no wounds or scars on my body. Everyone knows that the nanomachine medical cabin for medical treatment was developed by the boss Long Fei alone, and the worship of Long Fei is getting higher and higher. The success of the nanomachine medical cabin for medical use made Long Fei decide to mass-produce the medical nanomachine medical cabin for medical use. Long Fei also decided to apply for patent rights for medical nanomachines. Gemini Brothers and Zero Gundam are in the process of being manufactured, and the completion of the Brothers has reached 50%, and the Zero Gundam has reached 90%. It seems that Zero Gundam can be put into testing first. At present, the mother base can already develop 3 Gundams at the same time. If there is no problem with Zero Gundam, then Lady Justice will be developed at the same time as Barbados and Astaroth. In fact, apart from these Gundams, Long Fei also put the 100 Shiki and the MK2 on the plan. Where to locate them, Long Fei had thought about the fact that the captain of the elite team would drive the 100 Shiki or the MK2, but it was only on the plan at the moment. It has not yet been decided when the plan will be implemented. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming also thinks that these 2 Gundams are considered as mass-produced machines, and they are also very suitable as the leader machine of the elite team. The only problem is the manufacturing cost, whether it is a 100 style or MK2. although the manufacturing cost is not as high as that developed in recent months. If it does not rely on its own mining company to be self-sufficient, the manufacturing cost of Hayakushi and MK2 will be more expensive than Yuanzu Gundam. Thanks to the self-sufficiency of its mining company, the cost of weapons and parts manufactured by the Tianyi mercenary group has been reduced. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming is considering whether to discuss with Long Fei about using one of the production lines as the production line for these two Gundams. Boss, at the newly built Meteorite MS manufacturing factory, I want to use one of the production lines as the production line for Baisher and MK2. Okay, you can handle this matter at your own discretion. Yes, boss. Li Jiaming discusses things with Long Fei. By the way, has the production line of these mobile suits for Commander-in-Chief Jim 2 in the Dagger series been finished? It has been fixed, and some more have been produced, and the old mobile suits have been replaced. What do the pilots think of these MS? The General Army thinks it is better than Jim and Special Jim, and the Special Team is also very satisfied with the MS of the Dagger series. The 105 Dagger, Dual Dagger, and Storm Dagger can allow them to perform their duties and cooperate with each other. What kind of MS is usually used by elite troops? Jim 2 and Dual Dagger, and a small amount of 105 Dagger. The Dual Dagger will be used as the leader machine with additional armor. Can MK2 and 100 style be used as MS for special forces? Yes, it can be used as a team of 4 Gundams or arranged as a leader machine. Okay, I understand, Commander-in-Chief, go get busy. After Li Jiaming paid a military salute to Long Fei, he left the office. Long Fei turned on the computer to check the latest news. War broke out in Sector 7 of the Colonial Circle. The war between 2 countries has expanded to 4 countries that have also participated in the war. The 4 countries will join the battle, either stabbed by a knife, or the allied countries will be attacked. According to the alliance relationship, troops must be sent to help. Many analysts believe that this war will not end in a short time and may expand the scope of the war. Long Fei saw something strange in the news. Although it was a war between countries, the dead were also a struggle between systems. Long Fei also estimated that this war might be a proxy war. There may be funding from the Wanluo Federation behind the democratic country, and the monarchy country may also be secretly supported by the Garth Empire. With his right hand, Long Fei thought with a sinking chin, the Garth Empire will help these countries with royal power, mainly because they don't want these countries to be defeated. Once these countries with royal power are defeated, it will also affect the status of other countries with royal power and their safety, and it will also improve the morale of the democratic country on the winning side, and can use related excuses such as anti-royal power and dictatorship to attack other royal power countries. This will also affect the powerful Garth Empire. The Wanluo Federation with other democratic countries. We can arrange spies or organizations to incite local influential people to oppose the Garth Empire. Long Fei twisted his neck and continued to think. However, if you think about the arms dealers in the Wanluo Federation for a while, I guess they are already happily counting their banknotes. The coming of war is the spring of arms dealers, but thinking back, I am also an arms dealer, so I really have no right to criticize others. Long Fei smiled wryly and shook his head. At this time, the sound of reporting came from the flat table. Long Fei connected immediately. Talk. The pair of Jupiter's sisters brought back. The sister has awakened. What? Long Fei stood up directly from the chair. I'll come right away. Tao Xiang looked around, and the female doctor who was examining her body suspiciously. Tao Xiang felt a little headache. She covered her face, and her head was a little blank. Her memory was fuzzy, and her head hurt and fainted. Where is this place? The female doctor replied. This is the parent base of Tianyi Group. After Long Fei had other companies in the industry, they were collectively called Tianyi Group. Both Tianyi Mercenary Group and Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company were part of Tianyi Group. Why am I here? We found you and your sister on a spaceship, and both of you are sleeping in a cryogenic stasis chamber. My sister, spaceship, frozen hibernation chamber. Tao Xiang said to herself with a very puzzled expression, and then bursts of severe pain came from her head, and many memory fragments appeared in her mind. Tao Xiang covered her head with her painful hands and cried out in more pain. It hurts. It hurts. The female doctor immediately comforted her. Spaceship, Jupiter spaceship, My name is Tao Xiang, here, from the Jupiter Federation, at that time. Tao Xiang's memory recovered bit by bit. Long Fei came to the infirmary at this time. Tao Xiang looked up at Long Fei, tilted her head and frowned at Long Fei. She didn't know the man in front of her, but she had an inexplicable feeling. Long Fei asked the female doctor to leave the medical room first and wanted to ask Tao Xiang about something. Tao Xiang first asked, "Who are you?" Self-introduction: "My name is Long Fei, the leader of Tianyi Group. Where you are is my property. My name is..." When Tao Xiang was about to introduce himself, Long Fei had already said, "Tao Xiang, this is your name, and you have a younger sister named Li Xiang." Tao Xiang was surprised. How did the man in front of her know her identity? Long Fei explained, "I learned your identity from the documents you left behind. By the way, let me tell you one thing. I once saw a fragment of your memory. What happened on the spaceship you were in?" Long Fei said a few things. Tao Xiang looked at Long Fei in shock. Her body moved back involuntarily, feeling very scared in her heart. How did the man in front of her know what happened back then? "Don't be afraid. It's just that you and I are the same kind of people. Both are new humans. When you were sleeping in the cryogenic hibernation chamber, when I happened to touch the cryogenic hibernation chamber, your mental brainwaves were in tune with mine, and this is how I saw your memory." Tao Xiang was still a little scared in her heart, but what she was more confused about was what exactly was the new human being that Long Fei was talking about. What is the new human being? Are you and I still human? Of course it's still human. Simply put, it can be regarded as an evolutionary species among humans. The new human is. Long Fei explained simply. It's like there is a video. When your sister suddenly yelled, your expression was also very frightened, because you and your sister suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Tao Xiang recalled what happened back then. Indeed, she suddenly felt a sense of fear welling up in her heart. Then my sister is also a new human? She's also a newcomer. Then my sister, where is she now? Your sister is currently. Long Fei was about to say that he was still asleep when the doorbell rang. Long Fei pressed the connect button. "Speak. Boss, that little sister is also awake." "I see. Your sister has woken up. Do you want to go and have a look?" "Yes." Tao Xiang was very nervous and worried. Long Fei asked the medical staff to prepare the wheelchair. Long Fei personally pushed the wheelchair and took Tao Xiang to his sister's infirmary. On the way, Tao Xiang wanted to ask Long Fei how many years they had been sleeping. It takes about 12 years for Jupiter to revolve around the Sun. According to the information I have verified, when the Jupiter Federation was established, the cosmic year shared by the Earth circle and the colonial circle was already 30 years of the first year of the universe, 3 years of the Federation of Jupiter, and the first year of the universe. It's been almost 65 years, and it's exactly that year. The Jupiter Federation has no contact with the colonial circle and the Earth circle, and it's already the 115th year of the first year of the universe. Tao Xiang really didn't expect that she had been sleeping with her sister for so many years. Her nose was sore. Tao Xiang covered her face with her hands, and tears fell. "It's almost time to go to your sister's infirmary. Wipe away your tears. Don't let your sister see you in such a mess. Don't affect the elder sister in your sister's mind." Tao Xiang immediately wiped away her tears, and then entered Li Xiang's infirmary. Li Xiang was lying weakly on the hospital bed, and the infusion solution provided her with nutrition. Li Xiang's eyes were tightly closed. "What's wrong with my sister?" Tao Xiang asked the doctor nervously. "Don't be nervous. She just woke up from a deep sleep. Her body is still very weak, and she needs some care at the moment." Tao Xiang asked Long Fei, "Can you let me share the same infirmary with my sister? I want to take care of her personally." "Can." Then, Tao Xiang asked Long Fei to see the documents and materials left by the Jupiter spacecraft, and to know what memories she had forgotten. "No problem. It has been 2 weeks since Sister Tao Xiang woke up, and the two sisters' body functions have returned to normal, and they can move freely. Li Xiang is lying on an instrument, wearing a spiritual device developed by Long Fei on her head, which is like a crown. Li Xiang fell asleep like a little princess, but in fact she was more awake than anyone else. She felt that her body, and even her whole spirit, seemed to be integrated into the universe, and she could sense the movement of the universe. Long Fei sat in front of the computer equipment and looked at the data, while Yu Yangchun and Tao Xiang stood by and watched. The data shows that Li Xiang's mental sensing ability, space sensing ability, etc., in terms of the level set by Long Fei, each item is at least above B. Okay. After Rika's test was over, Momoka personally took off the spiritual device crown for her younger sister. Long Fei discovered that Li Xiang's sense of crisis was A, and Tao Xiang's was B. It seems that the film at that time has proved that the younger sister's sense of crisis is higher than that of her elder sister. Long Fei told Yu Yanchun to take Li Xiang away first. Next, what are your plans? Long Fei asked Tao Xiang. If possible, I'd like to take my sister back to the Jupiter Federation to see how my hometown has become. I really can't help you with this right now. Can Songlai send us there? It's my parents' home country. It's a pity that the Songlai country has perished more than 20 years ago. The original space colony of this country has become a colony of the Garth Empire. Tao Xiang was speechless for a while. She didn't know what to do next. Songlai country was not only his parents' hometown country, but also the country where she was born. Where are your parents? Are they still in the Jupiter Federation? Tao Xiang shook her head. My parents died in a work accident. Sorry to bring back bad memories. Fine. Is your sister born in the Jupiter Federation? Well, her parents died shortly after she was born. Then do you have any relatives? There should be none. Well, you and your sister will stay here for a while, and I can arrange some work for you. Okay, thank you. Long Fei got up and left the mental test room. Wait a minute. Tao Xiang stopped Long Fei. What's wrong? I heard that modern people live longer than before. Can my sister and I accept such an operation to prolong our life? Actually, it's not an operation. You just need to inject the life-extending medicine. Your request is very simple, and I can arrange it. Assault Dagger MS has gradually become the main service Mississippi in many poor and weak countries. In the aspect of destroying pirates and rebels, Strike Dagger MS has made great military exploits. Many related media magazines. What is the charm of Chafong Strike Dagger MS? It can make so many countries rush to buy it, and it performed very well after it was put into actual combat. The military personnel of many relevant countries interviewed had a very high evaluation of the Strike Dagger MS, which is cheap, easy to maintain, and easy to operate. And many MS drivers can not only drive the Strike Dagger MS to deal with other MS. In addition to considerable advantages, it can also gain advantages against fighter planes. The interview also indirectly promoted the Strike Dagger MS. Many countries that were colonized in the 6th District, countries that had already purchased Assault Dagger mobile suits, increased their purchases, and countries that had not yet purchased Assault Dagger mobile suits also began to scramble to purchase them. The border areas of the 6th District colony, such as the 7th District and some countries or organizations in the 5th District, have also begun to pay attention to the short-term MS of the Assault and are investigating the development company of the Assault Dagger. What kind of technology can be developed so well? MS. The war in the colonies of District 7 is in full swing. More and more countries have joined the war. Originally, it was only the countries of democracy and monarchy that fought each other. Other systems also joined the war, such as the Warlord system, family system, etc. war. The colonial war in District 7 is known as a war between the Democratic camp and other camps. Due to the war in the colony of the 7th District, countless people fled to the colonies in other districts, and a small part of them fled to the earth. When there are two countries in the colony of District 7 in conflict, one is a democracy and the other is a warlord. The name of the democratic country is Laos, and the warlord's country is called Kurs. Originally, the suppression of the Bellis country in the country of Kezer had already shown signs of failure. The leader of the country of Kezer had no choice but to use a large amount of gold reserves and valuables to buy it from a country that was also a warlord in the 6th District. A bunch of Assault Dagger MS. As a result, the Assault Dagger mobile suits adopted by the state of Kezer suppressed the Flying Wolf mobile suits and Raptor fighters adopted by the Wanluo Federation state in the Lost state. Moreover, in several major battles, the Strike Dagger MS won all the victories, turning defeat into victory for the country of Kezer, which was already on the verge of defeat. Not only to take back the lost colonies, but also to occupy several colonies in the country of Laos. The country of Kezer turned defeat into victory, which surprised many countries in the 7th District. Since a country that was about to be defeated it turned defeat into victory by relying on a mobile suit. This made many countries participating in the battle want to know what kind of mobile suit is so powerful. In order to be able to destroy the opponent, the country of Khazar even seized a lot of property from the colonies it occupied and bought the assault dagger MS at a high price from other countries in the 6th district. As time progressed, the country of Los was destroyed. In the colony of District 7, from the beginning of the war to the present, no country has been destroyed. However, a warlord country purchased the MS of the colony of District 6, which in turn caused the Democratic Country Camp to lose a member. A blow to the morale of the Democratic Camp. The war in the colonies of District 7 is still going on, and as time goes on, more countries will be drawn into the vortex of war. Long Fei is in a fleet today. The fleet has 3 destroyers and 3 frigates. The task of Long Fei's fleet is to find the pirate group. Finding the pirate group is not an entrustment from any client. If Long Fei wants to test the Zero Gundam, he wants to know whether the solar furnace installed in the Gundam is as good as the original one. Of course, there is also the Gemini Gundam that needs to be tested, and the pilots of the Gemini brothers are the 2 sisters Joya. The Yuanzu Gundam number 4 and number 5, which were originally driven by the 2 sisters, have been sealed up now. As more and more Gundams are developed and manufactured, the Yuanzu Gundam and Unit 4 and Unit 5 have been officially sealed up. The storage of Yuanzu Gundam number 6 has also been put on the agenda. As long as a new Gundam is developed and manufactured, it will enter the storage warehouse. The reason why these Gundams entered the storage warehouse is mainly because Joya and the others have improved their strength and skills day by day after fighting for a long time, and the Yuanzu Gundams can no longer keep up with their reactions. Originally, Li Jiaming wanted to devolve these Gundams and arrange for the captain of the elite team to be the captain machine. But when Long Fei took out the blueprints of Baishir and MK2, Li Jiaming immediately gave up his idea, and Long Fei had long planned to seal up these Gundams. Earlier, Li Jiaming felt that the development and manufacture of Baishir was enough, because judging from the data of the 2, there was not much difference in performance between the 2, and Baishir had a powerful mega particle cannon. It was not until Long Fei took out the blueprint of the G-Defender and merged the MK2 and G-Defender to make a new design. Although the appearance has not changed, the performance has been improved. It is named MK2G, not only has a very high propulsion speed in addition, it can fly even in a place with a gravity environment like the Earth. Only then did Li Jiaming change his mind and decided to develop and manufacture Baishir and MK2G. Long Fei discussed matters with the captain in the bow command room. It has been a week since we set off, and the pirate group has not been found yet. If we continue walking, we will be at the junction of the 6th and 7th districts of the colony. Within these 48 hours, if the pirate group can no longer be found, they will return to the mother base. Captain, what do you think is that? Long Fei pointed to a fleet captured remotely on the screen. Boss, this is the fleet from the Uya Cross country in the Earth Circle. You can tell by the flags they hang. The largest ship in the center of the fleet is probably the ship that is used by important figures from that country. Long Fei looked at the flag on the screen. The flag of the Uya Cross country was a golden cross with a pair of white wings surrounding the golden cross. Long Fei remembered that the Uya Cross country was in Europe, and almost 70% of the European area was within the Uya Cross country's sphere of influence. Long Fei remembered that this country was considered one of the most powerful countries in the Earth Circle, and it was as famous as the Russian Soviet Republic, the Hanxia Empire, the United States, the Nanyang Alliance, the South American Allies, the Great African United Front, and the Saudi Middle East Camp. These countries will be called the powerful countries in the Earth Circle, except that some small countries form alliances with other small countries to form a powerful combat force based on the principle that less plus less equals more. The most important thing is that these countries or alliances above can become powerful forces before the Earth, mainly owning orbital elevators. Countries without orbital elevators either attach to these forces as vassal states and pay an annual usage fee to share the orbital elevators, or pay a considerable amount of taxes every month, and the countries and companies involved can still use the orbital elevators, send the goods to the universe by hand, and make transactions with the countries in the colonial circle. The Uya Cross country is a country governed by religion, and the leader is the Pope. The Uya Cross Country uses religion to govern the country and advocates peace. Since the establishment of the Uya Cross Country, it has not initiated a war on its own initiative and is a peaceful country. The Uya Crusaders have always maintained neutrality and have not allied with any country. Why did the Uya Cross Country come here? Long Fei said, propping his chin with his right hand. Recently, the colonial war in District 7 has been expanding more and more, and it is about to spread to other colonial areas. The Uya Cross Country probably sent people to preach peace. I hope that no country will join the war again, causing people to lose their lives. Don't let the people lose homeland, said the captain sitting next to him. It is said that the colonies in the 7th district are basically all the countries that have become one, and the people of many countries have fled to other colonies in order to avoid the war. Well, yes, boss. It's just that more and more colonial countries are announcing that they can no longer take in refugees. Later, many refugees went to the Earth Circle, and most of them went to the Uya Cross Country. I heard that the Uya Cross Country it has taken in more than 3 million refugees, and it is said that those refugees are from different countries. Having taken in so many refugees from different countries, will these refugees fight because of different countries and because of the hatred of their families and countries? There are such things happening, and they happen one after another, which troubles the Uya Cross Country very much. And it is said that there are also many refugees who cause troubles and crimes in the local area. It is estimated that they came to promote peace this time mainly because they hope that the war will not happen. Continue to expand. Otherwise, successive refugees will flood into the Uya Cross Country, and the refugees will seriously affect their economy and destroy public order. Uya Cross Country really loves to be a saint, and as a result, unnecessary problems occurred in its own country. If I were the leader of the country, I would not accept a single refugee. Whichever country caused refugees, I would let that country be responsible. The captain didn't speak, but the expression on his face agreed with what Long Face said. The spaceship of the largest ship in the center of the Uya Crusader space fleet. Aina, the saint of the Uya Cross Country, is wearing a pure white saintess costume, and a white lace scarf wraps her beautiful golden hair, peerless and beautiful facial features, a pair of bright blue eyes, and a slender figure. At this time, the body sat weakly on the seat, with clenched fists in both hands. Unwilling tears flowed in his eyes, and he looked out of the window with disappointment on his face. Standing behind him was a guard wearing a knight uniform. He knew why the Saint Aina had such an expression. They came to the country of Apak, a country that promotes democracy, freedom, and human rights. When the saint came here, besides meeting with the leaders of the local country, she was also promoting peace. I hope that there will be no war, and I hope that the country of Apak will not join the war in the 7th colony. It's a pity that although the leadership of the Apak kingdom agrees with the saint's peaceful advocacy, the current war is to overthrow the tyranny of dictatorship for the sake of equality, democracy, and peace for all. This war is a just war. The just battle these people talk about is actually just an excuse to beautify it. In the final analysis, it is just an action for their own political career, and it is also for the benefactors and capitalists behind them. War not only allows arms dealers to make a lot of money, but capitalists who hold a large amount of food can also take the opportunity to hoard food and then sell it at a high price, earning countless benefits. These are the industrial chains of endless benefits. In the final analysis, it is always the common people who suffer. No matter what the system is, the common people are leeks or domestic animals. The black-haired male knight sighed behind the saint. Oh, Your Majesty, the war can no longer be stopped, and the common people who don't want to live a peaceful and stable life, those in power and capitalists don't care peace, as long as there are benefits, no matter how many people are sacrificed. Aina turned her head to look at the black-haired male knight and asked, John, is it so difficult for countries to coexist peacefully? John didn't know how to answer for a while. He really didn't want to hit the saint with the truth. He understood that the Holy Maiden wanted peace, because the Holy Maiden was a victim of war before. She lost her parents when she was a child and was adopted by the Pope as an adopted daughter. The Holy Maiden has always wanted peace. Because the Holy Maiden understands the suffering of war better than anyone else, the Holy Maiden does not want any more wars and suffering people who have lost their loved ones. Aina saw the silent John, and she knew that John didn't want to hit her, so Aina could only look down at her white and tender hands, thinking, why? Hey John, how is Her Majesty's mood? A female voice came from John's earphone communication device. John was silent and did not answer. Hey, it seems that Her Majesty is in a bad mood if you don't answer. The girl's distressed voice came from the earphone. John didn't answer by default. Why are you so good at coaxing people? You go. John retorted directly. Suddenly, the door of the saint's room was pushed open, and a soldier reported to Her Majesty and John in a panic. Your Majesty, Sir John, it's not good. Our fleet has been attacked by a group of pirates. The number of them is huge, at least 5 times larger than ours. Aina got up immediately and went to the bow command room, followed by John. A red-haired woman in a knight uniform looked at the radar and frowned. She couldn't believe how such a huge pirate group appeared, and the target was them. Didn't they know that they were from the Uya Cross country? Space Fleet. The door of the bow command room opened, and Aina and John entered the command room. Yuffie, tell me the current situation? Aina asked the red-haired female knight. Your Highness, at first we issued a warning to inform our forces, but the pirate group ignored our forces and still rushed towards us. For this reason, I have issued all MS and fighter planes to attack the aggressive pirates. At this moment, John snorted coldly and said, Humph, I think the pirate group is actually those arms dealers paying for people to pretend to be the pirate group, and the purpose is Her Royal Highness. Aina and the others looked at John suspiciously. John explained, His Royal Highness has been preaching peace in various countries. Isn't this a move for the interests of those arms dealers? It's no wonder that arms dealers don't hate Her Royal Highness. These pirate groups sent maybe some criminal organizations. Or the mercenary group is pretending, and the target is Her Royal Highness. Either kill it or capture it alive. Aina closed her eyes in pain. Her preaching of peace actually aroused the dissatisfaction of the arms dealer. Master Billy, we have already fought the spaceship fleet of the Uya Cross country. A blue-haired young man reported the current situation to the middle-aged man on the screen in a respectful tone. The middle-aged man said in a cold tone, Sock, you should know what to do. It is related to our interests. This woman is too in the way. The subordinate understands. Then the screen went black, and Sock began to march to mobilize troops. In order to deceive the public, a small number of the mobile suits and fighters sent are second-line mobile suits and fighters from some big countries, or most of them are refitted from engineering. On the surface, it looks like a weapon used by pirates. In fact, these mobile suits and fighters have been modified to improve a lot of performance. The performance is close to the performance of mobile suits and fighters in service in the front line of some big countries. What's going on? Why are the performance of these old MS so powerful? Here is suppressed, ask for support. No, our defense here is about to collapse. The Saint MS and Pegasus fighters of the Uya Cross country were completely suppressed. Every pilot really didn't understand that the MS and fighters of the pirate group were older than them, so why they could be suppressed. The Saints and Knights in the command room of the main ship looked at the current battle situation, and they were currently in a very unfavorable situation. Joseph, Bach, and Kuhn will fly the Pegasus 2 fighter jets, and Juan and Bella will fly the Saint MS. Yuffie gave the attack order to his subordinates. After the 5 subordinate knights saluted the knights, they immediately walked out of the command room to fight. On the other side, the fleet where Long Fei was in found the pirate group attacking the Uya Crusaders' space fleet. Long Fei piloted the Zero Gundam. Zhouya's sisters piloted the Gemini Brothers machine, and some GM2 MSs and Dagger series MSs followed. Play. The goal is to deal with the pirate group and test Gundam and other MS. Oh, is this the new MS and fighter jets of the Uya Cross country? I thought that the country's armaments had stopped for 30 years without any progress. It turns out that there are still new MS and fighter jets being developed. I underestimated you guys. Sock looking at the current situation on the big screen. However, only relying on a few new mobile suits and fighter jets will not be able to reverse your established defeat. On the battlefield, although the Uya Crusaders sent out new mobile suits and fighter jets, they shot down more than a dozen pirate regiment mobile suits and fighter jets, temporarily boosting morale. No, my energy here is almost exhausted. I have to go back to the ship. Joseph, what's going on? Answer quickly. Bach immediately asked via communication. Damn it, Joseph, he was shot down. Kuhn's scream came from the communication. Bach knew that the two companions had been shot down. Bach looked at the remaining bombs on the instrument table, and the energy was almost exhausted. Bach could only control his fighter and return to the space mothership. The Saint Seiya MS driven by Juan and Bella is not much better. Bella controls the Saint MS, holds a laser cannon, and a beam cannon swallows many MS and fighter planes of the pirate group at once, bursting out a lot of fireworks continuously in an instant. This beam cannon left little energy left for the Saint MS. There's not much energy left. Juan, cover me. There was no response from Juan in the communication. Bella looked at the radar instrument and said, damn it, Juan has been shot down. The Saint Aina looked at the radar display and listened to the report. Joseph, Juan and others had died in battle, and the Saint shed tears. The dead Joseph and the others were childhood sweethearts of Aina who lived together when she was a child. Bach Knight has returned to the mother ship and is resupplying. Knight Bella is on his way back and is besieged by pirate mobile suits and fighter jets. Let the other MS and fighters cover Bella and break out of the encirclement. Yuffie immediately gave the order. She did this because she didn't want to see Aina being sad again. She also hoped that her childhood sweethearts who grew up together when she was a child would not let anyone die in battle. The Saint Seiya MS that Bella is controlling at this time has already had one leg broken by the blast, and the energy of the Saint Seiya MS is about to run out. She dare not make a slight counterattack, and fires a beam gun, which may directly cut off the power of the Saint Seiya MS. Bella was very anxious at this time. Although she was covered by her colleagues and rushed out of the siege, the number of pirates was too large. Bella's anxiety also caused her to make mistakes. A pirate MS was holding a light beam and stabbing at her with a sword. Bella didn't have time to dodge the lever. She could only watch the beam saber of the pirate MS heading straight towards her screen. Bella opened her eyes wide. She didn't close her eyes and wait for death, but she opened her eyes wide, remembering the pirate MS who killed her. Suddenly, a red light beam directly penetrated the cockpit of the pirate MS, stabbing at her with a beam saber. In an instant, the pirate MS exploded directly, forming a cloud of fireworks. Then several red light beams directly penetrated the MS and fighter jets and turned into clusters of fireworks. Bella looked along the source of the light beam and saw an unknown mobile suit emitting cyan particles. What's going on? Where did the MS come from? Why didn't the radar warn? My radar is out. Mine too. Whether it is the Ouya Cross Country or the pirate group, they were shocked by the sudden MS. Could this be the Super MS Gundam boasted by the colony in District 6? Sok rubbed his chin and looked at the Zero Gundam on the screen. Then, mobile suits such as Gemini Brothers and Gym 2 appeared on the screen one after another. It seems that the three MSs with a pair of antennas are Gundams, and the others are ordinary MSs. The Gundam that emits cyan particles will affect the radar and sensors, but no matter what your goals are, you can't change the situation. Sok talked to himself, and then gave the order to prepare for the second quarter. Is this reinforcement? Aina asked everyone. Everyone shook their heads, and no one knew where the reinforcements came from. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Long Fei controls the Zero Gundam and counts the number every time he shoots down a MS or fighter plane. Basically, it is 100 shots and one shot down a target. Zhona drove the number 1 Gemini aircraft, and her sister, Zhoya, drove the number 2 aircraft. The two sisters adopted the tactics of walking and covering fire. 1 minute into the battle, the two sisters shot down a total of 52 milliseconds in fighters, nearly one every second. Sister, the boss is really powerful. The performance of the Zero Gundam is not as good as that of the Gemini. The boss shot down nearly 30 MS and fighters in 1 minute alone. To be honest, the boss's driving skills are actually better than ours. The purpose of the boss's test of the Zero Gundam is just to test the practicality of the solar furnace. Sister, boss, will you develop a Gundam dedicated to the solar furnace next? Definitely will. The Zero Gundam dragged a long trail of cyan particles, shooting while flying. The test of the Zero Gundam is good, and then we can develop the Goddess of Justice and the Goddess of Judgment. The unknown Ms. troops have shot down more than 200 of our fighter planes and MS, and nearly half of them were shot down by 3 Gundams. Sok frowned, listening to the announcer's report. I didn't expect Gundam to be as powerful as the rumors boasted. When Sok looked at the screen, he suddenly jumped up from the seat. The picture on the screen showed that the Gemini brothers' machine had changed, and a layer of blue floodlight covered the machine body. What exactly is going on? Long Fei ordered Zhouya to activate the PX system. After Sister Zhouya turned on the PX system, her brain felt empty. The trajectories of all the airframes and fighters in front of the screen seemed to slow down, but her own reactions became faster. Make any response. The blue-lighted Gemini brothers flew at an extremely fast speed, leaving afterimages and exploding fireballs on the trajectory they passed. During the battle, the 2 sisters could even predict the target's next move and take a preemptive attack. Shooting with a beam gun in one hand and a beam saber in the other, the sword cut the body and fighter in half as it passed. In less than 2 minutes, the 2 sisters had harvested a large number of targets and had become the god of death on the battlefield. The pirate pilots wailed. No matter if it was a MS or a fighter plane, every pilot was unwilling to get close to the Gemini brothers, and wherever the Gemini brothers ran, the pirate pilots immediately withdrew from the area. Because no one wants to fight death. Sok looked at the battlefield situation on the screen. The situation that was originally stable was reversed by this group of unknown troops. Sok didn't want the plan to fail and immediately ordered the second phase of the attack. Numerous airships ejected from the pirate fleet and many refitted ships, aiming at the space fleet of the Uya Crusaders, so that the suppressing troops of the airships can enter the spaceships to carry out suppression. Nearly 3 minutes after the PX system was turned on for the Gemini brother machine, the system automatically shut down, and the Gemini brother machine returned to its original state. At this moment, Sister Zhouya felt that her empty brain had returned to a normal state, and those tracks where MS and fighter planes could be seen could no longer be seen. The 2 sisters were a little out of breath and a little tired physically and mentally. At this time, the image of Long Fei appeared on the screen in the cockpit of the 2 sisters. Are you all right? We're fine. PX system, what do you think? Zhou Yaxin replied. It's a very good system. The whole brain seems to be clear. You can even see the trajectories of all mobile suits and fighters. Even our reactions have become very fast, and we can respond immediately. Zhou Na went on to say. Even our body's reaction becomes very fast, and the overall performance of the body suddenly improves, and we feel that we are integrated with the body, but after the system is turned off, we feel a little tired. The advantage of the PX system is that it can allow the driver and the body to exceed the limit within 3 minutes, and even allow the driver's thinking and reaction to exceed the limit, and even make predictable actions. It cannot be turned on. If the driver's status cannot return to normal, the PX system cannot be activated, but the important point is that if there is any problem with the body, the PX system cannot be activated. Both are indispensable. If one is missing, the PX system will unable to open. The 3 of them fought while communicating. At this moment, Long Fei discovered that countless airships were flying towards the space fleet of the Uya cross-country. Saint MS and Pegasus fighters are trying their best to attack these airships. These airships rush into the spaceship like death squads, and if they capture the command room or capture important people, they will be able to declare victory. Long Fei thought in his heart. Several airships flew in front of Zero Gundam. Heh! Long Fei sneered and pressed the button. Zero Gundam fired beam rays continuously, directly destroying those airships and turning them into bursts of fireworks. Boss, the captain of the Uya Crusader spaceship has asked us to shoot down all the airships of the pirate regiment. The captain of a MS team sent a message to Long Fei. Leave them alone and do our business. Yes. Several other airships flew past Zero Gundam, only to be blasted by Zero Gundam with beam rifles. Long Fei saw on the screen on the right that several pirate airships rushed into the hangar door where the main ship of the Uya cross-country space fleet was blasted. Long Fei looked at the current battle situation again. The remaining MS and fighters of the pirate group would all be wiped out in a while. Long Fei looked at the battle suit he was wearing again, Spartan battle uniform. This was an improved battle suit from the armored war uniform. It is a combat uniform designed for special individual combat units and ace MS drivers. It can fight in harsh environments and vacuum environments. It is much more ideal than armored combat uniforms in resisting beam attacks. Long Phase Controller, Zero Gundam, came to the main ship of the Uya cross-country space fleet, whose hangar gate was blown up. He saw many corpses floating in the hangar from the camera. Long Fei took out the individual weapon box in the cockpit, opened the box, found a pulse submachine gun, a pistol, several clips, a flash bomb, a flying explosive bomb, a military dagger, and 2 doses of healing gel solution. Long Fei equipped these weapons behind him, opened the cockpit, and entered the main ship. Escorted by other knights and guards, Saint Aina left the command room. Gun battles erupted at various points within the main ship. Every passage has a corpse lying on the ground. We can't let these pirates break through the line of defense. We must protect the safety of the Saint. The sound of gunfire was endless. Bullet holes were left in the passages, and there was also the sound of explosions. Why are these pirates so powerful? They are like special forces. A crew member with a gunshot wound on his arm leaned against the wound and said, "It's too strong. Just a few pirates shot and killed 8 of us here." "Grenade!" shouted a crew member. Explosions sounded, and screams continued. When the smoke cleared, what was left at the scene were many stumped limbs and broken arms. He was the only crew member with a gunshot wound in his arm. He watched his companion die tragically, and the gun in his hand was out of bullets. He watched 3 pirates walk up to him, and one of them pointed a pistol at his head. "Oh!" There was a scream, and the injured crew member opened his eyes and saw one of the pirates lying on the ground, with blood flowing from his chest. The remaining pirates had already taken cover immediately. Then another pirate let out a muffled groan, blood spilled from his neck, fell to the ground, twitched a few times and died. The last pirate was holding a rifle and guarding the surroundings in horror. The injured crew member, looking at the pirates guarding all around, suddenly turned his head 180 degrees and then collapsed directly on the ground. The injured crew member was very frightened at this time. He was worried that he would be the next one, because those pirates suddenly died for no apparent reason. After a period of time, he didn't have any abnormalities. Except for him, there were a group of corpses, limbs, arms, and injured crew members. They immediately prayed, "God bless, the Lord must have appeared." Gunshots rang out one after another. One side wanted to catch the target Saint Aina, and the other had to protect the Saint Aina. A grenade was thrown at Saint Aina's side. The explosion of the grenade sent a violent electric current. In an instant, the violent electric current directly paralyzed the troops protecting Saint Aina. "John, quickly! Take! The Saint! The Saint! Go away!" Yuffie was so shocked that his hair was raised, and his whole body was shaking. He still called John, "Quickly take the Saint away." Before, John's reaction was quicker, and he threw the Saint down, and the 2 were spared from being shocked by the electric current. When John saw that the other companions were paralyzed and fell to the ground, he immediately picked up the Saint and fled immediately. "Stop and hand over the Saint, or they will die." Several pirates held guns to other people's heads, and John looked at Yuffie as he was held to the head with a gun. "John, leave me alone. Take the Saint away." Bang! There was a gunshot, and the bullet hit Yuffie's thigh. "Ah!" Yuffie screamed. John wanted to leave Yuffie and the others behind and continue to leave the scene with the Saint. A man who seemed to be the little leader of these pirates slowly walked up to John and the girl Aina and said, "What you just said was a warning. If you don't obey, you will blow your head off." The Saint Aina looked at her childhood sweetheart. In order to protect her from a desperate situation, Aina bit her lip and walked forward. Seeing Her Majesty's actions, John wanted to stop him, but there was a random gunshot, and a bullet pierced his thigh. John knelt on the ground, covering the wound with his painful hands. Seeing this, the Saint Aina immediately stood in front of John, with her hands open. "Don't hurt them anymore. I'll go with you." "Okay." The little boss immediately contacted the command room, and the Saint Aina had been captured, and then the little boss ordered the Saint Aina to stop her troops from resisting. "John, tell the troops to stop resisting." John wanted to refuse, but seeing the resolute eyes of the Saint, he could only grit his teeth and immediately ordered the command room to make all the troops stop resisting. The little boss received the communication and said to the Saint, "Let another of your troops support you and stop attacking immediately." The Saint Aina looked a little embarrassed. The little boss was a little impatient. He directly grabbed the collar of Saintess Aina and ordered, "Tell that army to stop attacking immediately. We don't know where that army came from, but they came to help us all of a sudden." Aina could only tell the truth. Are you lying to a 3-year-old? Which army in this world would do volunteer work like this, helping people who have nothing to do with it? Of course my troops don't do volunteer work. We're just testing our new MS. Who? The little boss looked around in all directions. Some pirates looked towards the source of the sound, but there was no one there. A pirate uttered a voice, covering his throat with his hands, and blood spilled from his fingers. Then, another pirate turned his head 180 degrees. Immediately afterwards, another pirate uttered a scream, then knelt down on the ground, and a military dagger suddenly appeared from his heart. The successive emergencies made everyone at a loss for a while. The little boss immediately held the saint hostage and threatened, "Who is it? Show me immediately, or I will kill her." The remaining pirates also immediately backed to protect each other. "Even if you killed her, it has nothing to do with me." Immediately afterwards, the military dagger stuck in the heart of the pirate's corpse suddenly bounced off and flew directly to another pirate, stabbing him in the head. This made the other pirates terrified, and then a burst of bright light dazzled the eyes of everyone present. The screams and gunshots ebbed and flowed with each other. Just when the little boss's eyesight returned to normal, he saw all his subordinates directly killed on the ground. Seeing that the little boss did not hold the saint hostage, John quickly reminded the saint. "Saint, run." John asked the saint to run. The saint wanted to run away, but the little boss reacted quickly and immediately held her hostage and held her head with a gun. "Reveal me immediately, or I'll kill him immediately." The little boss shouted hysterically. "It's okay if you want me to show up. Play a game. Guess where I am standing. Is it behind you or in front of you? If you guess correctly, I will show up." The little boss was a little frightened, swallowed, and said, You are behind me." "Wrong guess, goodbye." With a gunshot, a bullet hole exploded in the forehead of the little boss, blood sprayed out, and part of the blood hit the saint's clothes. A part of the blood floated like it was stained with something. Then, everyone saw that the floating blood seemed to be swept away and stuck to the wall. Immediately, a figure appeared, and it was a black battle armor. "TSK, the invisibility time is over. The invisibility time is a bit short. I have to go back and study and improve it," Long Fei said to himself. Saintess Aina tilted her head, looking at the black armored warrior with puzzled eyes. Long Fei glanced at the saint in front of him, turned, and left the scene. Yuffie immediately picked up the pistol and asked Long Fei, "Who are you?" After Long Fei took a look at Yu Fei, he continued to leave the scene. "Stop, or I'll shoot." Long Fei didn't take it seriously at all. The pistol in Yuffie's hand couldn't shoot through his Spartan uniform at all. "Yuffie, put the gun down." "But, Your Highness the Holy Maiden, this is an order." "Yes." Yuffie could only obey the order, but her eyes were still wary of Long Fei. Once he made any move, she would shoot immediately. "Please wait a moment. Please stay, Mr. Black Knight." Aina immediately chased after him. Long Fei stopped and turned to look at the beautiful woman running towards him. He remembered that people called her a saint, and it seemed that she was in existence second only to the Pope in the Uya Cross country. "What's up?" "Thank you, Lord Black Knight, for your rescue. Aina can't give you anything in return." Aina thanked her. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not saving you. I'm just testing our weapons." Anyway, Aina would still like to thank the Black Knight. "I can't imagine the consequences without you." At this time, other crew members came to the scene, armed with rifles, and seeing Long Fei wearing a black armor suit, they immediately aimed their guns at Long Fei. "Put down the gun immediately. Don't be rude to the Black Knight." Aina immediately ordered the crew. The crew immediately looked at each other and could only obediently put down their guns. Aina saw that Long Fei was about to leave the scene and ordered the crew to make way for him to leave. John and Yuffie came down behind the Saint Aina with the support of others. When Long Fei walked a few steps, he heard the communication from the headset. Long Fei turned his head and said, "Your Highness, please let your people stay away from my MS. Otherwise, my people will attack, and I don't know how serious it is." "Okay." Seeing the gunshot wounds of John and Yuffie, Long Fei directly threw 2 doses of healing gel to Aina. It's enough to inject directly next to their wounds. Long Fei turned and left the scene after speaking. Would you like to give it an injection? This. Yuffie hesitated. I'll try it. John wanted to try it. A crew member injected the healing gel directly next to John's wound. John, who was in pain from the gunshot wound, felt a cold and itchy wound after the injection. Then, under the full attention of everyone, the bullet in the wound shot out of the wound directly from the wound, and then some blood infected by bacteria came out of the wound. In the end, the wound solidified, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, the wound gradually healed. After the wound healed, John stretched out his hand to wipe the previous wound, and found that there was not even a scar. John stretched out and kicked, but found that there was no pain, and then raised his hand to hit the wound just now. That pain. I'm completely healed, John said to everyone with a shocked face, and stretched out his hand to pinch his face, and found that his face would hurt. He was really not dreaming. Quick, give me an injection. Yuffie immediately asked the crew to help her inject the healing gel. The same situation happened to Yuffie. Everyone couldn't believe it. Where did this medical black technology come from? The treatment gel is an emergency medicine developed by Long Fei, referring to medical nanomachines. After Long Fei entered the cockpit of the Zero Gundam, he activated the Zero Gundam. With a beep, the post-war report came. None of our mobile suits were shot down, but 3 mobile suits suffered moderate or less damage. With such a result, Long Fei was quite satisfied. Then, Long Fei and his troops returned to the fleet. On the other hand, Sok reported his failure to his superiors. I'm very sorry, Lord Billy. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and asked Thok to give a reason. Sok gave a detailed explanation of the cause of a mysterious army's participation in the war. Gundam? The rumored Super MS in the 6th District. I have heard of this. It is rumored that it has the performance of stopping 100. I thought it was an exaggeration, but it seems to be true. Billy rubbed his chin and said to himself language. Swoke lowered his head, not daring to express anything. Sok, the original plan was that you were well prepared, and you still failed. It stands to reason that you have to raise your head to apologize, but the sudden appearance of Gundam suddenly joined the battle, which was unexpected by everyone. The situation of your failure in this battle, excuse me. Suka let go of his hanging heart. He thought that the punishment waiting for him was not to die, and his family would have to shed a layer of skin. Then Billy went on to say, death crimes can be avoided, but life crimes cannot be escaped. Sok will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Find out the origin of Gundam for me. Find out who developed it, and then come up with a plan for me. Plan, how to steal Gundam's technology or capture the developer. Yes, Lord Billy. Then the screen went black. Sok touched the cold sweat on his forehead and immediately ordered the fleet to leave this area. Boss, the Ouya cross-country spaceship has requested communication from us. Do you want to discuss something with us? Captain Bruce reported to Long Fei. Captain Blue, you can discuss with them directly. I will not interfere. Yes. Hello. I'm the person in charge of the fleet, Captain Bruce. Bruce looked at John on the screen. Hello. I am John, the left knight guard of Her Majesty the Holy Maiden. Mr. John, I don't know what you want to discuss with me in your request for communication. It's like this. We appreciate the strength displayed by your fleet. We also found that the signal information sent by your fleet is the Tianyi mercenary group. I would like to ask if you accept our request. I don't know what kind of entrusted work Mr. John wants to give us. Captain Blue became energetic when he heard the entrusted work. We would like to invite Captain Bruce's fleet to us to the space colony in the 7th area. Our daily costs 100 million Earth Circle coins. If there is a battle, Captain Bruce's fleet will have any losses. Captain Blue can reimburse us, and we are willing to pay extra. Captain Blue frowned. The colony in District 7 is now in constant war. Although the price offered by the other party is higher than 100 million Earth Circle coins, it can be exchanged for 500 million Colonial Circle coins. The additional conditions are not bad, but with his situation with such a large scale, once battles take place every day, it is estimated that his fleet may be overwhelmed for a week or so. I'll have to ask my superiors about this. No problem. Oh, by the way, can our space fleet come to the side of Captain Bruce's fleet? Of course, we also request your fleet to protect us. We will stay where we are for a while, daily guards. We are willing to give 50 million Earth Circle coins. This is fine. Put the money into this account. The account number is 8. Captain Bruce, seeing that the money had been remitted to the designated account, ordered the Ouya Crusaders space fleet to come near his fleet for protection. Captain Bruce immediately reported the matter to Long Fei. When Long Fei knew about this, he felt a little headache. The 7th District colony is now in such a mess, God knows if it will encounter some attacks. Although the space fleet of the Eurasian cross-country is advocating peace and asking all countries to cease fighting, it is hard to guarantee that there will be some people who want to destroy them. Long Fei asked Captain Blue to contact Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming and asked him to discuss with several other upper-level personnel to see if he would accept the entrustment. An hour later, Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming contacted Captain Blue and told them that they could accept the entrustment, but he had to arrange a larger fleet for escort. Moreover, Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming even instructed Captain Bruce to do one thing. Captain Bruce immediately contacted the other party. "Mr. John, we accept your commission, but we have to pay more." "Captain Bruce, can you tell me how much you want?" "The additional conditions remain the same, but what about the daily guard fee of 200 million Earth Circle coins?" John readily agreed. "Then, please leave Mr. John's fleet in this area for a few days, and we will send a larger fleet to it." "No problem." A few days later, Albion 1 and 2 MiS motherships, 12 destroyers, 10 frigates, and 4 supply ships formed a fleet and arrived at the scene. Captain Bruce's fleet returned directly to the mother base, and the Gemini brothers, piloted by Sister Zhouya, sailed into the hangar of the Albion No. 1 MiS mothership, and Long Fei entered Albion in an airship No. 1 MS mothership. Why didn't Long Fei return to the mother base with Captain Blue's fleet, but instead joined the escorting fleet? The main reason is that Long Fei wants to see what kind of chaos the 7th District colony is in. He wants to see it with his own eyes. If there is a battle, he will drive other Gundams to fight. The leader of the fleet is Colonel Shrek, who is also the captain of the Albion 1 MiS mothership. The codename of the fleet is called Guardian Fleet. At this time, the Guardian Fleet surrounds the Ouya Crusader space fleet and is responsible for protecting the employer's journey to the 7th District colony. In the hangar, Long Fei looked at the Gemini brothers, Strike, Aegis, Storm, Heavy Gunner, GP-04, and Z Gundam. The Z Gundam was developed at the same time as the Strike Gundam, but after the development and manufacture of the two were completed, they both went to different areas for testing on the battlefield. The Albion 2 mothership does not have any Gundams. They are all Short Sword Series MS. Long Fei received a report from Li Jiaming's commander-in-chief and informed him that Baishur and MK-2G have officially started development and manufacturing. Once they are put into actual combat testing and there are no problems, mass production will begin. Long Fei leaned against the railing and thought about the next things. Li Xiuqing, Aviana, and Ku Jiexiong were talking in a small circle. The object of their conversation is Tao Xiang. This woman who came from Jupiter and has just woken up, tested her physical fitness and skills, and found that the longer she drives, the greater the improvement in her mobile suit skills. Possessing the strength of an ace pilot, when Commander Li Jiaming knew about this, he immediately promoted Tao Xiang to be an ace MS pilot. This made many MS pilots very dissatisfied. Many people came back from the battlefield like death. No matter how many missions they completed and how many MS and fighters they shot down, they could not get the ace qualification. The operating technology is directly upgraded to an ace driver. Many dissatisfied MS drivers have challenged Tao Xiang, and as a result they were defeated by Tao Xiang. Although many challengers were convinced of the defeat, there are still some who are still unhappy with Tao Xiang. Your uncle included Tao Xiang in this mission. What is he trying to do? Aviana asked. I guess I want her to go to actual combat and get good results from the battle, so that those dissatisfied guys can keep their mouths shut. Your uncle directly rejected all the opinions and made that woman the ace driver. To be honest, I am also a little upset. After all, I have won so many battles and completed many tasks. I finally climbed to the ace pilot. The arrangement of MS drivers. Look, that woman has gone to the boss's side. I received a report from Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming. He tried his best to promote you to be an ace MS pilot. This is your first mission. Are you nervous? Yeah. Tao Xiang nodded. Her expression was always a little nervous. She didn't expect that she would have such superb operation skills. In the past on the Jupiter spaceship, She was only the MS for the operation and was responsible for the maintenance work. Tao Xiang didn't expect that after sleeping for so many years, she didn't expect that her MS had changed so much. It could already replace fighters on the battlefield. She even couldn't believe that the Gundam called Super MS was designed and developed by the boss in front of her. You have to relax your mind and body. Don't lose the chain at the critical moment. Yes. By the way, your sister's MS skills are also very good, slightly inferior to Yu Yanchuan's. My sister can't let her go to the playground, Tao Xiang said with a very nervous expression. I didn't say that your sister must go to the battlefield. Whether she can go to the battlefield or not is up to her to decide. You are her sister, but you can't help her make decisions too much. She is a new human being like us, so we can't bury her. Talent. After hearing this, Tao Xiang wanted to refute Long Fei's point of view, but Long Fei stepped forward and said, if she doesn't want to operate MS or go to the battlefield, I won't force her. Tao Xiang was silent for a while. She was actually very worried about her younger sister. Her younger sister's temperament was completely different from before. She used to be optimistic and cheerful, but now she is taciturn. Tao Xiang is very worried about her sister, but she doesn't want to stay in the mother base to be taken care of, so she decides to work for Long Fei to repay his favor for saving their sisters. The younger sister is taken care of by a woman named Yu Baishua. Apart from Yu Yanchun being a new human being with their sisters, his younger sister can also open up to this boy. His older sister Yu Baishua also likes her younger sister, so she asked Yu Baishua to take care of her younger sister. Momoka entered the cockpit of Z Gundam alone and made adjustments. When driving Z Gundam can maintain the best condition. On the other side, Saint Aina wanted to visit the Albion MS mothership, but Colonel Shrek refused. Saintess Aina was a little disappointed. The most disappointed was her two guards, John and Yuffie. They really wanted to know where this mercenary group came from. They had such a powerful military force. They didn't need fighter jets. They only needed MS. Annihilating an enemy 5 times their size, especially the performance of the 3 MSs with a pair of antennas, made them even more incredible. Yu Fei let his subordinates conduct an investigation and found out that it was a Tianyi group from Mijiang, a country that was a colony in the 6th district. A few years ago, a mercenary group and an arms manufacturing company were registered in this country. And then in addition to opening a few branches, they also opened the Tianyi group, formed by companies named after Tianyi in various industries such as chips, food, and mining. Moreover, in addition to the advanced technology of the arms manufacturing company, the chip, software, and other companies under the group also have very advanced technology. Saint Aina found out that this group does not have a medical company, which made her a little puzzled. The injection treatment gel used to treat John and Yuffie's gunshot wounds is an advanced medical technology. This group, she didn't understand that there was no medical company selling the treatment gel. The Holy Maiden, Aina Liansong, wants to ask Colonel Shrek to convey that he wants to meet with his boss to discuss business, and wants to invite Tianyi Group to invest and start a company in this country, especially the injection that can heal gunshot wounds immediately. This country wants to buy in large quantities. Okay, please wait a moment. Your Highness, I will pass on this matter. After the communication was over, Colonel Shrek immediately notified Long Fei of the matter. Colonel, tell the Saint that the healing gel is not for sale at the moment, because it is still in the actual testing stage. As for other things, you can introduce her to the Commander-in-Chief and the presidents of other companies. Yes, boss. Colonel Shrek did not expect that Long Fei, the boss, turned out to be a hands-off shopkeeper who would do everything by others. Colonel Shrek didn't know that Long Fei appeared to be a handoff shopkeeper. In fact, some important departments such as finance in each company were all from Long Fei. In terms of the company's operation or the transfer of things, Long Fei was actually very clear about it. Chew. As long as the presidents who work for him have no ambiguity and serve him faithfully, Long Fei will try not to interfere too much. Guarded the Ouya Crusaders' space fleet for 3 consecutive days without encountering any attacks. If the mission does not encounter any attack conflicts and complete the mission safely, it is a very good commission for any mercenary group. Colonel Shrek was very satisfied with earning 600 million Earth Circle coins in just 3 days. In the next few days, there would be no conflicts and attacks, and he would continue to earn money. Such entrusted guard work is simply a big business for any mercenary group, and even the losses suffered in battle can be reimbursed. On the 5th day, I came to a colony, a small country called the Rhineman Emirate, one of the few small countries in the colony of the 7th district that was not affected by the war. Stationed in the port of the Rhineman Emirate for repair and supply. Chief Rhineman IV invited the Saint Aina to enter the palace, so that he, the king of a country, could fulfill his friendship as a landlord. The Saint Aina accepted the invitation of Chief Rhineman IV and took John and the guards to the palace by the envoy of Chief Rhineman IV. Colonel Shrek also arranged a team to go with them. In front of the gate of the palace, a salute was fired. Standing in front of the gate, a tall, slightly fat, black-skinned, middle-aged man with a dignified cropped face. He is Chief Rhineman IV. Behind him are the prime ministers, and guards, etc. with their guest of honor. Saint Aina drove to the red carpet in her special car, and the ceremony officer opened the car door for her. Chief Rhineman IV brought his officials to welcome the arrival of the Saint Aina, showed a kind smile, and shook hands with Aina. Welcome, Saintess Aina. Thank you, Chief Rhineman IV, for your warm invitation. After the two were courteous, the chief introduced his officials to the Saint Aina, and Aina shook hands with these officials to say hello. Your Excellency, when I came by car just now, I looked at the environment of your colony. The environment in many areas is similar to that of the earth. There are herdsmen grazing on the grasslands, and farmers are plowing on the agricultural land. The life rhythm of the people in the towns is not fast. Seeing their happy expressions, your country is like a paradise. Chief Rhineman IV showed a bright but helpless smile. Seeing the chief's smile, the Saint Aina thought she had said something wrong and asked worriedly, Your Excellency, did I say something wrong? Oh, what Her Majesty the Holy Maiden said is very correct. In the war-torn area of the colony in District 7, we are a paradise, but because of this, many refugees from various countries affected by the war have also been created, and many of them want to escape. This country, but its economy has always been underdeveloped, and it is really incapable of accepting refugees and rejecting them, which has caused those countries in the democratic camp to vigorously attack and criticize their own country. Saint Aina frowned after hearing this, not because she was blaming the emirate for refusing to take in the refugees, but because she was aggrieved by the emirate for being attacked for no reason. The refugees were not caused by this country, so why should this country be responsible for taking them in? Refugee, your country has been condemned and attacked for no reason by countries in the democratic camp. I hold grievances for your country. Your country has not launched a war nor participated in a war. Your country has the right not to accept refugees. No country has the right to criticize your country. In addition, I found that your country, the country's armaments are only sufficient for national defense, and it is incapable of dispatching an expeditionary force. Thank you, Holy Maiden, for your righteous words. To be honest, it's not just me and the officials who don't want to take in refugees. Most of the people in this country don't want to take in refugees either, for fear of causing unnecessary trouble. It's understandable. The saint not only understands, but also feels that since the Uya Cross country has taken in countless war refugees who fled from the colonies in District 7, it has caused a series of public security and other problems. The heavy locomotive driven by Long Fei was driving on the road, looking at the surrounding environment while driving. Li Xiuqing and the other two special mercenaries were also driving heavy locomotives and followed Long Fei. Long Fei drove to a road and stopped, looking at the grassland in front of him. Although it was a man-made environment, it looked very beautiful. Long Fei saw a few adults holding bamboo poles to graze, commanding the flock, and several children helped the adults to bring the stray lambs back to the flock. Long Fei observed these grazing people. They were all a family, and the family was doing their work happily. Looking at the warm scene, Long Fei also felt a feeling of being in it. Lieutenant Li, I really can't believe that there is such a peaceful and warm picture in the 7th District colony, which is already in turmoil and war. Special Mercenary said to Li Xiuqing. Yeah, it's a paradise. Long Fei continued to drive the heavy locomotive, and Li Xiuqing and the other two special mercenaries continued to follow. Driving to a town, Long Fei and his party parked the heavy locomotive in front of a tea house. Long Fei and the others entered the tea house. The tea house was very lively. The diners were drinking tea and eating snacks and chatting. The whole tea house is full of guests. An African-American black girl waiter came to Long Fei and the others and asked, "I'm sorry for the guests. The seats are full. I wonder if the guests can share the table with others." "Can. Guest, this way please." Under the leadership of the waitress girl, I arrived at a table with 6 chairs, and there were only 2 black diners drinking tea and chatting. "2 guests, I wonder if you would mind giving up the vacant seats to other guests." "Do not mind. Welcome." Long Fei and the others took the empty seats and thanked them. The waiter gave menus to 4 people. After Long Fei looked at the menu, he asked the waitress, "Do you have any special drinks and dishes to introduce here?" "Goat's milk tea and condensed milk hot dishes are our specialty drinks. The specialty dishes are only tea houses, and there are no main dishes, but I can introduce some snacks and desserts to guests." "Okay, let's talk about it. Barbecue wild pork skewers, grilled wild rabbit sausages, coconut bread, fried fruit pancakes, and honey pancakes. What do you guys think of ordering these directly?" Long Fei asked the others. Everyone else had no objections, so Long Fei asked the waiter to serve these dishes and refreshments. Long Fei asked the other 2 locals at the same table, "My name is Long Fei. What do you call the 2 brothers?" The thinner curly-haired man is called Bijo, and the fatter man with the full beard is called Jolene. "Brother, I came here to see the customs of your place. I found that most of the aborigines here are of African descent." Bijwa smiled and said, "Indeed, most of the ancestors of our people here are African continental people from the Earth's circle. It turned out to be like this, but I was very surprised. I really couldn't believe that there was such a paradise in the 7th District colony in the war. We just want to live our own lives. We never thought about war. Our chief also refuses war and just wants to manage the country well." Bijwa shrugged and answered as if I just wanted to live a peaceful life. "Can I ask a question?" "Okay, brother, what do you want to ask?" "That's right. I found that you are such a peaceful place like a paradise. Why didn't those refugees who were injured by the war escape to you for refuge?" Bijwa and Jolene glanced at each other, and Jolene asked, "Brother, listening to you, I don't think you are from the 7th District colony. I am the 6th District, including these 3. It turned out to be like this. It's normal for my brother not to understand this. In fact, it's not that we don't want to take in refugees, but that we are afraid that it will cause unimaginable disasters." "Unimaginable disaster? What's going on?" "Well, in fact, when the war started, some war refugees did flee to other countries. The authorities of many countries kindly took in the refugees, but who would have thought that the refugees would not only cause some security problems, but also I didn't expect that there would be spies from other countries among the refugees to disturb the internal affairs of the country concerned, because the spies were mixed in and incited the local people to conflict with the refugees. And those democratic camps who often talked about human rights would report big events. However, some people in the country involved didn't know what was going on, thinking that their country was really so evil, and they were led by someone with a heart to overthrow the regime, which led to civil strife and civil war in the country. This kind of thing has happened in several countries into a state of civil war and division. So that's the case. In fact, I personally think that the refugees caused by the war should be held accountable by the sponsoring country. Why should other countries accept them as they are ordered?" "That's right, little brother, you're right." Jolene clenched his fist and agreed. Bijwa's expression was a little displeased, and his tone was a little excited. "Our country is unwilling to take in refugees for fear of causing unimaginable disasters. Those countries that started wars, especially those in the democratic camp, directly accused us of not respecting human rights, and were unwilling to take in those refugees. If the same thing happens to us in the future, how do you feel when no country is willing to take us in? I really want to give them a for those countries that accuse us, spit directly on their faces, and then go straight to them. Let them scold and tell them that the refugees from the war were not caused by us. Why should we take in those refugees? It is obviously caused by you countries, and you should be responsible. Why should our peaceful countries not harm foreign peoples? Take in refugees." Jolene also agreed with his face. "In the first place, why should we be responsible? Those democratic camps who talk about human rights and democracy every day are really disgusting. On the contrary, the dictatorial regimes they accused are not as hateful as them. When those so-called dictatorships were unable to take care of their victims of war, they also asked our country to take care of them, and were even willing to pay to prevent us from having any economic losses. But when we refused, they didn't criticize us. Those so-called democratic camps don't pay a dime. They just talk about human rights and ask us to help, so why not? And those democratic camps, every time they make promises, they are simply bullshit, and they say nothing but lip service. Bijou added. Long Fei directly concluded. In summary, these democratic camps are actually a group of hypocrites. Yes. The two clapped their hands and shouted directly. The diners at the nearby tables all looked at Long Fei's table. A middle-aged man with afro hair next to him frowned and asked Long Fei, "My friend, you should be tourists. Why are you coming to our colony in District 7 at this time?" The diners near Bijou and Jeline were all wary of Long Fei and the others, with expressions that seemed to suspect that Long Fei and the others were spies from a certain country. Li Xiuqing and the others immediately took precautions secretly. Long Fei raised his hand and said, "Don't be nervous. We are indeed not tourists. We are mercenaries, responsible for escorting the space fleet of our target, the Uya Cross country, and it happened to come to your country for supplies, and it happened that our team was resting. Just come here for a walk and have a look, eat something. We are also very curious. The colony in District 7 has been in chaos for a long time. Why is your side so peaceful and peaceful? So when you come to eat, also, come to ask one time." The diners around Bijou and Jeline let down their vigilance at this moment. "Look," a diner pointed to the huge TV screen. The TV screen is broadcasting news at this time, and the content of the news is that Her Royal Highness Aina, the Saintess of the Uya Cross Kingdom, came to her country for exchanges. "Brother, so you are escorting such an important person." Bijou looked at Long Fei and the others in shock. Long Fei spread his arms and said, "The price offered by the other party is really attractive. Our superior accepted the mission." Aina's fleet originally wanted to replenish supplies in the Rhineman Emirate, but unexpectedly turned into an interview country. Under the guidance of King Rhineman IV, Aina saw that the people in this country are simple, honest, kind, and hardworking. This kind of country is really a place that many people who want to live a peaceful life yearn for. Aina decided to conduct interviews in the Rhineman Emirate for 2 days before going to the Stunk Kingdom for peace propaganda. Unexpectedly, on the second day of Aina's interview, Ballin, the representative country of the Democratic camp, sent an interview team to interview the Rhineman Emirate. Although Chief Rhineman IV was a little unhappy with these uninvited guests, he still received them out of diplomatic etiquette. Long Fei took Li Xiuqing and the three of them for a stroll on a heavy motorcycle. Long Fei saw a person wandering around and called someone by pressing the horn button with the sound of the motorcycle whistle. Tao Xiang, who was wandering around, was looking at the products on the street. The other team members either went out in a few people or took a group of people to take a look around in the bus. She was the only one alone. It's not that she is out of the group, but that no one wants her to join the small circle. When Tao Xiang was wandering aimlessly, she heard the horn of a car horn. Looking along the source of the sound, she found that it was a special heavy locomotive of the Tianyi mercenary group. Tao Xiang found that the motorcycle rider wearing a helmet was playing the flute to her, and couldn't help but frowned and looked at him. When the motorcycle rider took off his helmet, he discovered that it was the boss Long Fei. Long Fei beckoned to Tao Xiang to signal her to come over. "Wandering around like this alone, isn't it boring? Get in the car, and I'll take you to a delicious pastry shop." Long Fei took out a helmet for her and motioned her to sit in the back seat. Tao Xiang wanted to refuse, but it happened to be the boss' invitation, and she was too embarrassed to refuse, so she took the helmet and put it on, and found that there were 3 other heavy motorcycle riders following behind the boss. While sitting in the back seat, Tao Xiang looked at the boss's back and hesitated, but she still stretched out her hands and hugged the boss's back. After Long Fei gestured to Li Xiuqing and the others behind him, he immediately turned around and headed to the pastry shop. When she arrived at the destination and took off her helmet, Tao Xiang found that Li Xiuqing and 2 other special mercenaries were following her boss. Tao Xiang nodded to Li Xiuqing, and Li Xiuqing nodded in return, but he didn't intend to say hello to Tao Xiang. When entering the shop, the female boss was a bronze-skinned, brown-haired beauty who also recognized Long Fei and the others. She came to her shop for tea and cakes last night during supper time. Guests, you are welcome to visit our store again. Today, our store launches new products such as puff strawberry cake and puff chocolate cake, as well as our self-grown tea, sweet black tea. The female boss greeted Long Fei and the others warmly. She also recommended her new products. What kind of cake do you want? Long Fei asked Tao Xiang. Puff strawberry cake. Everyone else ordered the chocolate puff cake. Soon, for chocolate puff cakes, 1 strawberry puff cake and 5 cups of sweet black tea were served. The design of the cake is beautiful and the colors are bright, which makes people move their index fingers. When Tao Xiang took a bite, she put one hand on her mouth and whispered, "It's delicious." Well, not bad. It's even more delicious than last night's honey cheesecake. Long Fei commented after taking a bite of the puff chocolate cake. Special Mercenary commented, "Well, it's really delicious, but I personally don't like sweet tea very much. I prefer sweet and bitter tea." Another Special Mercenary and Li Xiuqing also felt that the puff chocolate cake tasted really good, and the taste was very smooth. They also liked sweet black tea. At this time, Tao Xiang said to herself, "If possible, I really want to bring my sister here to eat puff strawberry cake. She has always liked these sweets the most. After the colonial area here is peaceful, you can bring your sister here on your vacation." Li Xiuqing rolled his eyes. Long Fei looked at Li Xiuqing and said, "Xiuqing, no matter what, she and you are both colleagues and comrades in arms. I don't want you to have any quarrels, which will affect your work and tasks. Old Fei, I will work with her, and I can agree with her. The premise is that she must show a good performance. As long as she can make good results, let alone me, all the aces will agree with her. Now there is no people are willing to mingle with her, and don't want her to join our circle, but no one agrees with her." Li Xiuqing said what he and other colleagues were thinking. When Long Fei wanted to advise, Tao Xiang reached out and patted the back of Long Fei's hand and said, "Boss, I suddenly remembered that I have other work to do, so I'm leaving first." "Well, let's go." After watching Tao Xiang walk out of the shop, Long Fei turned his head and persuaded Li Xiuqing. "Xiuqing, no matter what, she has only one younger sister left, and they are helpless, so you can't show some consideration for them and take care of them. Why bother? Treat people like this. Old Fei, if he is just an ordinary MS pilot or starts from the grassroots, everyone can take care of her as much as possible and take care of the 2 sisters. Everyone can't agree that she is directly in the ranks of aces. This is our everyone can't accept the fact that all aces have experienced countless battlefields and won many battles before they climb to the ranks of aces. Whether they are in the regular army or in the mercenary regiment, what everyone looks at is their seniority. People who actually fight get the ace ranks. How do all those who rely on their military exploits to get the ace ranks accepted? Everyone must agree with her. As long as they show good results, no one will reject her." Li Xiuqing insisted on his own opinion. Long Fei could only sigh. He also understood Li Xiuqing's attitude. As long as Tao Xiang had a good grade, everyone would agree with her. Whether it is a regular army or a mercenary, the most important tradition is seniority. At the same time that Tao Xiang left the pastry shop, Chief Reinman 4 entertained Ambassador Nixon, the representative of the Kingdom of Donkey, and introduced the Saint Aina to him. "Saint Aina, it's an honor to meet you." Ambassador Nixon extended his right hand to shake hands with Saint Aina. Saint Aina extended her right hand to shake hands with Ambassador Nixon. "I am also honored to meet Ambassador Nixon. Is Your Highness the Holy Maiden here to preach peace?" Nixon looked at the Holy Maiden Aina with a teasing expression. Aina smiled and said, "There is no need to preach peace here, because the Rhineman Emirate is a peaceful country. The ambassador can see how peaceful the people here are, how hard-working, honest, enthusiastic, and kind the people are." Nixon said with a smile, "Your Highness, you are seeing the surface of this country. There are actually many people in this country, especially those ethnic minorities who are persecuted." Aina took a quick look at Chief Reinman 4 and found that his expression was helpless and speechless. She roughly guessed what Nixon wanted to say. "Ambassador Nixon, what do you mean? My country is peaceful. The monarch and his subjects are harmonious. The government and the people are harmonious, and different ethnic groups can live in peace." Chief Reinman 4 asked Nixon slightly angrily. Nixon smiled and asked his subordinates to take out a tablet Turn on the tablet screen, and there was a picture of a Caucasian man. This man is a citizen of your country. If he goes to his country to seek political asylum, he will accuse your country of human rights violations and inform his country of persecution and genocide against ethnic minorities in terms of human rights violations. You just take any foreigner and claim that you are a citizen of your own country. What evidence do you have? Chief Rhineman sneered. Your Majesty the Chief, of course we have evidence. Ambassador Nixon asked his subordinates to play a video. In the video is a white man in the photo telling how he escaped from the genocide in the Emirate of Rhineman 4 and how he was oppressed by the majority in his own country. The businesses of ethnic minorities will be unreasonably seized by the majority ethnic group. Even if the ethnic minorities complain to the relevant authorities, they will not be accepted. In order to prove that what they said is true, the white man took out his ID card to prove that he was born in Rhineman Emirate. Chief Rhineman retorted. Even if this person is a citizen of his own country, what he said may not be the truth. The Minister of Criminal Affairs investigates this person and what crime he committed. He wants to go to another country and find an excuse to detain himself, national hat, and then seek some kind of political blessing. Yes, Your Majesty. The Minister of Criminal Affairs immediately called and asked his subordinates to investigate immediately. Nixon said with a disdainful expression, Your Majesty, there is no need to make any excuses. This person was originally persecuted by your genocide. Now that he is brought out, the truth is only modified. Don't lie to us. The Prime Minister behind Chief Rhineman stepped forward, a man of yellow race surnamed Chen. Chen Qingxiang sneered and said, Massacre of ethnic minorities? Ambassador Nixon, you are blind. Look at the color of this Prime Minister. If there is genocide against ethnic minorities in this country, then the Prime Minister of this country should be Your Majesty the Chief is a black person with the same skin color. By the way, look at the other ministers behind me. There are yellow people, black people, brown people, and white people. If there is really genocide in this country, a few others in terms of ethnicity, all the ministers should be people with all dark skin. Chen Qingxiang took a step aside and asked Nixon to see what skin color the ministers of various departments in his country were. The expressions of the ministers of various departments looked at Ambassador Nixon very playfully. Aina, who was watching the whole thing from the sidelines, had already guessed the purpose of Nixon's coming here. She also guessed that Nixon was sent by the Democratic camp. They probably wanted to force the Rhineman Emirate to change the original system into a democratic one. The excuse of democracy, freedom, and equality to attack the Rhineman Emirate, as the name suggests, is to liberate the common people, so that everyone can have one vote and be the leader of the government. These are all tricks used by the Democratic camp. The corners of Aina's mouth turned up, and she looked at Ambassador Nixon with a sneer. Nixon maintained a disdainful expression and said, Your Excellency, your lineup is just a superficial effort to deceive people who don't know the truth. It's a pity that we have seen through your lineup a long time ago. You are superficial. To put it bluntly, you are just a group of vested interests. How can you think about your fellow ethnic minorities who are persecuted? Prime Minister Chun immediately retorted. It is said that we are superficial, but what about you, your so-called democracy, one person, one vote? No matter how the people choose, the government elected is to do things for the capitalists who support you. You have helped those who support you do the people do things. At least we are supervised by the people. If we don't do well, we will be replaced by the people. After being replaced, another political party will be in charge. In the end, it will continue to exploit the people, continue to make money, and continue to work for those capitalists. In the end, it will be the same after changing. Democracy, engaged in political struggles every day, never caring about the life and death of ordinary people, only thinking about how to rise to power and how to make money. When Ambassador Nixon was about to continue to refute, the Minister of Criminal Affairs interrupted and said, Excuse me, I have found out that this person who fled to your country to seek political asylum. In fact, this person fled to your country to seek political asylum after committing a crime. The so-called political asylum. This person is just a person who opened a mini-market and was unable to compete with his peers. In addition to spreading rumors and slandering his peers, he even beat up a peer. This person committed the crime of defamation and wounding. When sentencing for compensation, He fled to your country because he was unable to pay compensation. Mr. Ambassador, you heard me. Don't just pick someone up and say that we persecute people, and don't just smear us and say that we are engaged in genocide. In the end, we just don't want to join your democratic camp, and we don't want to change our own system. You just want to find an excuse to label us, and then pretend to be famous to attack our country. I ask you to trouble me. This kind of move of your democratic camp. Don't make trouble again. It's nothing new. You want to attack other countries, just fight openly. Declare war openly. Help the capitalists behind you in the fight. Meet the demands of those capitalists, and deal with you hypocrites in the democratic camp. This chief would rather fight with those evil and dictatorial empires that you talk about when dealing with ism. At least they come with open swords and open guns, unlike you who stab people in the back. Chief Rainman 4 bombarded Ambassador Nixon in a series of bombardments. It seems that your country is not going to admit that it has committed crimes against humanity. If your country admits it, the democratic camp can forgive your country for its crimes. Your country does not know how to repent. It has not only committed crimes against humanity, and possesses weapons of mass destruction. Ambassador Nixon, please don't label your country. This envoy did not label your country. This is the information our democratic camp has received. I also hope that your country can cooperate well and let our democratic camp investigate. Chief Rainman 4 was angry with the Prime Minister and ministers of various departments. You are violating the sovereignty of your country. Whether there are weapons of mass destruction in your country has nothing to do with you. You are not qualified to investigate your own country. With a sneer on his face, Nixon watched the chief and his officials bombard him. Please cooperate with our investigation, or you will bear the consequences. At this time, the Minister of Defense's mobile suit rang, and he took it out to take a look, frowned, and after he answered the phone, he listened to his subordinate's report. His expression changed from shock to livid. After hanging up the phone, he walked to the chief and whispered a few words. Chief Rainman IV's face turned from livid to angry, and then took a deep breath to calm down. Chief Rainman 4 raised his hand to let the Prime Minister and the ministers calm down first. Chief Rainman 4 said angrily, Ambassador Nixon, what do you mean? You sent a huge fleet directly to invade our country's territory. The Prime Minister and the ministers of various departments had ferocious expressions on their faces, with anger bursting out of their eyes, wishing they could eat Nixon alive. This can only be blamed on your country's unwillingness to cooperate, so we can only make such a bad move. I hope your country will forgive me, because our democratic camp has found out that some of your weapons of mass destruction are biochemical virus poisonous gas. If your country really has no if so, our democracy here is willing to apologize to your country. Nixon said with a face of disapproval, disdain, and arrogance. After the apology, immediately attack other people's country, and then when occupying other people's country, first take away a large amount of food reserves in other people's country, dedicate more than half of it to the food capitalists behind you, and then sell the remaining food at a high price go. Finally, let the Rainman Emirate establish a democratic system. Pretend that all the people have one person in their hands, one vote for the government, and fool the ignorant people into thinking that they are the masters of the country. In fact, the capitalists control the economic lifeline behind those politicians. It's your plan. Aina directly explained Nixon's purpose. Your Highness, please don't judge the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. It's not that I judge the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain, but that you are using these tricks. Not a fool can see it. And I want to complain about your lack of innovation. Nixon narrowed his eyes and said, Your Highness, please don't interfere in other countries' internal affairs. Then please also the democratic camp. Don't interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, let alone violate the sovereignty of other countries. We are doing this for human rights, for democracy, and for the safety of the vast number of living beings. Don't talk so high-soundingly. Whether other countries have weapons of mass destruction, it is not your turn to invade other countries and force inspections on other countries. How do you countries with dictatorships understand our great and lofty ideas of democracy? Aina snorted coldly. Aina loves peace, and promoting peace is her lifelong duty and vision, but it doesn't mean she wants to impose such a concept on anyone. Any country needs national defense and weapons to defend its own country. Aina agrees with this very much. What Aina cannot accept is that other countries use their own military advantages to attack another country by bullying the weak. Although Nixon is an ambassador sent by the Democratic camp, in fact, these Democratic camps are a bunch of who bully the weak. Aina whispered a few words to John, who had been silent behind him, and John immediately left the scene, took out his mobile suit and contacted Yuffie, told them to be alert, and told Yuffie the general process of what happened just now, and asked her to pass on the matter to Colonel Shrek, get him ready. After Colonel Shrek received the news, he immediately reported the matter to Long Fei. Long Fei immediately ordered Colonel Shrek, except for the special team that was sent out to protect the safety of Saint Aina. The other mercenaries outside immediately recalled the fleet and were ready to fight at any time. Driving the heavy locomotive, Long Fei thought to himself, I never expected that this world would play this kind of trick just like the world before me. First, find out the cards of the country before attacking the country. What's even more surprising is that playing like this, the camp of tricks, is the Democratic camp, which is exactly the same as my world, and everything is done for the benefactor behind it. All Tianyi mercenaries returned to the Guardian fleet. The Guardian fleet dispatched half of the warships to sail out of the port of the Rhineland Emirates and stand guard outside the colonial satellite. The other half of the warships are responsible for protecting the space fleet of Saint Aina, and at the same time guarding the space fleet of Ambassador Nixon not far away. Some MS were dispatched to stand guard in every corner of the battleship. Colonel Shrek also contacted John, asking if he wanted to send a MS team to protect the safety of the Saint. Give me a minute, and I will contact Your Excellency the Colonel. After the screen went black, Colonel Shrek received a call from Long Fei. Colonel Shrek, I want to ask you, if the investigation team dispatched by the Democratic camp finds out that the other party has no weapons of mass destruction, will they immediately turn around and attack this country and get a bunch of hats on them? There is a possibility. Is there such a possibility? Colonel, according to what you mean, does the other party have any tricks? Boss, this kind of method has been tried and tested by the Democratic camp. It's just that the tactics will change a little bit, but the change remains the same. The main thing is to attack people. Well, Colonel, how can you guard against them and even catch their tricks? Boss, I would like to ask, why do you care so much about this matter? Well, I can't tell. Maybe it's because of my compassion. I don't want the people here to become refugees. So that's the case, then boss. I have a few methods that I can try, but I don't know if it will work. Okay, Colonel, you can arrange it. If you can just leave it to fate. After Long Fei hung up the phone, John contacted Shrek again. Your Excellency, Colonel, please send a mobile suit team to protect the safety of the Saint. Okay, a team of 8 mobile suits, all equipped with 105 daggers and mobile backpacks, followed the 4 Saint mobile suits to the palace of the Rhineland Emirates. I didn't expect the individual weapons and mobile suits of the Uya cross-country to be so advanced. Nixon said when he saw the Spartan uniforms equipped by the Tianyi mercenaries outside and the 105 dagger mobile suits that had landed not far from the palace. Immediately, Nixon opened his eyes wide and said, Wait a minute, isn't this the assault dagger MS that has been in the limelight recently? Chief Rhineland 4 and all the officials looked at Saint Aina. Nix looked at Aina with a playful face and said, It's unexpected that the Uya cross-country, which has always maintained neutrality, would support a warlord country and donate a lot of money to assault dagger MS. Sure enough, everything is a dictatorship. They're all the same breed. I have to say sorry to the ambassador for disappointing you. The mobile suits you mentioned were not developed by our country. If possible, I really hope that these mobile suits are new mobile suits developed by our country. Oh, please, Your Highness, please explain where these mobile suits come from and why they protect you. Mr. Ambassador, don't you know how to look at the icons on the right shoulders of these MS? Aina said directly, rolling her eyes. Forgive me for my stupidity, but also ask Your Royal Highness to clarify. These MS come from an organization called Tianyi Mercenary Group. I just hired this mercenary group to protect my safety. Nixon raised his brows. He had never heard of such advanced mobile suits in the mercenary group. Could it be a mercenary group from a colony in another region? Nixon thought to himself. Immediately, Nixon turned his head and said to Chief Rhineland 4, Your Majesty, Your Highness has directly let her troops land under your palace in a big way. Don't you want to protest? It was I who allowed Her Majesty the Holy Maiden. Then please His Majesty the Chief to be more accommodating later on, and let the investigation team send MS to land in your palace. Don't think about it. I won't allow it. Your Majesty the Chief, you are giving preference to one another. I just favor one thing over another, so what? I am the master of my country. I really have nothing to say to you group of domineering and unreasonable people. You invade my country's territory casually, and you just want to come here with any excuse, violating the sovereignty of other countries. If possible, I really want to teach you a lesson directly. I'm looking forward to seeing His Majesty the Chief maintain such an attitude when the investigation team conducts investigations. Nixon said with his arms folded, looking at Rainman 4 as if he was watching the life of a death row prisoner preparing to go to the execution ground. Humph. Chief Rainman 4 snorted coldly. He really didn't want to say anything more to the representatives sent by these domineering and unreasonable people. A huge fleet came to the colonial satellite of the Emirate of Rainman, accompanied by several frigates flying the flag of the Emirate of Rainman. In the Albion No. 1 hangar, Long Fei sat in the cockpit of the Strike Gundam, looking at the screen display. In the picture, the investigation fleet sent by the Democratic camp was captured by the 105 Strike outside. The size of such a fleet is 3 times the size of my Guardian fleet. It seems that it is not sent to investigate, but to fight. The other ace pilots are also sitting in their own Gundam cockpits, ready to attack at any time. When did the Rainman Emirates have such advanced warships? The purple-haired youth said, while looking at the Albion Ms. Mothership and other frigates and destroyers on the screen. Assault Dagger MS? It looks similar, but is it different? The purple-haired young man propped his chin with his right hand, looking at 105 daggers, dueling daggers, and other MS meditating. Colonel Eli, from the identification signal, we know that these warships are not from the Rainman Emirate, but from a mercenary group called Tiani. A female informer reported to the purple-haired youth. Mercenary group? When did the colony in this area have such a powerful mercenary group? Eli couldn't believe it. Colonel, this mercenary group, called Tiani, is from the 6th District colony. Why did the colonial mercenary group in the 6th District come to us? Eli was a little confused. Ask why they came here. A minute later, the female announcer reported. Colonel, the other party sent a response message. The content of the message is as follows. This fleet has accepted the employment of Her Majesty the Holy Maiden from the Uya Cross country, and is responsible for protecting Her Majesty's space fleet. Any infringement. Tell the other party to disarm and stop their guard. We have no malicious intentions. Colonel, they refused on the grounds of duty. Humph. Eli narrowed his eyes, and then said, let the investigation team enter the port and observe this mercenary group, by the way. A Ms. Carrier, a fighter carrier, and 8 frigates entered the port. Eli asked his subordinates to investigate the information of the Tiani mercenary group. This is the space fleet of the Uya Crusaders. The battleships around them hang a flag with a pair of black feather wings around a sword. Is it the troops of the Uya Crusaders? Mature woman, when she came down from a fighter aircraft carrier, she saw the space fleet of the Uya Cross country and asked the people beside her. No, it's said to be a mercenary group called Tiani. The black-haired mature woman is Claire, the leader of the investigation team, from the Yoda Democratic Republic, one of the advisors of the Democratic camp. Claire couldn't help frowning when she saw the Dagger series MS standing guard around her. When she found the Gym 2, she blurted out, Gym MS. Miss Claire, what is Gym MS? A scientist in a white coat asked next to him. Recently, in addition to the Strike Dagger MS that appeared in those dictatorship countries, a kind of MS called Gym also appeared. The performance of the Gym MS is slightly stronger than that of the Strike Dagger MD. The appearance of these 2 types of MS makes people we in the Democratic camp suffered a bit on the battlefield. Another scientist said, I heard that these 2 MS are from the 6th District colony. When did such an advanced mobile suit appear in the colony of the 6th District? Which country and which force developed it? Claire said, it is said that it is a mobile suit developed by a company called Tiani Arms Manufacturing Company, and it is a private company. At that time, the staff informed Claire that the car was ready. Claire led every scientist and investigator in the investigation team to the palace in their respective cars. Claire looked at the Tiani mercenaries outside the window, wearing individual armor uniforms and Spartan uniforms. Why does the individual armor suit of this mercenary regiment look advanced? On the other hand, Eli got the information about the Tiani mercenary group found out by his subordinates. The more Eli looked at the information, the more disdainful his expression became. Gundam? It's an exaggeration to have a MS with the performance of 1 against 100. I think the MS in the colony of the 6th district is very backward. The MS called Gundam has the performance of 1 against 100. Eli, just throw the information aside and don't read it anymore. On the other hand, Aina contacted Yuffie and asked Yuffie to convey an apology to the country of Stunk, and the interview with the country had to be postponed due to something. Outside the palace, the country's media reporters received a notification from the palace spokesperson earlier and immediately rushed to the gate of the palace to wait for the arrival of the investigation team. When the investigation convoy came to the gate of the palace, when Claire got off the car, all the media reporters flocked to him. Although the palace guards blocked him, countless lights flashed on Claire. Is asking the same question. May I ask the investigation team, where did you receive the information that your country has weapons of mass destruction? Excuse me, does your evidence stand up to beating? You say that our country has weapons of mass destruction. What is your intention? You have directly invaded your country's territory with the consent of your own country's authorities. Don't you understand the respect between countries? You directly say that your country has weapons of mass destruction, and you come directly to your country to conduct investigations. You respect your country's sovereignty. Some patriotic reporters raised questions. Claire ignored the reporters' inquiries and entered the palace under the leadership of the palace staff. Investigators and scientists got out of the car one after another. The reporters all asked the same question. The investigators and scientists kept their mouths shut and did not respond. Follow the staff into the palace. Refer to your honorable chief. I am Claire, the head of the anti-mass weapon investigation of the Democratic Alliance. Claire introduced himself to Chief Reinman 4. Hello, nice to meet you, Miss Claire. I also sincerely ask the chief to forgive us for coming here uninvited, just because we have received weapons of mass destruction hidden in your country. For the safety of mankind, we can only come to investigate immediately. I hope the chief will forgive us. Chief Reinman 4 was very angry in his heart. If it wasn't for the weak national strength, he really wanted to expel these people from the country directly. Weak countries have no diplomacy. This is an eternal truth between countries. Chief Reinman 4 can only swallow his anger. It's fine for you to investigate, but not only my people must be with you, but also a third party must be with you. Claire glanced at Aina, who was next to Chief Reinman 4, and asked, Are the people of Her Highness Aina, the saintess of the Uya Cross Kingdom, following? Chief Reinman 4 didn't answer, but turned to look at Aina and asked, Your Highness, may I ask you to arrange for your people to follow as a third party, so as to be innocent for the country? Can. Before turning his head to look back at Claire, Chief Reinman 4 glanced at the Minister of Defense and winked at him. The Minister of Defense understood and secretly picked up his mobile suit to give instructions to his subordinates. Master Chief, I wonder if we can conduct an investigation? Don't worry, it's rare for a distinguished guest to come, so we have to let our country carry out diplomatic etiquette. Okay, let's thank the chief for his hospitality. Claire replied with a smile and saluted to show his gratitude. On the second day after the investigation team arrived, the investigation began. John arranged for several people from his own country to accompany the investigation team with officials from the Rhineman Emirate. Long Fei was wearing the uniform of the Tiani mercenary group and was wandering around the port. Except for the team that was in charge of protecting Aina, all the Tiani mercenaries were in charge of guard patrols outside the port or the colonial satellite. The alert level at this time is one level lower than yesterday's alert level. Long Fei stood in front of the railing, watching the investigation fleet of the Democratic camp docked at the opposite side of their battleship. Long Fei looked at the patrolling soldiers who were in charge of patrolling and investigating the fleet. These patrolling soldiers were wearing the A001 individual equipment developed by the Wanluo Federation. A 001 individual equipment, bulletproof helmet and goggles, wearing a bulletproof breastplate on the upper body, underwear and trousers are a complete set of bulletproof clothing, holding a rifle, a pistol hanging on the waist, and 2 throwing weapons. This is the standard armament used by ordinary soldiers in the Wanluo Federation and many democratic countries. The Tianyi mercenaries in charge of patrolling would pass by these patrolling soldiers from time to time. Every time the patrolling soldiers saw the Tianyi mercenaries wearing the armed combat uniforms, they would take a few extra glances from time to time. These patrolling soldiers even pointed at Long Fei's fleet from time to time. At this time, a ball rolled down to Long Fei's feet. "Big brother, can you pick up the ball for me?" Long Fei turned his head and saw several children running towards him. Long Fei picked up the ball and handed it to these children. The child kicked the ball and continued to play. Why are these children playing in the port? They are the children of the port staff, and Long Fei is not far from the staff dormitory. The children are playing and playing. "Yo, isn't this the mercenary brother?" Long Fei turned his head and saw that it was Bai Zhuo, who was at the same table in the tea house a few days ago. "Brother Bijo, do you work here?" "Yeah, I work here. Look, the kid playing over there, the tomboy with the short hair, the one who kicks the ball the best is my daughter." Long Fei followed the direction Bai Zhuo was pointing at and saw a tall girl with short hair who reacted very quickly when kicking the ball, and many boys couldn't grab her ball. Brother Bijua's daughter is really powerful. By the way, is Brother Jolene also working here? Well, he's going to report the current progress to his boss. "Brother Bijua, I noticed that the staff on your side are very displeased with everyone in the investigation team ahead. What's going on?" "Brother Long Fei, haven't you read our news?" "Sorry, I've been busy recently, so I didn't pay attention." The news broadcasts these so-called investigation teams, saying that our country has hidden weapons of mass destruction. This is simply labeling us. Our country refuses to take in those refugees caused by them, and we are unwilling to obey their wishes. We have changed our system, and now we are worried that after we really do not have those weapons of mass destruction, those countries in the so-called democratic camp will continue to label us as having hidden weapons of mass destruction to attack us. There is nothing wrong with wanting to impose a crime. Strong countries bully weak countries. This kind of method is not uncommon. Hey, I talk about democracy every day, talk about human rights, and often say that one person, one vote. The people are the masters of the country, and this system is the best universal value. If it is really so useful, why don't many countries go away? With such a system, people can still live well. To put it bluntly, we ordinary people don't care about any system at all. As long as it allows us to live a good life, it is a good system. Long Fei didn't speak, but he agreed very much. "Oh, isn't this the mercenary brother?" Long Fei turned his head and saw that it was Jolin. Jolin raised his hand to greet Long Fei. "Brother Jolin, hello." Brother Jolin yelled at the children. "Children, it's getting late. It's time to go home and take a shower for dinner." "Brother Jolin, are you off work?" "Well, I just changed shifts, and I'm going to the commissary right now. Do you want to come with me?" "All right, I have something to buy." Jolin, Bai Zhuo, and Long Fei went to the commissary together. The three came to the canteen and found a dispute nearby. Bai Zhuo looked nervous and immediately ran over, followed by Jolin and Long Fei. Most of the onlookers were staff or family members of the port, and everyone's expressions were full of righteous indignation. In the center, there was a quarrel between the patrolling soldiers of the democratic camp and the mercenaries of the Tianyi mercenary group. At the scene, 2 male Tianyi mercenaries stood in front of a wounded boy to protect him, and a blonde female mercenary held a sobbing little girl with short hair in her arms. There were 5 patrolling soldiers from the democratic camp, and they looked very arrogant. Bai Zhuo pushed away the crowd, rushed to the scene, helped up the injured boy, and asked, "Son, what's the matter?" "Dad, I'm fine." Bijua then nodded his thanks to the blonde female mercenary, then hugged the little girl in the arms of the blonde female mercenary, and asked, "Daughter told Dad, who bullied you?" Pijo's daughter pointed to one of the youngest soldiers on patrol. Jolin and Long Fei also came to the scene. When Tao Xiang's 3 mercenaries saw Long Fei coming to the scene, just as they were about to salute, Long Fei raised his hand to stop him and asked, "What's going on with the whole thing?" "These soldiers beat and bullied this boy," Tao Xiang replied. Long Fei frowned. Tao Xiang told him the result directly, but didn't tell him the process. She turned her head and asked the others, Who can tell me the cause of the whole thing? One of the onlookers told what happened. At that time, when Baijua's daughter was buying a cup of milk tea at the canteen, when she was running home, she accidentally bumped into a patrol soldier. The milk tea spilled on the patrol soldier, and the patrol soldier slapped Baijua's daughter on the face. Baijua's daughter was crying directly. When Baijua's son saw his sister being bullied, he rushed over and pushed down the patrolling soldiers. This push directly caused the other patrol soldiers to hit Baijua's son in the face with the of his gun. When Baijua's son was knocked down to the ground, the other patrol soldiers directly kicked him with their feet. Seeing this, the others shouted for the patrolling soldiers to stop, but no one dared to rush forward to stop them, because the patrolling soldiers had guns in their hands, and they were also afraid that the patrolling soldiers would shoot directly at them. Just when Tao Xiang came out of the canteen, she couldn't stand it and rushed over immediately, kicked one of the patrolling soldiers down, and immediately protected the boy behind her. The patrolling soldier was very angry when he saw his colleague being kicked down, but when he found out that the other party was a beautiful woman, he immediately molested Tao Xiang. It happened that two Tianyi mercenaries wearing military armored uniforms rushed to the scene to help their family after seeing the situation, and this was the result. The soldiers who claim freedom, democracy, human rights, and a democratic system of equality for everyone are so unqualified. They bully unarmed little girls and teenagers. They are really a bunch of useless bastards. Long Fei pointed at the 5 patrolling soldiers and scolded. Road. It's none of your business, so what if we bullied these boys and girls? Anyway, in their own country, they are animals that are treated as leaks by those in power. Bullying animals is not bullying people. A patrolling soldier said arrogantly. All the colleagues next to him laughed. The civilians who were watching on the scene clenched their fists tightly. Their eyes burst out with anger, and they dared not speak out. Since you don't treat people as human beings, then we don't have to treat you as human beings. Let's do it. Long Fei waved his hand directly after speaking. The 2 male mercenaries in armored battle uniforms fought directly. Wow. The breastplate of a patrolling soldier was smashed by a punch, screaming and vomiting blood. The other was directly punched in the face and screamed that all his teeth flew out of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, the other received an uppercut, flew directly into the air, rolled twice, and then landed on the ground with all 4 feet in the sky. When the remaining 2 were about to draw their guns, one was thrown on the back and stuck on the ground, and the other was punched heavily in the stomach, vomited gastric juice, and passed out. The onlookers applauded. The patrolling soldiers watching from a distance saw their 5 companions being knocked down in an instant, and immediately called other colleagues to come to the scene to help out. On Long Fei's side, when he saw other patrolling soldiers coming here, he immediately called other companions to help out. Apart from telling the onlookers to leave the scene, Long Fei also contacted Colonel Shrek and asked him to release a bunch of drones to take pictures. Long Fei even issued an order not to fire the first shot. Soon, more and more people participated in the battle, forming a group fight. I'm Colonel Eli. Please stop your evil deeds. Eli said angrily to Colonel Shrek on the screen. Colonel Eli, you misunderstood that we did not commit any evil deeds. It was you who first bullied the kind-hearted civilians. We couldn't stand it, so we took the initiative to teach you a lesson. Even if we made mistakes first, it's not your turn to teach us a lesson. We have our own laws to pronounce crimes. Sentence your soldiers to crimes. Don't be funny. Every crime committed by soldiers of your democratic country, when you return to your own country, it is just a formality, and you will be released after a few years of false imprisonment. You can also get a medal and be named a national hero. Something like this you don't even want to see again. Even so, you are not qualified to let your people beat our soldiers and stop your atrocities. Otherwise, don't blame us for doing it. Okay, you want to fight us? But you have to think clearly. Later you will be like those soldiers in the port, who will be stripped naked and hung up for public display. And don't forget, this is someone else's country. If you dare to fire the first shot, you will be responsible for causing some diplomatic turmoil. Shrek spread his hands. Eli was trembling with anger, and Shrek disconnected directly. In the port, all the patrolling soldiers who participated in the fight were directly defeated, no matter men or women. They were directly stripped of their clothes and hung up for public display. This made the staff and family members in the port come to watch and take pictures with their mobile suits. Media reporters from the country involved also rushed to the scene to shoot live. The reporters even used bitter words to laugh at the embarrassment of these soldiers. Tao Xiang blushed with fright when Long Fei ordered the patrol soldiers who had lost the fight to be stripped naked and hung up, and hurried back to the Albion 1 MS mothership. At this moment, Long Fei was talking with Colonel Shrek with his mobile suit. "Oh, I didn't expect them to be so despicable. Did you take a clear shot?" Okay, pass these clips to that saint." After Long Fei hung up the phone, Baizhua came to thank Long Fei with his son, daughter, and wife. "Brother Long Fei, thank you so much. I didn't expect that the mercenary group you belong to is so powerful and taught these nasty foreign soldiers a lesson for us." "You're welcome, but I have to tell you the truth. We also wanted to cause trouble and fight, and it happened that these guys hit our guns." Baizhua invited Long Fei to come to his dormitory for a meal. "Okay, I'm looking forward to my sister-in-law's cooking skills." In the palace on the other side, Nixon's expression was very ugly. Chief Rhineman foreshowed a very playful smile to his officials, while the Saint Aina covered her eyes with her hands, not daring to look at him. Huge screen. The screen was broadcasting live broadcasts of soldiers from the Democratic camp being stripped naked and hung up for public display. Nixon was furious and shouted at Aina, "Your Highness, your country must give us an explanation for this matter." The screen in front of her made the pure Aina unable to let go of her hands, let alone respond to Nixon. At this time, John responded instead of the saint. "Ambassador Nixon, this matter really has nothing to do with this country's affairs. It's none of your business. Those mercenaries were hired by you. So of course it's none of your business. Although they were hired by us, they are only responsible for protecting our safety in terms of contract. As for what they did, it really has nothing to do with us. It's like an employee of a company broke the law, and it is impossible for the company to follow the law. The boss takes responsibility." Nixon couldn't refute for a while, and just pointed at John angrily, speechless. At this time, John asked the chief to turn off the screen, otherwise the saint would be troubled. Okay. The screen closes and retracts into the wall. John whispered next to Aina, and Aina put her hands down, but her face was very red. Nixon still protested. "Your Highness, I implore you to hire a mercenary group to protect your safety. Please find some high-quality ones, and don't find this kind of mercenary group that is no different from barbarians. It's like what my guard knight said. We just hire each other according to the contract. What the other party does outside has nothing to do with us. Whether their quality is high or not is their problem and has nothing to do with us." After Long Fei had dinner at the dormitory of Baijua's family, he was invited by Baizhua to participate in their activities. Every family in the dormitory gathers around the campfire, which is their weekly activity. Besides Long Fei, some Tiani mercenaries were also invited to participate in their event party. Jolin played instruments with other people, and the others danced together holding hands, and Long Fei was among them. For several years, Long Fei has been doing research and development of new things and correcting documents at the mother base, living a boring life without entertainment. When he came here, Long Fei didn't expect that he would warmly invite him to the event party with the few friends he had just met. Since he left home, today is not only his happiest day, but also his love for the people here and here. There is an indescribable goodwill in the surrounding environment, which makes him feel like he wants to protect this place. After Long Fei was tired from dancing, he sat aside to rest and reached out to take a juice drink brought by a woman. Someone pulled Long Fei's clothes slightly and turned his head to see Kabaya, Bijua's daughter. "What's the matter? Little sister, isn't the blonde sister here?" Blonde sister. Long Fei remembered that it turned out that Kabaya was talking about Tao Xiang. "Shouldn't come, what's wrong? I have something I want to give to that sister, and I want to say thank you to her." "So that's the case. Then you go and get something, and I will take you to find that sister later." And Kabaya showed a smile, ran back to her home, and soon ran to Long Fei with a picture. Long Fei notified Baizhua and took his daughter to his MS mothership to find the sister who helped her. "Kabaya, listen to Brother Long Fei and don't let Brother Long Fei cause trouble," Baizhua reminded his daughter. "Got it, Dad." Long Fei took Kabaya's hand to Albion 1. "I learned from my subordinates that Momoka is in the hangar and is continuing to practice simulated battles in the Z Gundam cockpit. Go to the Z Gundam cockpit. Little sister will wait for a while. Big sister is in practice and will come out later. Soon. The cockpit door opened. Tao Xiang came out from the cockpit. She was a little surprised when she saw Long Fei and saw the boss brought the little girl she had helped before. Kabaya held a blueprint, put it in front of Tao Xiang, and said, "Thank you for your help. This is a gift for my sister." Tao Xiang took the drawing, opened it, and then showed a bright smile, thanking Kabaya. "Sister, aren't you going to our event party?" Kabaya showed an expectant expression. Tao Xiang was a little embarrassed. Her face turned red. Long Fei guessed Tao Xiang's dilemma. "Don't worry, the route you walk won't let you see the side you don't want to see." Only then did Tao Xiang agree to Kabaya's request. On the way there, Long Fei was a little curious about what Kabaya drew to make Tao Xiang so happy, and asked in Tao Xiang's ear, "What did little sister draw that made you so happy?" Secret. At the bonfire party, Tao Xiang danced happily with the others. Long Fei watched Tao Xiang's cheerful and bright smile dancing with many people. It was the first time Long Fei saw Tao Xiang so happy, and under the light of the campfire, Tao Xiang's bright smile brought out her fresh and refined personality. Absolutely beautiful. Long Fei couldn't help but keep looking at Tao Xiang's face, and was gradually attracted by her face. "Your Majesty the Chief, please watch the video." Aina placed the tablet in her hand in front of the desk of Chief Reinman 4. When Chief Reinman 4 watched the film, his expression became more and more angry, and even more ferocious. "After living for so many years, I have seen many despicable things. I have never seen such a despicable and shameless thing happen to my country. Okay, very good. I'll see what these guys want to say tomorrow, huh?" Anger spewed out of his nose, and one can imagine how angry Chief Reinman 4 was at this time. Looking up at Saint Aina, the original angry expression immediately calmed down, stood up from the chair, saluted, and thanked Aina. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your help. Otherwise the sewage splashed on my body would not be able to be washed away." "Your Majesty the Chief, you are too serious. I just don't want to see an innocent country being wronged. In any case, on behalf of the whole country and the common people, I must thank Her Majesty the Holy Maiden for your great kindness." "Your Majesty the Chief, in fact, you should thank someone else. They are." Claire and the scientists of the investigation team found the basements of several research institutes or secret storage rooms in military bases, and found chemical gas tanks, virus agents, and other weapons of mass destruction. After receiving Claire's report, Nixon came to the living room of Chief Kleinman 4 with a serious face and questioned Chief Kleinman 4. "Your Excellency, what do you have to say about these things? These are weapons prohibited by international treaties, and your country has committed a crime against humanity." "Ambassador Nixon, if I say you framed it, will you admit it?" Chief Kleinman 4 said with a playful expression. "Humph, Your Excellency the Chief, you have committed such a heinous crime, and you still want to find such a naive excuse to get rid of the crime. Don't you think you are too naive?" "Then, Ambassador Nixon, please take a look at the picture on the big screen behind you, and tell me after watching it, if you have anything to say to me." Nixon turned his head to look at the big screen. On the screen, several spies sneaked into a research institute and put a briefcase in a basement. The corners of Nixon's eyes twitched, and he wondered inwardly, what's going on? Why was it captured so clearly by others? Nixon kept calm and turned his head and said, "Your Excellency, a self-directed and self-acted segment can not only not exonerate you, but also cannot accuse us of planting the blame. Ambassador Nixon, don't worry, there is something else. Keep reading." "Humph." Nixon snorted coldly, calmed down the tension in his heart, and continued to turn around and look at the big screen. Then the scene changed to a few people wearing military uniforms and driving a military truck to a military base, and driving the military truck to a cargo power station, and the elevator went straight to the basement. The elevator door opened, and there was only one person waiting at the scene, and the waiting person was K.S. Long, the Deputy Defense Minister of the Rhineland Emirate. When Nixon saw K.S. Long on the screen, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his brain ran quickly. He really wanted to know who was shooting so clearly. The soldiers on the military truck got out of the vehicle, and then took out several cans of chemical gas canisters from the container, led them down by K.S. Long, went to a secret storage room and put the canisters of chemical gas canisters inside. Nixon immediately turned his head and said stubbornly, "You guys are self-directed and acted. How could you shoot a movie like Perspective? It's just..." Before Nixon could finish speaking, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Nixon turned his head but found no one, and immediately sat down on the ground in fright. The Tiani mercenary in the Spartan uniform changed from invisible to visible, and then became invisible again. When Nixon was still looking for an excuse, Chief Reinman IV said directly, "Deputy Minister K.S. Long, he was arrested this morning, and he confessed all the secret transactions he had with you. Bring me in." The door of the living room opened, and K.S. Long was dragged in by someone with his arms between his arms. Kneeling on the ground with weak legs, he desperately kowtowed to Chief Reinman IV. "Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. Your Majesty, please forgive me. My Deputy Minister K.S. Long, I am so disappointed in you. I know that you are greedy for money and take bribes, but because you have certain talents and can recommend some talents, I just have one eye. Open one eye and close one eye, as if nothing happened. But in the end, I never thought that you would be so embezzled that you even betrayed the country's money. You would dare to corrupt the country and the people's injustice, and it would even harm the country and make the people displaced. Tell me what I should do with you." "Your Majesty, I was delusional and betrayed the country for a while. I would like to apologize with death, but please don't embarrass my family." "Okay, I won't embarrass your family. Just tell me everything you have done." K.S. Long knew that if he didn't want his family members to be shot together with him, he could only tell everything. After Nixon heard K.S. Long reveal everything, his face turned ashen, and he was arrested after framing him. Then the door of the living room opened, and Claire and her team came in with guns pointed at their backs by the guards. Claire didn't understand why the other party could find out directly when the plan was so flawless. Nixon aimed his eyes at Claire, motioning her to look at the big screen. Claire and the investigation team looked at the screen with ugly expressions on their faces. "Wait until K.S. Long finished everything." Chief Reinman IV said to Nixon, "Ambassador Nixon, get out of my country with your stolen goods that you framed. K.S. Long's family, you all take them away." Then he looked at K.S. Long and said, "As for you, I won't let you die so ugly. In a few days, I will declare to the outside world that you committed suicide in fear of corruption. Thank you, Your Majesty the Chief, for your kindness." Chief Reinman IV waved his hand, and the two guards directly dragged the traitor out. Nixon and others were temporarily hijacked on the spot. "Everyone, I can only invite you to stay for a while." Chief Reinman IV finished speaking, got up and left the living room, and met the Saint Aina directly. "Your Excellency, what do you plan to do with these video clips?" "Of course, directly disseminate these clips, so that more countries can see the despicable and shameless side of these democratic camps." "Your Excellency, I have told His Majesty the Pope about this matter. After His Majesty knew about it, he couldn't stand it anymore. He said that he was willing to report these clips on various media across the country, and he was also willing to help your country. Let's uphold justice for your country, and let countries in the world judge for your country. Okay, please ask Your Highness to convey to His Majesty the Pope on my behalf, thanking him for upholding justice for this country. Your country imports its own products. Except for food, the rest of the products are not taxed in your country for 10 years. Okay, thank you His Majesty the Chief for your kindness. By the way, Your Highness, please convey the leader of the Tiani Mercenary Corps for me. Without his help, my country may be doomed now. I am grateful to him for this. A port in my country. Let them use it for free for 10 years, and also allow him to set up a mercenary branch in his country as a special case. If he wants to invest in business in his country, we will not collect taxes for 3 years. No problem, I'll pass it on." Colonel Eli was preparing at this time, waiting for Nixon's signal, and he immediately acted. However, after several hours of waiting, they did not receive the coded message. Instead, the superior sent an order to wait for Nixon and the others to return to the fleet and leave the Rhineman Emirate immediately. "My lord, what's going on here? We were ready to start. Why did we suddenly stop and leave the scene?" "Humph, watch the international news yourself." After the screen went black, Eli asked his subordinates to connect to the international network. He wanted to see what the international news reported. As a result, if you don't look at it, You can see that his whole face is blue. The content of the news is that his fleet came uninvited and ran directly to the Rhineland Emirates. As the name suggests, he is investigating whether he has weapons of mass destruction. As a result, some special forces or secret agents were secretly sent to set the blame, but they were caught. His fleet was released by many media, and it turned out to be a fleet from the Democratic camp. Except for the fact that the media belonging to the Democratic camp did not report much, or avoided the important ones, the media from other camps directly criticized the Democratic camp. Eli's whole brain was spinning. He knew this matter. They couldn't clean up people's dirty water, but caused a whole body of blood. The Rhineland Emirate caught the Democratic camp framing the matter, and it fermented a few days later. It spread throughout the entire Earth Circle and the Colonial Circle, and all the countries in the Colonial Circle, including all the countries in the Earth Circle, condemned and bombarded it. If the Colonial Democratic camp in the 7th District is bombarded and condemned by other systems, how much impact will it have on them? However, all countries with democratic systems have directly cut off from the Democratic camp in the 7th District colony, and even bombarded the 7th District Colonial Democratic camp. It directly caused unimaginable harm to the Democratic camp in the 7th District colony. Even the Wanluo Federation, one of the representatives of the democracies, launched an extremely strong bombardment against them, saying that they will not help the Democratic camp in the 7th District colony in the coming war. To make matters worse, soldiers from many countries in the Democratic camp of the 7th District colony refused to fight. During the fermentation of this incident, many soldiers became suspicious. When some countries were also investigated before for having weapons of mass destruction, the so-called just war launched to protect the security of human beings wiped out those countries involved. Many soldiers felt that the countries that were eliminated at the beginning were framed and blamed just like the Rhineland Emirates. Then the so-called just wars launched before are actually evil wars at all, which have harmed the local people in those countries. The spread of the war has caused them to lose their relatives, and even made them displaced and become refugees. Many soldiers have been condemned by their own conscience. If they were fighting for justice and for the country, they were willing to die generously and fight even if they died. However, a few days after this matter fermented, many soldiers had already disobeyed orders and refused to fight. Many soldiers stood up and marched to protest the government and the war launched by the government. They sacrificed those soldiers who fought on the front line just for their own political future. Then, many civilians in democratic countries also came out to demonstrate. Among them were the families of soldiers who died in battle, holding up photos of their dead relatives, protesting that the government launched a despicable war that killed their innocent relatives and died on the front line. Originally, the Democratic camp was in a stalemate with the dictatorship camps, and the Democratic camp, which had a slight upper hand, began to show a situation of defeat in the days after this incident fermented. In addition to the refusal of soldiers to fight, some occupied colonial satellites, the generals of the local garrison soldiers, collectively launched a protest and announced that they would not let the soldiers die in this meaningless war, let alone become the victim of the government behind the money. He voluntarily gave up the occupied colonial satellite and led all the soldiers under it back to the country. Although these generals brought the soldiers back to the country, when the military police arrested them and prepared to take them for trial, countless soldiers stood up to resist and protect their generals, because the generals were for their lives, to prevent them from dying in meaningless disobedience to military orders under war. In addition, after the soldiers left many occupied colonial satellites, the underground resistance organization recovered the country without bloodshed, or some countries regained the lost land. It can be said that the Democratic camp has spit out more than half of the territory it swallowed before. On the 7th day, when the matter fermented, when the Democratic camp was about to be beaten back to its original shape, the Wanluo Federation secretly resumed support at this time, in order to allow the war to continue. They even secretly sent some spies to drop poison gas on the colonial satellites of some non-democratic countries, poisoning and killing civilians. Afterwards, he planted the blame on the Democratic camp, bribed a lot of international media to scold the Democratic camp, and in order to win the war, he actually dropped poison gas and poisoned innocent people. Originally, the Democratic camp desperately denied it at first, But the previous framing made many people in the world think that it must have been done by the Democratic camp. At this time, the Democratic camp has fallen into the Yellow River and cannot be cleaned up, and it is completely indisputable. Originally, many countries that had regained lost ground or had regained their country wanted to stop the war, but the poisoning incident forced them to raise the banner of sanctions and sanction the countries that defeated these democratic camps. It has been 3 days since Saint Aina interviewed the country of Donkey. The country of Donkey is a country with a democratic system and one of the countries that launched the war. It's just that at this time, the country of Stunk has fallen into a state of civil strife. Most of the soldiers now don't obey the government's orders. What's worse, demonstrations broke out in every colonial satellite, demanding that the government stop the war immediately. Saint Aina came to the capital satellite colony of Stunk Kingdom on the first day and was warmly welcomed by the local people. The people all knew that Saint Aina was here to preach peace. Persuade your own government to stop the war. The president of Stunk personally received the Saint Aina. Saint Aina has been preaching peace in the media of Stunk Country for the past 3 days, and the president of Stunk Country no longer wants to go to war at this time. The soldiers disobeyed the order and automatically gave up the colonial satellites they occupied. Now there are only 3 colonial satellites occupied. At this time, Donkey was besieged by 3 countries. The president of Stunk asked Saint Aina to be a peacemaker and asked the 3 countries to sit down and negotiate. Your Excellency, if you really sincerely want to stop the war, you must first admit your mistakes and then apologize to the other party sincerely, but also make a decision to compensate the other party for the war losses so that the other party will feel that you have done something wrong. Sincerely want to stop the war. I understand this, but in this way I will also be criticized by the opposition party, saying that I am weak, surrendering to the enemy country to pay compensation, etc., will say that I am a traitor. The important point is that international media reports say that our democratic camp has poisoned other countries with poisonous gas. The people of the country, jumping into the Yellow River, can't clean up this matter. Many countries have raised the banner of sanctions and will not let our country with a democratic system in the 7th District go. Your Excellency, I also understand the helplessness of your democratic system. You have to think about the interests of the country and the general public. If you only think about whether you can continue to be re-elected, what you think about is your votes, and what you think about is you. As for my own political future, then I have nothing to say. By the way, there is also the thing you said about throwing poison gas to kill people in other countries. If your country has not done such a thing, you can immediately deny it and immediately cut it off from the current democratic camp country. The president of Stunk put his hands on the table and touched his forehead. Now, whether he wants to stop the war or not, he will be criticized by the opposition party. Your Excellency, outside your presidential palace, a bunch of people are demonstrating against you. Their appeal for demonstration is just for peace. I also believe that the demonstrators believe that Your Excellency the President will not poison the people of other countries. Such a cruel thing. The president of Stunk took a deep breath and then made up his mind. Your Highness, I understand. Even if my political future is terminated, even if I am a sinner of a country in the historical records, I have decided to stop now. Injury is the last thing I can do with conscience for the country and the people. The next day, President Stunk held a press conference in his presidential palace, proclaiming his guilt and requesting a truce from the countries of Krusha, Mega, and Dak. The president of the country of Donkey issued a statement of guilt and stated that the poison gas incident had nothing to do with the country of Donkey. He also announced that he had cut off from the democratic camp and issued an apology to the countries of Krusha, Mega, and Dak statement, deeply saddened by the harm of the 3 kingdoms. I don't expect the countries of Kes, Majia, and Dak to forgive me for the sins I have done. I just ask for a truce, and don't let each other hurt anymore, and don't let each other's hatred get deeper. Kes, as long as you are willing to cease the war, you can set your conditions. As long as it is not too much, I will try my best to meet it. Although President Stanley's speech of guilt has been criticized by the opposition parties and supporters, it has received more support and understanding from the public. Even most of the soldiers who have already disobeyed the order expressed their support for the president's speech, armistice request, and his guilt. The countries of Kex, Manhwa and Dak originally wanted to continue to attack the country of Stunk to avenge the original war hatred. But after seeing the speech of the president of the country of Stunk, they temporarily suspended their actions. The leaders of the three countries even discussed in contact. Originally, I wanted to continue the fight to avenge the original injury, but after the hatred has been avenged, the country also needs to be rebuilt. And where will the money for this construction be found? If the fight continues, the money burned will be more and more. The money needed for construction has already been squandered in the war. At that time, the country's economy and people's livelihood will fall into a mess because of lack of money. The leaders of the three countries decided to declare to the outside world that they are willing to negotiate with the stank country, but the first condition for the negotiation is the Saint Aina of the Uya Cross country as a witness. If this condition cannot be met, then there is no need to talk about it, and the war will continue. Aina is willing to be a witness for the sake of peace. Negotiations can begin only after the countries of Krusha, Mega, and Dak demand the return of the occupied colonial satellites and compensation to them. The location of the negotiation is at the junction of the four countries, the number 5 colonial satellite of the Dunk country. For this reason, Aina and the leaders of the four countries are all in the 5th colony satellite of the Dunk country. This matter has also attracted the attention of the international media. Media reporters from many countries have come to the 5th colony satellite of the Dunk country to conduct follow-up reports. The leaders of the four countries sent their own negotiating teams to conduct negotiations. Many international commentators have commented on the president of the Dunk country as a political leader who is responsible and admits mistakes. During negotiations between negotiating teams from 4 countries, Long Fei received a report from the mother base that the development and manufacture of the Goddess of Justice Gundam has been completed, and Long Fei asked the mother base to upgrade the Goddess of Justice Gundam to the Goddess of Justice Gundam F-Type modification. The completion of Barbados and Astaroth has exceeded 95%, and the production will be completed in about a day or 2. The next step is to develop Blue Heresy Gundam, ZZ Gundam, and Judgment Goddess Gundam. Although Long Fei thought about sending people to invest in the Rhineman Emirate, he temporarily gave up the idea when he thought that the colony in District 7 was still in a state of war. St. Aina's Space Fleet and Guardian Fleet are arranged to berth on the artificial coast of the 5th colony satellite. After the 3rd day of negotiations between the negotiating teams of the 4 countries, the results of the negotiations have been reached. As long as the Stunk country is on the date of signing the contract, it will return the occupied colonial satellites to the Yux country, the Manhwa country, and the Dak country, and will partially compensate the 3 countries in terms of money and resources. China will also write down this meaningless war in textbooks, admit its own mistakes, and let generations of children and grandchildren remember this wrong war. All countries can accept the results of the negotiations. The leaders of the countries of Krusha, Mega, and Dak can get back what they lost, and they can get some compensation, so that they can at least have an account for their own citizens, and more importantly, one point, at least it can reduce some pressure on post-war construction. Because the most important task after the war is to rebuild people's livelihood, economy, and construction. Boss, can you really negotiate a result for these 4 countries? Shrek asked the boss at the dinner table. Well, I think it should be possible to talk about it. For the citizens of the 4 countries, they can breathe a sigh of relief and then rebuild the economy and people's livelihood. Saint Aina has also played a great role in this matter. If it is true if she can move towards peace, it is estimated that this girl's international reputation will be highly evaluated in the future. If these 4 countries all sign the armistice agreement and peace is established, will it affect other countries? Well, more or less. But the most important thing is whether countries can let go of their hatred for each other. It is estimated that the hatred between some countries is not easy to let go of each other. I am afraid that one of them must be eliminated before it can be stopped. At this time, Long Fei cut a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. He chewed and said, "To be honest, this kind of thing really has nothing to do with us. At present we must protect Her Highness the Holy Maiden and prevent her from being harmed." I'm talking about the boss. Although Her Majesty has brought peace to an area and gained a good international reputation, those arms dealers and those with vested interests in the related industrial chain probably hate Her Majesty for blowing up their prophet cake. They don't kill Her Highness the Holy Maiden and then quickly, I will take their surname. All in all, we can't let this big client get hurt. Speaking of which, boss, you are also an arms dealer. Don't you hate people like saints? War is a big treasury for arms dealers. The longer the war is fought, the more benefits you will get. Long Fei glanced at Colonel Shrek, smiled wryly and said, I can only say that I am a failed arms dealer. I really can't do such a thing as launching a war for profit and causing people to die. After the results of the negotiations, the four countries announced to the outside world that they had set a date for signing the armistice agreement, and the results of the negotiations were also communicated to various media. After the people of the four countries learned of the results of the negotiations, most of them could accept them. The date for signing the armistice agreement arrives, and a team in Spartan uniforms is responsible for protecting the safety of the Saint Aina. Saint Aina and John took a special car to the largest restaurant in the local colonial satellite. Long Fei was in the cockpit of the Strike Gundam, watching the live news displayed on the screen. All major international media are following the live broadcast and reporting. Sweeping the media, the hosts are all reporting. It is Saint Aina who played a huge key role in this matter. There is also a host to get information about the anonymous person, how the Saint Aina dealt with the leaders of the four countries, so that the leaders of the four countries put down their mutual hatred and moved towards peace. And the host said with great emotion that Saint Aina is the greatest woman of this era. These media reporters really know how to engage in marketing accounts. Long Fei couldn't help complaining. Saint Aina came to the scene. Many lights shone on her. Saint Aina showed a gentle smile and greeted the media reporters. Then the leaders of various countries also came to the scene one after another. The leaders of the four countries shook hands with Aina for a group photo. In front of a long rectangular table, Aina was right in the middle, with the president of Stunk on the right, and the leaders of X, Mega, and Dak on the left. The white paper on the truce between the two sides was submitted to both sides by the staff. After the two sides checked and read it, there was no problem. The leaders of both sides signed an armistice agreement. Then, Saint Aina announced the content of the armistice agreement and peace declaration in front of the international media. In the end, the leaders of the four countries and the Saint Aina held hands together in front of the international media, officially declaring peace. The people who watched the live broadcast and those who were at the scene cheered. Suddenly, a Tiani mercenary ran in front of the Saint Aina, and a retractable shield appeared from his arm, blocking the saint. Extending the shield, suddenly there was a spark and the sound of a metal collision. The sudden side caused a riot. The other Tiani mercenaries immediately guarded Aina's side, and John and the guard knights also immediately protected Aina's safety. The bodyguards of the leaders of the four countries immediately surrounded the leaders for protection. President Stunk, what's going on? The leader of the Kremlin asked loudly. I don't know. The president of Dunkey also wanted to know what's going on. The leader of the Magyar kingdom pointed at the president of the Dunkey kingdom and shouted, This is your territory. Tell me that you don't know. Everyone, calm down. This is a terrorist attack. Some people don't want you to be peaceful. They want you to continue the war. Once your country fights, you will fall into their trap. Aina shouted loudly. This scene was filmed by some media reporters who were not scared away by the riots. The people watching the live broadcast were outraged. Some people didn't want them to be peaceful, and even wanted to kill Her Royal Highness who brought them peace. There was another commotion at the scene. A Tiani mercenary dragged a person with broken legs to Aina's scene. Your Highness, this person is the one who assassinated you just now. What should I do? This one is still by Stunk. Suddenly someone interrupted. His Royal Highness, please wait a moment. It was the King of Dak who interrupted and said, Forgive me. This assassination took place in the country of Stunk, and it is handled by the Kingdom of Dak. I don't feel at ease or trust it. I propose that Her Majesty the Holy Maiden be guarded by your people, and then our four countries send people to interrogate together to find out who wants to prevent us from peace. The Saint Aina was a little embarrassed. She couldn't make a decision, and looked at the president of the Stone Kingdom. This matter did happen in this country, and it has an inescapable responsibility. In order to show innocence, it will be handed over to the people of Her Majesty the Holy Maiden, and will be interrogated by relevant personnel from our quartet. The leaders of the other two countries agreed to the proposal, then imprisoned this person temporarily. The Tianyi mercenary group immediately took out the handcuffs, clasped the assassin's hands, and then took out an electric baton to stun him. When the Tianyi mercenaries carried the assassin on their shoulders, outside the hotel, successive explosions occurred. This caused screams and riots from the people gathered outside, and many people were affected by the explosion and were killed. The bodyguards of all parties rushed to their leaders to the car immediately. Various international media reported on it, and it was attacked by terror at this time. Strike Gundam is equipped with a motorized backpack, steps on the electromagnetic pedal, ejects from the hangar, and flies out of the MIS mothership. Momoka, Z Gundam move out. Li Xiuqing, Aegis Gundam move out. Long Fei and other pilots all turned on the identification code information to inform the other four countries' MS of their current affiliation. To be on the safe side, Long Fei and the others also followed the Saintis MS team of the Knights of Saintisena. There was chaos on the street, and militants even fired at the crowd with rifles. The sound of gunshots and wailing continued to rise and fall, and countless blood was spilled on the street. Colonel Shrek even arranged for the dispatch of a small, unmanned aerial vehicle with a combination of surveillance and strikes to fly over the crowd for reconnaissance, and dispatched several troops, one of which was to respond to the Saint Ana, and the other teams were dispatched to different streets to stop the crowd. Militants attacked civilians. The small unmanned aerial vehicle, which is responsible for the integration of surveillance and combat, finds that militants are attacking civilians, and the machine gun on the unmanned aerial vehicle shoots and kills the militants. Then there were dust or explosions in many places, and MSs would emerge from the dust or smoke. These MSs with big stomachs destroyed buildings, and even attacked the fleeing crowd with machine guns on their heads. MS all come from MS developed in different countries. The primary task of the four countries' MS is to protect the safety of the leaders, and it is impossible to dispatch some MS to prevent these MS without the identification code from wreaking havoc. Long Fei contacted 2nd Lieutenant Bella. 2nd Lieutenant Bella, the 105 Dagger MS team is dispatched by you to protect the safety of your Holy Highness. We are going to prevent those MS from attacking innocent people. Okay. Z, Strike, and Aegis Gundam flew in 3 different directions. Xiuqing, the 580mm double-phase energy cannon must not be used, so as not to penetrate the colonial satellite. Receive. Long Fei found that there were 3 Flying Cat MS wreaking havoc on buildings not far away. Long Fei pressed the launch button, and 3 beams hit the 3 Flying Cat MS. The 3 Flying Cat MS directly turned into 3 groups of fireworks. Then several MSs shot at the Strike Gundam in the sky. Humph. Long Fei snorted coldly, easily dodged the attack, stepped on the lever, and rushed directly to one of the mobile suits, splitting it in half with the beam saber. Immediately afterwards, the 3 MS aimed at the Strike Gundam and shot. The moment the Strike Gundam scattered, it hit 2 mobile suits one after another, ignoring the last mobile suit to shoot, and rushed directly to the target. What's going on? Why can't this mobile suit be injured? The driver's machine gun hit the Strike Gundam one after another without any effect. The Strike Gundam was getting closer and closer, and immediately turned and fled. Long Fei pressed down on the beam saber and replaced it with the beam saber. The sword pierced the MS's cockpit, and a large hole was opened in the cockpit. MS directly knelt on the ground. It is estimated that the driver's bones were gone. Then, Long Fei continued to look for the target, and found a Flying Cat mobile suit attacking the fleeing crowd. Long Fei directly scolded a piece of scum and drove the Strike Gundam at full speed towards the Flying Cat MS. In order not to hurt innocent people, he didn't use the beam saber to avoid causing an explosion and affecting innocent people. Knock down the Flying Cat MS with a shield, penetrate the cockpit with a military dagger, and kill the driver directly. From the screen, Long Fei saw those innocent people who were injured, corpses strewn all over the ground, limbs and broken feet, blood staining the road. Long Fei couldn't bear to look directly at him. When Long Fei wanted to leave, he saw a corner of the screen and found a little girl crying. He heard from the radio that the little girl was calling for her mother. It seemed that the little girl had separated from her mother. Long Fei drove the Strike Gundam and landed in front of the little girl. The little girl was a little scared when she saw the giant robot, as if she was too scared to move. In order not to scare the little girl, Long Fei took off his helmet early in the morning and walked out of the cockpit. The little girl was very scared when she saw Long Fei. In order not to irritate the little girl, Long Fei kept a distance from the little girl, then knelt down on one knee and said to the little girl, "Little sister, don't be afraid. Big brother will take you to find your mother." When the little girl heard that she was looking for her mother, the little girl became a little less afraid, so she tried to ask, "Big brother, do you really take me to find my mother?" And Long Fei stretched out his right hand. The little girl walked up to Long Fei quickly and took Long Fei's right hand. Long Fei took the little girl into the cockpit. From the screen, he saw a few red light beams and a few exploding fireworks in the distance. Long Fei remembered that that was where Tao Xiang was. It seems that the first actual combat did not affect her usual skills. At this time, the message number rang, and it turned out that several MSs popped up not far from Long Fei. "Little sister, do you want to go with Big Brother to destroy the robot?" Long Fei reached out and touched the top of the little sister's head. Long Fei was still a little worried about the little sister. The place where she was just now was a place full of corpses. "I hope this little sister will not leave any indelible psychological shadow behind." Oh my God, it was really scary just now. I thought I was really dead. Those terrorists came out of nowhere, shot and massacred the crowd. Just now I thought I was dead at the scene. Suddenly another group of militants emerged, attacked the terrorists on the street, and saved our lives. A female reporter from an international media was reporting live with lingering fear, her expression terrified. In the barrage on the screen, many people cared about the female reporter, and some even cheered for the female reporter, and some even said that the scene was too scary. The female reporter even introduced the armed organization that was protecting them. Judging from their shoulder badges, it was a mercenary organization. Suddenly, there was another big commotion at the scene. The female reporter turned her head to look and was so frightened that she sat on the ground because 4 MSs suddenly landed on the scene. Some of the people ran away, and some crouched on the ground with their heads in their hands, begging not to attack them. The Tianyi mercenaries on the scene immediately fired powerful bazookas at those MSs. One MS was hit on the head by damage to the photographic equipment, and the other 3, one of which was injured in the arm, and the other 2 avoided it. These MS are just when they want to fight back. Long Fei came to the scene at this moment. The strike Gundam fell from the sky, pierced the cockpit of one mobile suit with a sword, and then rushed to another intact mobile suit, chopped off both hands and legs with a beam saber, and then crushed the mobile suit's head with one foot. Another mobile suit with a damaged arm took off the axe with the other hand and rushed towards Strike Gundam. Strike Gundam avoided for an instant, and then pierced the cockpit with a sword. When the last one was damaged by the camera equipment, the driver could not know what was going on outside, and when he opened the cockpit to check, the Strike Gundam came directly in front of him, and he raised his hands in fright to express his surrender. Long Fei ordered the Tianyi mercenaries at the scene to take this pilot and another mobile suit that lost both hands and feet and capture the pilot. During the live broadcast, the female reporter filmed the entire battle process, and in less than 15 seconds, she killed 4 mobile suits in an instant. The audience watching the live broadcast opened their eyes wide, and many words appeared in the barrage on the screen, such as a strong MS, a handsome MS, and so on. Strike Gundam knelt down on one knee, the cockpit opened, and Long Fei hugged his little sister and landed on the ground. Countless words popped up in the barrage during the live broadcast. Such a young driver. Why did the driver hug a little girl? Where did the little girl come from? And so on. At this time, Long Fei was not wearing a helmet, and he did not realize that his appearance had appeared in the live broadcast video. The Tianyi mercenaries all saluted Long Fei. Long Fei just nodded, and then carried the little girl in front of some people. "Little sister, is your mother here?" The little girl immediately called her mother. It turns out that the little girl in the driver's arms is helping her find her mother. This pilot is a hero. There were many bullet screens in the live broadcast. All of them praised Long Fei's actions. "Sophia," a young woman cried and showered Long Fei. "Mom," the little girl called out loudly. Long Fei put the little girl down, and the little girl rushed to her mother immediately, and the young woman hugged her lost daughter tightly. On the other side, Longwen walked into the office of the eldest sister, Selenum Nigrum, with her mobile suit, and Selenum Nagrumi and Long Xian were discussing things in the office. Eldest sister, second sister, come and see. Longwen pushed the phone in front of the two sisters. Xiao Fei, Selenum Nigrum and Long Xian exclaimed. Longwen told the two sisters the ins and outs of the previous incident. Xiao Fei and his troops are rescuing the local people and even fighting those terrorists. Long Xian said with his eyes wide open. And Longwen nodded. Sir, thank you for saving my daughter. The young woman hugged Sophia and thanked Long Fia. You're welcome. May I ask, where is Sophia's father? My husband passed away 2 years ago. That's it. That's a pity. I'm sorry. Fine. At this time, Long Fei's earphones received a message that the colony number 5 was under attack. It turned out that many cargo ships in various ports were hiding those MSs. After the leaders of the 4 countries signed the Armistice Agreement and Peace Declaration, these MSs also began to attack. Start one after another, and then attack everything around. The port where the guarding fleet is located. Although the port was attacked by those MSs that emerged for a moment, it was quickly wiped out. The Saint Aina returned to her spaceship without incident, and the space fleet was protected by the Guardian fleet at this time. The leaders of the other 4 countries also safely returned to their spaceships, and their MS have also wiped out the MS that emerged. The battle outside the colony keeps them temporarily unable to leave. Then Long Fei also received a message that he got information from the captive who assassinated the Saint Aina captured earlier. He came from a group of criminal organizations, and he and his organization were only doing things for money, and he was only ordered by the organization to assassinate the Saint Aina, and his organization was also carrying out other terrorist attacks. But he didn't know about the countless MSs and other people who came out, because no matter how large his organization was, he couldn't gather so many people and MSs all at once, not to mention that his organization didn't have that many people. It seems that those arms dealers and those interested in the industrial chain have invested so much money to make a big fuss, and the purpose is not to hope for peace. At this time, the female reporter ran to Long Fei with the photographer and interviewed Long Fei. Sir, the audience really wants to know what your name is, and what organization are you from? Long Fei turned a deaf ear and walked straight towards the destination. Sir, everyone really wants to know the name of the MS you are driving. Long Fei continued to turn a deaf ear. Seeing that Long Fei was unwilling to answer any questions, the female reporter had no choice but to block Long Fei's way and said, Sir, please cooperate with my work. Long Fei directly grabbed the female reporter by the collar and threw it to the other side. The audience watching the live broadcast saw the female reporter being thrown to the other side, in a state of embarrassment. Wow, what a cool driver. This driver is so cool. Adjectives for Long Fei appeared in the barrage, and then the audience watched Long Fei sit in the cockpit of Strike Gundam. After closing the cockpit door, Long Fei communicated with his subordinates. Boss, the 2 captives we captured earlier have obtained some information. They are from a mercenary group called Twilight. They are also paid for their work, and we have also obtained information about their actions. Well, leave it to Colonel Shrek and let him decide. Yes, boss. Long Fei's driver's license Strike Gundam left the scene. Not long after Long Fei left, during the live broadcast of female records, many viewers gasped in surprise, and words of abuse of captives popped up on the barrage. The 2 captives who were caught before were beaten with pig-headed faces. Immediately after the earthquake came from the ground, there was a series of intense explosions in the distance. Many people at the scene felt a little bad. Then the emergency evacuation signal sounded on the radio. The battlefield outside Colonial Satellite Number 5 is now in full swing. Gemini Brothers, Storm, Gundam, and many Dagger Series MS and Shikoku MS are working together to deal with many different types of MS. Countless sparks emanated from the outer space battlefield of the Colonial Satellite, and the Gundam became the focus of attention on the battlefield, and it was also the key target of the enemy. Oops, my heavy gunner Gundam is almost out of ammunition, Ku Jiexiong said looking at the display on the screen. Zhouya asked Ku Jiexiong to return to the mothership for supplies, and she was responsible for covering him from leaving. Is this the MS of the Uya Cross Country? The leaders of the 4 countries looked at the active Gundam on the battlefield, thinking that the Gundam was the MS of the Uya Cross Country. The space battlefield outside the colonial satellite is fiercely fought, and every location in the colonial satellite will suddenly explode from time to time. Wherever a battle occurs in the colony will be damaged. Z Gundam and Aegis Gundam are back-to-back, surrounded by many MS at this time. Visually estimated that there are at least 20 units. I didn't expect that there was an ambush here. Li Xiuqing sneered. Get out. You don't need to tell me. I know it too. Aegis Gundam launched the attack first, and the fierce flames of the thrusters flew to the sky in an instant to launch the attack. The beam spear fired several cyan beam rays in succession, all of which hit and destroyed the MS, forming several fireballs directly. The other MS immediately countered Aegis Gundam. The Z Gundam also launched an attack immediately, firing several shots in a row, shooting down several MS, attacking the Aegis Gundam in an instant. When the Z Gundam was shooting, it also turned on the thrusters and quickly rushed to the target, then took out a beam saber and split it in half, and then fired several shots to shoot down 2 mobile suits. Oh, this woman's strength is pretty good, but it's not enough for me to agree with you. Li Xiuqing also paid attention to Tao Xiang's battle during the battle and acknowledged Tao Xiang's strength. Aegis then shot down 2 more mobile suits, and then fell straight down. The light beams on the legs turned on, and a sweep of the legs directly swept a midair mobile suit in half. What are these two? It destroyed more than a dozen of our MS in one fell swoop. I don't want to die. I just use money to do things. The big deal is that I won't make any money. Seeing that the situation was bad, the remaining MS fled the scene immediately. Li Xiuqing and Tao Xiang should not chase after them, and the 2 Gundams stayed where they were. Just at this time, Strike Gundam landed in front of the 2 Gundams. There was a sound of beep, and a new combat order was issued. No way, those terrorists are going to blow up this colonial satellite. Tao Xiang was silent. Long-phase communication video popped up on Li Xiuqing's screen. It is estimated that the inner ghost has been communicated, and the information received shows that the place that was blown up is still a support point, and there are many MS over there. Old Fei, do I think this is the fault of the president of the donkey country? I don't think so. It is estimated that his political enemies or those arms dealers are playing tricks, but I think the former is more likely, and I just received some information that this colonial satellite is controlled by the opposition party. It just so happens that the satellite leader of the colonial satellite is no longer here, and he had already slipped out of the colonial satellite before the incident happened, and he is very likely to be an insider. What good does it do him? Li Xiuqing said with a frown. It's estimated that he got a sum of money that he can't spend. Maybe he can go to other places to enjoy his life. Tao Xiang, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help asking. He did this. Didn't he think of his fellow countrymen? Doesn't this person have a conscience? Long Fei sneered and said, Hey, there are some people in the world who are selfish and only think about themselves. As long as there are interests, they can give up other things. Conscience? Perhaps for such people, how much is conscience worth? Everything is bullshit. At this time, there was an explosion sound in the distance, and even the ground shook. The quake was felt by all 3 in their respective cockpits. 2 autonomous transport drones, one carrying Strike Gundam's sword backpack, and the other carrying nothing. The Strike Gundam and the mobile backpack are separated. There is no drone for carrying things. Buckle up the mobile backpack and take it back to the mothership. The drone carrying the sword backpack landed behind the Strike Gundam. After the Strike Gundam assembled the sword backpack, the drone also returned to the mothership. Xiuqing, you should go back to the mothership temporarily and wait for orders. Tao Xiang, you will patrol with me and investigate the colonial satellite to see if there are other people. Good. The colonial satellite has issued an evacuation order at this time, requiring all citizens to go to the port for evacuation immediately. Relevant government departments are already implementing the current work. The general police maintain order, and the guard group searches the colony for terrorists or armed groups. Every road leading to the port is crowded with vehicles and people fleeing for their lives with their luggage packed. Many countries and people in the world are paying attention to this matter, and various international media at the scene are broadcasting live. Colonel Shrek arranged for some fleeing people to board their warships. Colonel Shrek originally wanted to stay out of this matter. At this time, Saint Aina asked Colonel Shrek for help to take in and help those common people. All the necessary expenses can be reimbursed from the Uya cross-country. Colonel Shrek first asked the saint to wait for his decision, and immediately contacted the boss Long Fei to inform him of the matter, and Long Fei directly asked Colonel Shrek to accept the request of the Saint Aina. Colonel Shrek was a little puzzled why the boss would accept this kind of request to be close to volunteers, and Shrek, who didn't understand, asked the boss for instructions. Currently, many major media are broadcasting live. If we can help these people, if such news spreads throughout the world, it will also give us a good reputation, and there may be countless potential benefits. After listening to the boss's explanation, Colonel Shrek felt that it made sense, so he immediately contacted the saint and agreed to her request. The Strike Gundam held a ship-slashing knife and directly split a mobile suit in midair into two halves. The Z Gundam fired several shots on the ground, shooting down several mobile suits in midair. There will be a battle between Long Fei and Tao Xiang. The main reason is that when they were patrolling, they discovered a battle in an area. It was a battle between the MS team of the security regiment and the MS team of an unknown armed organization. Although the mobile suit team of the security regiment is superior in number, the mobile suits used are all old mobile suits from at least 30 years ago. Although the MS used by the armed organization is also relatively old MS, it is only MS 20 years ago, and its performance is still better than that of the MS team of the security regiment. Long Fei and Tao Xiang's participation in the battle quickly eliminated the MS team of an unknown armed organization. Long Fei looked at the screen. There were many broken mobile suits on the ground that were on fire. Most of them were mobile suits from the security regiment. When the beeps sounded, it was the security team requesting communication from Long Fei, and Long Fei pressed the connect button. "What's up?" A garrison officer wearing sunglasses popped up on the screen. "Thank you for your help. Without your help, our casualties would be even greater. If you want to thank, please thank Her Royal Highness. It was her request that we came to help. Anyway, thank you all. I would like to ask if you have received the location of some armed groups hiding." The chief of the security regiment lowered his head to check the information, and then informed several locations that the team that was originally sent to investigate, but there was no news at this time, and there was a high possibility that they were all destroyed by a surprise attack. Long Fei asked the chief of the garrison for these materials. "Leave it to us. You go to maintain order. The people of your country need your help even more." The chief of the security regiment understood Long Fei's meaning. Their mobile suits were too far behind and couldn't help at all. If they went together, they might get in the way, so it's better to hand them over to the two of them. "Okay, please both of you." The head of the garrison immediately left the scene with the rest of his subordinates. Long Fei and Tao Xiang immediately went to location A to investigate. On the way, the two were in the cockpit. Gundam flew into the air and could see the buildings on the ground shaking. Looking at the shaking building on the ground from the screen, Long Fei said, "This colonial satellite may fall apart at any time. It seems that there has been a fierce battle here, and the final result is that the MS squad of the security regiment was completely defeated." Long Fei deduced from the screen, looking at the many MS of the security regiment that were burning with limbs and feet. Tao Xiang was on the alert for any ambush around her. Suddenly, Long Fei's Strike Gundam sounded the siren, and Long Fei immediately steered the Strike Gundam to dodge to the side. A shell slid directly past the Strike Gundam, smashing a big hole in the ground. Momoka immediately controlled the Z Gundam to shoot in the direction of the sniper. The enemy avoided my counterattack. The siren sounded again, and Long Fei continued to dodge. Just as Tao Xiang was about to fight back, she suddenly felt a sense of danger behind her. Z Gundam immediately dodged to the side, and a beam of light flashed across Z Gundam's body. Long Fei suddenly sensed several attacks coming towards him, and immediately controlled the Strike Gundam to avoid the attacks continuously. "Hey, these two mobile suits are really handsome, and they can avoid our sneak attacks continuously, which is much better than those idiot security teams." A rough radio voice sounded. Long Fei and Tao Xiang looked in the direction of the sound, and it was a Flying Cat MS suspended in midair. From the data map, Long Fei found that it was a modified Flying Cat MS, and the propellant behind it was different. Increased, the legs and waist are also equipped with propellers, and some powerful weapons are also mounted on the body. Then some refitted Flying Cat MS appeared. Among the modified Flying Cat MS, some had enhanced armor thickness, and some were equipped with some powerful armaments. There was also a Flying Cat MS that was the first to attack Long Fei. Some armor modifications are relatively weak, and the armor is sprayed with color-changing paint, which can make it difficult for enemies with poor vision to see clearly. They are holding a sniper MS rifle. Long Fei turned on the radio and asked, "Who are you?" "Don't care who we are. I only give you two options now. One is to surrender immediately and hand over your MS to keep you alive, and the other is to kill you. Then my answer to you is that I don't choose both. After defeating you, I will slowly ask you questions." After Long Fei finished speaking, Strike Gundam immediately rushed to one of the Flying Cat MS with very thick armor. The other Flying Cat MS immediately launched an attack on the Strike Gundam, and the shells had no effect on the Strike Gundam. What kind of armor is this? How can it not hurt at all? When the Flying Cat MS pilots were shocked, they forgot that there was a Z Gundam on the scene. Tao Xiang immediately started shooting, first shooting those Flying Cat MS with relatively strong armed defense. When many Flying Cat MS turned into a fire, the other pilots reacted and immediately dodged the beam rays. The Flying Cat MS modified into heavy armor is slow, unable to escape the lock of Strike Gundam at all, and immediately uses the thick telescopic shield mounted on both arms to resist the slashing blow of Zangiando. The thick telescopic shield was cut in half like paper, and even the entire body was cut into two, and then turned into a ball of fire. After Long Fei killed a target, he immediately rushed to another Flying Cat MS with the same heavy armor. The previously heavily armored Flying Cat mobile suits were easily cut open like a piece of paper, and the locked second pilot immediately called for help. Other modified Flying Cat mobile suits are being warmly received by Z Gundam and cannot be supported. The second modified and heavily armored Flying Cat MS suffered the same fate as its previous companions, being cut in half and turned into a ball of fire. When Long Fei rushed to the third target, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis and immediately controlled the Strike Gundam to dodge to the side. A shell passed by the Strike Gundam, and it was the sniper playing the ghost of the Cat-style MS. Then, other modified Flying Cat mobile suits counterattacked Z Gundam, and countless shells hit Z Gundam from different directions. Momoka can only control the Z Gundam, dodging the attack while looking for a counterattack. Strike Gundam flew out a beam boomerang from its left shoulder, cutting a target in half. Long Fei sensed the Flying Cat MS that wanted to snipe him again, and immediately used the rocket anchor on Strike Gundam's left wrist to hold one of the Flying Cat MS and pulled it over, allowing the sniping shells to hit it directly. This detained Flying Cat MS. "Damn despicable," the sniper Flying Cat MS driver cursed. Then Strike Gundam jumped and rolled, and cut the other target in half with a single blow. With Long Fei's help, Tao Xiang's pressure was reduced a lot, and she found a chance to fight back. She fired several shots and shot down several different modified Flying Cat mobile suits. He even took out a beam saber and cut a thick and heavy modified Flying Cat MS in half from the back waist. The driver who was clamoring before saw that more than half of his team was wiped out in just a few minutes. He immediately issued an order to retreat and fled the scene at full speed. "Tao Xiang, keep this guy here." Momoka immediately pressed the transformation button, and the Z Gundam turned into a Ma form, chasing the target quickly. After Long Fei killed several nearby targets, when he was sniped again, Long Fei immediately gave up attacking these fleeing MS and turned to deal with the sniping MS. "Don't come here." The screaming driver had a mental breakdown at this time, and the MS had already fled at full speed. Unexpectedly, the unknown MS that was chasing him turned into a fighter to chase him, and the speed was faster than his MS, which made him frantically use all the weapons on the body to attack his Ma in a slanted direction and be sure to stop him. Tao Xiang's operation skills are far superior to the opponent's. Not only did she avoid the opponent's attack calmly, but she also narrowed the distance further. After pressing the attack button, the beam rifle hanging on the upper part of the Ma form fired several beams. The ray hits the target's hands and feet directly to blow it up. The target lost its balance for a moment and fell straight down and hit a building. The brackets of the hit building fell on this modified Flying Cat MS. Only the cockpit of the head and body except for the exposed parts, The other parts were buried and could not move. When Tao Xiang was watching from above, when she was about to transform into MS form and land, she sensed a sniper attack again and immediately dodged to the side. The moment he dodges, he transforms into a MS form and immediately counterattacks in the direction of the snipe just now. It seems that this guy won't succeed in one hit, so I'll change the location immediately. When Tao Xiang was about to chase down the enemy who had been sniping, Long Fei directly sent her to stay on top, except for monitoring the victim just now. In addition to shooting down the target, she also asked her to pay attention to the specific location of the sniper and let him eliminate the sniper. The strike Gundam controlled by Long Fei was chasing this guy who had been sniping. When he was tracking, once he found other flying cat mobile suits nearby, he would kill them first and then track that mobile suit. Tao Xiang was at the top, and every time she used her new human ability to avoid the sniper attack in advance, she even informed Long Fei of the target's specific location at the moment of counterattack. Want to take advantage of the chaos and escape? There's no door. Tao Xiang noticed the previous target, and when she opened the cockpit and wanted to escape, she directly sent a beam warning at the target. What's the matter? Why can he dodge every time I change a position to snipe and counterattack in an instant? The flying cat MS who had been sniping was very annoyed at the moment, so that he could escape from the scene. Otherwise, he would have been hiding by now. At this time, after the sniping, he fled immediately, and the counterattack beam hit the position where he was sniping before. Just when he was about to change positions, he was shocked, because the unknown mobile suit holding the Zhangjian knife rushed directly in front of him. Wait a minute. Before he finished speaking, the body was cut in half and turned into a ball of fire. Although your color-changing paint makes it difficult for the enemy to find you, but as long as you turn on the thermal induction device, they will be able to find you. Long Fei looked at the MS that had turned into a ball of fire and said. Then, Long Fei and Tao Xiang joined forces, and the two Gundams landed in front of the MS that was the shouter. Tao Xiang looked at the surrendering pilot who walked out of the cockpit with his hands raised high from the screen, and when he took off his helmet, a brutish man with colorfully dyed hair couldn't help but say, "It's neither fish nor fowl." Long Fei contacted Colonel Shrek and asked him to dispatch a small team to take the prisoner away for questioning. When Long Fei and Tao Xiang were in the second investigation location, they were also ambushed, and within a few minutes, they killed all the MS in ambush. And at the second location, Long Fei and the others discovered some time bombs, the purpose of which was to blow up one of the support points of the colonial satellite. Once the support point here is blown up, the colonial satellite will accelerate its disintegration and fall apart. Long Fei asked Colonel Shrek to arrange bomb disposal experts to come here for bomb disposal. When the bomb disposal team came here to dismantle the bomb, a total of 10 MS of the Dagger series came together and guarded the surrounding area. A giant charger carried by an unmanned helicopter charges the strike Gundam. At this moment, Long Fei received a report from Colonel Shrek. The content of the report was that Long Fei and Tao Xiang were investigating the ambush encountered at the first location and captured the shouting MS driver. That prisoner was also the head of a mercenary group called Black Crow. Information came out of his mouth. He had received a commission from a mysterious head of household earlier, and the content of the commission was to come to this colonial satellite to destroy it. At first, he refused, but the mysterious employer gave him an extremely generous deposit, and those modified flying cat mobile suits were provided by the mysterious employer, and the mysterious employer also promised that as long as the more damage is done, or even the more people are killed, the rewards given will be more. The head of the Black Crow mercenary group was so generous with the rewards that he and his entire mercenary group decided to do this. After the rewards were completed, the mercenary group would be disbanded immediately. You can live your own life leisurely. The reward of a lot of money. There must be a brave man. Boss, not only did the head of this mercenary group get a generous deposit, but when other teams captured some militants, they also got almost the same information. They were all entrusted by mysterious employers. There are elements from mercenary groups, terrorist organizations, and those criminal organizations. Well, I see. Boss, there is some bad news. Do you want to hear it? Shrek asked worriedly. Speak. The militants we caught were captured by some international media when they were tortured to extract confessions. Some current affairs commentators said that we went too far and mistreated the prisoners like this, saying that we just wanted to extract information. And you can't do that. Humph. Ignore those hypocrites and Madonna whores. It has nothing to do with them anyway. At first we didn't want to care about it, but Her Majesty the Holy Maiden contacted us and asked us not to go too far. Some people found out our employment relationship with Her Majesty the Holy Maiden on the internet, and they asked the Holy Maiden to terminate their relationship with us. Employment relationship. There are really a bunch of boring people in the world. They don't need them to fight, but they look like they are superior and have a moral high ground to blame those of us who fight on the front line. When they are asked to fight, they run faster than anyone else. Quick. Indeed, there are already some people on the internet who have abused us on the website of our Tianyi mercenary group, and some media reporters have interviewed our personnel, but I have issued an order that everyone will not accept any interviews or answer any questions. Colonel Shrek, I think it's up to you to come forward and use some tough words to answer those reporters' questions. Yes, boss. Long Fei and Colonel Shrek ended the communication number, just when the bomb disposal team had already dismantled all the time bombs. The Short Sword Series MS team brought the bomb disposal team back to the mothership. At this time, Long Fei and Tao Xiang received a signal requesting support. It was another MS team arranged by Long Fei to investigate the third location. At this time, they were attacked by an unknown MS team. Long Fei released the cable from the charger, and the unmanned helicopter brought the charger back to the MS mothership, and Tao Xiang immediately transformed the Z Gundam into a Ma form. Strike Gundam jumps on the Z Gundam fuselage in MS form as a temporary transport aircraft pedal. Momoka pushed the Z Gundam thrusters to the highest level and rushed to the rescue location at full speed. Hell, these guys just keep attacking with those powerful weapons. If this continues, the colony will be pierced through many holes in no time. As whole, their ground troops have already entered the underground layer, and our ground troops cannot advance at all. The weapons used by many Dagger series mobile suits are not powerful. When counterattacking, the enemy not only counterattacks with powerful weapons, but also uses extremely strong shields to block their counterattacks. Already one dueling dagger and two 105 daggers have been destroyed. How long will it take for help to arrive? Right now? Wait a minute. Gundam looks like he'll be there in 30 seconds. The Short Sword Squad, which is in a hard fight, heard that Gundam will come to support, and the morale of every driver was boosted. Everyone hold on. Tell the ground team to be ready to rush into the basement at any time. Damn it, where did this MS team come from? After fighting for so long, they still haven't been defeated. Damn it, I don't believe that other MS teams have been called to me. They can't be defeated. What's going on? Why didn't you respond? Didn't you hear the order I said? The captain of the MS team felt a little annoyed. Why didn't his men respond to his instructions? And when he turned his head angrily to look at the screen beside him, he was dumbfounded for a moment. In front of him was a mobile suit that had never been seen before, holding a huge ship-cutting knife, and swung it at him directly. Before he had time to react, it had already GG. As soon as the Strike Gundam landed, 6 mobile suits were chopped off. Those mobile suits with huge shields tried to block the Strike Gundam's sword with their shields. As a result, the shield and mobile suit were torn in half like paper. The moment Strike Gundam arrived on the scene, it killed many enemy mobile suits, which immediately boosted the morale of the Dagger mobile suit team and immediately took counterattacks. The Z Gundam was already in MS form at this time, firing beam gun rays in midair, destroying enemy MS one after another. At this time, Long Fei saw a corner of the screen and found that a reporter from the ground forces was shooting live. Long Fei frowned a bit, but at this moment he didn't want to care too much because the enemy came for reinforcements at this time. Long Fei ordered the Short Sword MS team to deal with the enemy MS team at the scene, and he and Tao Xiang dealt with the reinforcements from the MS team. There are a total of 12 milliseconds teams that came to reinforce. Everyone, the Tianyi mercenary group I belong to, with the help of 2 mysterious mobile suits. The originally suppressed mobile suit team has already launched a counterattack, and at this time, the mobile suit team of the militants has been defeated like a bamboo shoot. And audiences, please look at the 2 mysterious mobile suits in the distance to deal with the militants' reinforcement mobile suit team. The short-haired beauty reporter was concerned about the safety of her surroundings while maintaining a calm report, and even directed her cameraman to look at the mobile suit in the distance. Shooting of Strike Gundam and Z Gundam that Fangjung battled. My God, it doesn't seem like there is even a minute to knock down all the militants' reinforcement teams. The short-haired beauty reporter grabbed a mercenary and asked, "Brother mercenary, these two mysterious MS, is it your MS?" The captured mercenary just glanced at the short-haired beauty reporter, nodded, then left her behind, and followed the other teammates towards the target. Everyone, now we are going to enter the target location. We want to know whether the operational efficiency of this mercenary group is better than that of the country's army. Let's wait and see. The short-haired beautiful reporter and photographer followed behind the Tianyi mercenary ground troops. They reported live while walking. Many viewers who watched this live broadcast were amazed by the performance of Strike Gundam and Z Gundam. Which company or country developed the advanced MS? At this time, the short-haired beauty reporter and his cameraman followed the Tianyi mercenary ground troops into the basement, chasing down the militants who entered the basement. Countless international media reporters gathered in one place at this time, and Shrek was accepting interviews and questions from reporters. Many media reporters raised their hands, and Shrek randomly selected a reporter. "Colonel Shrek, I am a reporter from Starlight Media. It is said that your mercenary group tortured and beat prisoners in order to obtain information. This is a violation of human rights. I wonder what explanation Colonel Shrek has. You want us to explain? Then I would like to ask your media, or those who accuse us, first look at the screen behind me, and tell me what human rights are, and who is violating human rights." The picture on the screen is showing the scene of corpses strewn across the field, broken limbs and wreckage. Blood has been sprinkled all over the ground. He vomited directly. The picture then changed to the picture of many corpses, and the expressions of the corpses were all terrified. And then the picture changed to the picture of militants shot by drones, shooting at innocent people, massacring countless people, causing in the picture, there are countless corpses all over the ground, and blood is spilled all over the ground. The screen changed to uncomfortable scenes every once in a while, until the screen turned black. Then Colonel Shrek slowly asked the reporter who asked the question, "Excuse me, you said that we abused prisoners and did not respect human rights. Then you see when these militants shot at innocent people, did they respect human rights? How many innocent people died at their hands? How many orphans and widows were caused? And how many people lost their relatives? Compared with there, it's already much more merciful, not to mention, we didn't hurt innocent people." The reporter from Starlight Media disagreed with Shrek's words very much and retorted, "Anyway, you are violating human rights. Criminals have human rights, and you have not abided by international treaties. You must treat prisoners well. The international treaty has a treaty on treating prisoners well, but it only targets the national armies of various countries, but not our private armed forces. We are not violating international treaties." The Starlight Media reporter blushed and was speechless for a while. Then the media raised their hands to ask questions. Shrek randomly selected a media reporter. "Colonel Shrek, hello, I'm ABC Media, and it's said that your purpose of torturing the captives is to get some information. Is this information useful?" "Of course it is useful, and because of this, we can know some of the other parties' plans and allow us to respond as soon as possible. We have cooperated with relevant departments of the local government to prevent quite a few things. May I ask if something was stopped by you? Look at the screen behind me, please." The screen turned on, and a new screen showed that there was a video of mercenaries and relevant departments of the local government working together to eliminate the bombs planted by the militants, or a video of Tianyi mercenaries capturing other militants. Then the screen changed, and in the video, Tianyi mercenaries rushed into a certain room, eliminated the militants hiding inside, and rescued the hostages. The screen switched several times, and the things in it were the same as the above things, but the location was different. Your mercenary group abused prisoners to obtain information. I personally don't agree with this, but seeing that the purpose of your mercenary group is to save more people and prevent more tragedies from happening, I personally think it's reasonable. Original. At this stage of the interview, viewers watching the live broadcast from various media showed polarized views, and there were even scolding battles between the two parties on the internet. One side believes that no matter what, it is not allowed to abuse others, while the other side thinks that it is acceptable to use extraordinary means at an extraordinary time. Then, reporters from various media raised their hands, and Shrek clicked on one of the reporters. Colonel Shrek, hello, I'm Zhongwei Media from Hanxia Kingdom. I have 2 questions I want to ask. The first question is, how do you deal with the captives who have been tricked out of information? Currently, we are placing them in a safe place, and then we will hand them over to the relevant departments of Stunk Country for disposal. Why don't you just kill the captives? Is this your second question? No. Is this a continuation of the first question? Well, first of all, I must tell you that we tortured the captives and only took such actions helplessly in order to obtain information. After we asked the information we wanted, we did not continue to torture and extract confessions. We just put them in a safer place. It is said that some angry people want you to hand over those captives in order to avenge the lost relatives, but you rejected the people's request. What? First of all, what should be done with the militants who have done bad things is not for those who have lost their loved ones and are dazzled by the anger of hatred, but for the courts in this country to pronounce their crimes and sentence them to death, whether it is a life sentence or not. It has to be pronounced by the judges of the country. At this time, the audience watching the live broadcast commented on the Tianyi mercenary group. That is, although this Tianyi mercenary group would abuse the captives for the sake of intelligence, they would still guard the bottom line of civilization, and the criminals would still have to be judged by the law. The second question, many people would like to know that in this battle, your mercenary group sent several mobile suits with very handsome design and appearance, which showed extremely strong performance and were invincible on the battlefield. Want to know what MS this is? Gundam, this is our Super MS. Is there any Gundam for sale? Sorry, no. Then, click another international media to ask questions. Colonel Shrek, hello, I am a media reporter from Voice of Today. Is your mercenary group still fighting? The battle is still ongoing. In terms of outer space, it is almost over. Many militants in the colonial satellite have basically been resolved, but we are still cooperating with the local government to search for hidden militants. It is said that your mercenary group will help the government of the host country, and it is doing things with money. Is there such a thing? That's right. The government of Stunk Kingdom paid a considerable amount of remuneration for doing things with money. As for the amount of remuneration, I have no comment. It is said that you were in an employment relationship with Her Majesty the Holy Maiden at the beginning. So have you terminated the employment relationship with Her Majesty the Holy Maiden? First of all, we are in an employment relationship with Her Royal Highness. Before accepting the commission from the Kingdom of Stunk, we have discussed with Her Royal Highness before accepting the commission from the Kingdom of Dunk. I would like to ask again. It is said that the colonial satellite has been greatly damaged. It has been ordered to evacuate all the citizens. Will your mercenary group also participate in the evacuation of the citizens and take the citizens to another colonial satellite to settle? First of all, we only accepted the entrustment of the authorities of Stunk to eliminate those militants and try our best to help the local government maintain order. How to evacuate citizens, you should ask the government of the country concerned. Then, several other selected international media asked questions. At the end of the press conference, a reporter asked the last question. May I ask if your mercenary group has found some weapons of mass destruction or chemical gas and the like in the process of stopping many militants? At present, all we have solved are bombs or explosives. We haven't found anything like poisonous gas. However, a ground force of ours is currently entering the underground layer and chasing an armed organization. At this time, it is just in the middle of a firefight. Whether there are weapons of mass destruction such as poisonous gas, we don't know, but the screen behind me can be connected to the live broadcast at this moment. Do you want to watch it? If you want to watch it, you can raise your hand. All the reporters present raised their hands. The screen behind Colonel Shrek is now connected to a drone that is shooting. The drone took remote shots at a relatively high and safe location. It captured the ground troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps fighting with an armed group, and even captured a short-haired female reporter and photographer on site. Commentary. Dear viewers, the ground troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps are fighting with the militants at this time. Judging from the current situation, the ground troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps have begun to approach step by step, and the militants have begun to be suppressed. The short-haired beauty reporter is currently reporting on the spot. Everyone, Look at the drone swarms above here. This is the drone tactics used by the ground troops of the Tianyi mercenary regiment. The photographer quickly took pictures of these drones to see how they used the drones' fighter jets. At this time, the audience saw that there were many drones flying above the militants, and many drones shot bullets at the militants below from different angles. The militants had already rushed to deal with the Tianyi mercenaries on the ground, and they had been suppressed by the opponent and retreated steadily. The drone swarm entered the field, and the drone swarm tactics directly became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Soon, at the position where a group of militants were, countless militants and many downed drones fell down. The few remaining militants immediately yelled for me to surrender and not to shoot. They raised their rifles with both hands and signaled the other party not to shoot again. Numerous drones stared at the surrendered militants from above. Under the instructions of the Tianyi mercenaries, they put down their guns and laid down on the ground. Then the Tianyi mercenaries handcuffed them and took them away. Then when the scene was searched, a briefcase was found next to the body of a militant. The short-haired beautiful reporter and his photographer all came to the briefcase and watched the Tianyi mercenaries carefully open it. After the Tianyi mercenary opened the door and glanced at it, he immediately closed it and then made a gesture. The short-haired beauty reporter and his photographer were directly dragged away by other Tianyi supporters. "What's the matter? What's going on? Please tell us what's inside," the short-haired beauty reporter asked the mercenary who was holding him back. The mercenary who held her didn't say a word and pulled her to a safe place with a solemn expression before letting go. The short-haired beauty reporter saw that the mercenary did not respond to her questions and asked the photographer to immediately focus on the position of the briefcase. Several mercenaries sealed the briefcase with special props. Then a few mercenaries took sprayers and sprayed the mercenary who had just opened the briefcase. It was only then that the beautiful short-haired reporter found out that the briefcase was equipped with a poison gas device, and then the mercenary with a sprayer sprayed disinfectant on everyone, including the beautiful short-haired reporter and her photographer. The short-haired beauty reporter immediately asked the captain at the scene, "Mr. Captain, is this the place for the air filtration device?" "Yes. If we are one step late and let them succeed, the ground above will be enveloped in poisonous gas for at least 1 kilometer, and all the troops who are evacuating the people will be poisoned to death." The long-haired beauty reporter patted her chest and said to the camera with lingering fear, "It's really dangerous. If we come a step later, all of us here will suffer first and die of poisoning on the spot." After the press conference on the other side watched the live broadcast, many media outlets immediately withdrew from the scene and immediately looked for some Tianyi Corps teams who were preparing to dispatch and prepared to accompany the teams to film the scene. Colonel Shrek knew that this was the signboard of the Tianyi mercenary group, so he asked the squads that were about to dispatch and these international media reporters to film and broadcast live. On the other side, Long Fei was sitting in the cockpit of the Strike Gundam, and the Strike Gundam was being connected to the charger device carried by the drone for charging. Long Fei looked at the MS team of the Dagger series from the screen, which was currently guarding the surrounding area and doing maintenance. Some maintenance instruments were carried by the drone to the scene, and after assembly, some damaged Dagger MS were repaired. On the ground, the treatment team is treating the injured colleagues. Long Fei contacted Tao Xiang. Just as Tao Xiang took off his helmet, his face was a little tired. "Tired? A little tired. There is no task for the time being. Take a break for a while and replenish your energy." "Yes, boss." At this time, the anti-terrorist department of the local government sent a team of experts to the scene. After these expert teams came to the basement and disposed of the poison gas device in the sealed briefcase, the Tianyi mercenary ground troops returned to the ground. After a series of events, the ground troops also began to prepare for rest. Long Fei was in the cockpit, eating the food sent by the cooking team. After Long Fei ate his fill, he watched the transmitted information in the cockpit. Tao Xiang fell asleep in the cockpit after eating. After a while, "I plan to leave this colonial satellite and go to colonial satellite number 4 of the Kingdom of Dunk with Her Majesty, and arrange for some citizens to take our warships to colonial satellite number 4. If there is no payment, we really don't want to do this kind of work. Alas, it's really troublesome. Sometimes money is really hard to earn." Long Fei complained after reading the information, then reached out to rub his eyes, and then prepared to rest and sleep in the cockpit. The short-haired beauty reporter was still reporting live, eating with the ground troops, and reporting on the food she was holding. Each bento has ample portion, 2 kinds of meat, 1 vegetarian, 1 piece of rice, and a large bottle of fresh milk. The taste is not bad. The main thing is that it is nutritious and can satisfy the soldiers. Short-haired beauty, the reporter ate while reporting. On the other hand, many countries in the world are also paying attention to this matter. The military and political leaders of their countries are not discussing the terrorist attack on the Dunk country at this time, but the MS called Gundam. The performance of the Gundam has already shocked military generals and military professionals from all over the world. The performance evaluation of the Gundam is enough to replace fighter jets as the main force on the battlefield, and the performance of the Gundam has crushed the standard equipment of all countries in the world. MS. At present, there are 8 Gundams photographed by the media. The military generals of various countries use supercomputers to perform military calculations. 8 Gundams are enough to wipe out a fleet. This made the leaders and important figures of various countries feel an inexplicable sense of fear. They really want to know who developed the Gundam, why a mercenary group has such a powerful MS, and has the power to crush the world. Technology. Of course, in addition to the Gundams of the Tianyi mercenary group, the individual arming of its ground troops, as well as the swarm tactics of drones, etc., have also aroused heated discussions among the generals of various countries. In a mansion in the capital area of the Hanxia Empire, Long Dingquan sat solemnly in the head chair, watching the live broadcast on the huge screen with his son, daughter, grandchildren, and important members of the Long family. There are also several videos split on the huge screen, but the content is all in the country of Stunk during the live broadcast of the battle at this time. Long Dingquan asked his grandson Long Chenxian with a dignified expression, "How does the performance of the Keen MS that is being developed now compare with the performance of these Dagger MS?" Long Chenxian bit the bullet and told the truth. "Grandpa, the performance of these Dagger mobile suits is even stronger than that of Keen mobile suit." From several live broadcasts, once these short sword mobile suits confront the enemy head-on, they will basically be at the extreme limit. In the case of a sneak attack, if the opponent cannot destroy them in a short period of time, once they gain a firm footing, they will counter-kill the enemy. What about these new Gundams? Much stronger than the early Gundam. Long Dingquan's expression at this time was very ugly, and he even had an expression of regret. Before, he sent someone to the blueprints left by Long Fei when he was a child, thinking that he had snatched a treasure, thinking that those things were Long Fei's important skills. As it turned out, those things were not Long Fei's important technologies at all. On the contrary, they might be the outdated technologies that Long Fei handed down. The armor of individual weapons alone, and the blueprints he grabbed, were completely inferior to the Tianyi mercenaries in the live broadcast. Armored combat uniforms used. Long Huiwan glanced at her father, then at her elder brother and her nephew Long Chenxian. The expressions of these two people were remorseful and fearful. They knew that they had caused trouble, and they already regretted it in their hearts. "Xiaowan, Dad has something to ask for your help." "Father, is there anything you want to ask me for help?" Long Huiwan asked knowingly. "Xiaowan, send a message to Long Fei on behalf of my father, and tell him that I am willing to admit that he is a descendant of the Long family. Of course, including his 3 older sisters, they are all part of the Long family." "Hee." Long Huiwan sneered. Long Dingquan looked at his daughter, wondering why she sneered. Long Ingxian frowned and asked his sister, "Sister, what are you laughing at? Have you always hoped that Long Fei could officially become a member of the Long family? Dad has already recognized Long Fei, so why are you sneering?" "Hee hee." Long Huiwan let out a cold laugh, and then looked at her eldest brother, nephew, and father playfully. Long Dingquan frowned. He knew this was a sign before his daughter broke out in anger. Long Ingxian and Long Chenchuan's back felt chills, knowing that Long Huiwan was about to get angry. The other members of the Long family moved a little to the side, ready to watch the play. Sure enough, Long Huiwan slapped the table again with an angry expression and said angrily, "When the full power was handed over to me, you didn't wait well, and in the end you went directly to grab their things, which is basically pulling my back. The legs have caused the Long family to lose astronomical benefits. Now that you see these things, Don't think that this is Xiao Feifei's most advanced technology at present. These things may not be Xiao Feifei's most advanced technology. Technology, maybe even more advanced technology, is being developed. For the petty profit in front of you, you have done extremely stupid things. If Xiao Feifei knows this, you are ready to pay the price, especially your father. I was very early. I told you not to do this when I told you not to do this. But you just didn't listen, and now you want me to mend the honeycomb you poked. What kind of patriarch of the dragon family are you? After speaking, he slapped his palm on the table again. Long Huijuan's serial bombardment. Everyone at the scene could see how angry Long Huijuan was at this time. She usually respects the patriarch very much, but today she scolded the patriarch. It can be seen that her anger today has somehow big. Long Dingquan really regretted it at this time, and even more regretted why he didn't listen to his daughter at that time. Xiaoan, tell Long Fei on behalf of my father, I not only admit that he is a member of the Long family, I am also willing to let him be the young head of the Long family. The next head of the Long family is him. Let him come back to the Long family. When Long Dingquan spoke to his daughter, his expression was more nervous, regretful, and even hopeful. Long Huijuan laughed at this time, with tears in her smile, pointed to her father, and said with a smile, Father, if you admit that Long Fei and his sisters belong to the Long family, if you were a part of it, you wouldn't be where you are today. After Long Huijuan finished speaking, she got up and walked a few steps, then suddenly turned her head and said to her father, By the way, Dad, I have to tell you something. I estimate that if Long Fei comes to the Hanxia Empire one day, maybe all of you have to kneel to him and beg Gao Pan, and even for what you did to him, you will desperately beg his forgiveness. After Long Huijuan finished speaking, she left the scene without looking back. At this time, Long Dingquan did not have the domineering spirit of the usual patriarch. Instead, he looked remorseful and was thinking of any way to remedy it. It has been a day since the Donkey country suffered a terrorist attack, and the leaders of the three countries of Kex, Majia and Dak returned to their own countries after they were safe. The president of the Dunk country continued to stay in the local area to preside over the reassurance of the people and encourage the people to relax on the front line. The country will not abandon any people. All of a sudden, the polls went up and the support rate exceeded 70%. The opposition party has no way to criticize him at this time or attack him from a certain angle. At this time, the opposition party is completely silent and dare not speak, because the original number 5 colonial satellite belongs to the local government governed by the opposition party. The news of treason by the colony's satellite leader spread, and the reputation of the opposition party plummeted. At this time, they dare not speak up to avoid being counterattacked by the ruling party. Kill him. A Tianyi mercenary in charge of sniping in the distance pulled the trigger of the sniper rifle according to the order of his superiors and killed the target with one shot. The door of the room where the target was killed was directly kicked open, and then Tianyi mercenaries and special police members of the local government's police department rushed in one after another, killed the remaining militants, and rescued the kidnapped people. On the other side, a mobile suit battle broke out in a farther place. The MS team of the Dagger series had a fight with a militant MS team. The former used weapons, but he had some scruples and did not dare to use weapons with greater lethality. Let the colonial satellites suffer more and more damage. The numbers of the two MS teams are equal, 8 versus 8. The former suppressed the latter by borrowing the outstanding performance of MS. If there were no concerns and the restrictions on the use of weapons, the latter would be wiped out faster. After 4 minutes of fighting, the latter was annihilated, but more than 3 of the former suffered varying degrees of damage. At this time, we can only ask the maintenance team to come over for maintenance. Suddenly, there was an explosion at the location of the ground troops and special police forces who had just rescued the hostages. The location of the explosion was the building where the hostages were rescued, and the location of the explosion was on the first floor of the building. In this momentary explosion, all the special police officers who stayed on the first floor were killed. The violent blast air directly knocked down the newly rescued hostages and many Tianyi mercenaries outside the building. The explosion site was relatively close, and the violent explosion flames spread to the body and suffered burning pain. Quick rescue. The Tianyi mercenaries farther away rushed to rescue people, and the Tiani mercenaries who were closer also rushed to put out the fire for those who were burned by the flames. The journalists and photographers who were just in charge of interviewing the rescued hostages who were receiving treatment in the ambulance, after hearing the explosion, saw fierce flames and black smoke rising from the gate of the building not far away, and they were rushing to the rescued Tiani mercenaries. When reporters and photographers were running to report, there were countless gunshots in the distance. There is an ambush, cover. Several Tiani soldiers were shot down to the ground. Reporters and photographers are hiding in the bunker to report. From time to time, reporters and photographers emerged from the bunkers, and the reporters reported the current situation with fear. Dear audience, the current rescue team has encountered an ambush. At this time, they are engaged in a gun battle with the ambushing militants. Several Tiani mercenaries are not afraid of bullets and rush directly to the ambush location. When the bullets hit them, the bullets flew away. Alright, there are several Tiani mercenaries who have been invisible and disappeared. It seems that they want to use the invisible function to directly enter the enemy's formation. At this time, two Tiani mercenaries dragged their comrades who had been wounded by gunshots to the reporter and photographer's bunker. I have a wounded Tiani tenant soldier here. It has been dragged to my place. Photographer, hurry up and take pictures. The camera was aimed at the wounded Tiani mercenary. Two Tiani mercenaries removed the armor from the wounded companion and took off his helmet. The Tiani mercenary who was wounded by the gun was a woman. Her face was pale, and she cried out in pain, pressing her hand on the wound. Hold on, I'll treat you right now. A Tiani tenant soldier picked up a syringe and directly hit the wound, injecting the liquid medicine into his body. Soon, the wound from the gunshot wound was visible to the naked eye. Black blood gushed out of the wound, and then the bullet came out of the wound and flowed out of the body. The wound gradually solidified, and then healed visible to the naked eye. Oh my God, what is it? The reporter exclaimed. Everyone watching the live broadcast was shocked. The female mercenary who was wounded by the gun looked much better at this time, but her face was a little pale. A mercenary helped the female supporter and led her away from the battlefield, while the other mercenary picked up his rifle and prepared to return to the battle. Please wait, Mr. Mercenary, what did you use just now? Healed a wounded person so quickly. The reporter stopped the mercenary who was about to return to the battle. It's just that the mercenary ignored him, threw him away, and continued to fight. The invisible Tiani mercenaries on the other side have sneaked into the enemy's ambush and then attacked. The militants who were beaten into the interior were in a hurry and were quickly suppressed. In a short while, these militants were wiped out. Dear audience, as you can see just now, the syringe used by the Tiani mercenaries must be advanced treatment technology, but as you can see, none of them are willing to disclose relevant information to us, and they are unwilling to tell us what it is. At this time, several stretchers with people who were badly burned by the fire were passing by reporters and photographers. Reporters and photographers followed immediately. Boss, the healing gel was captured by the media, and many reporters are asking us about the healing gel. Colonel Shrek reported to Long Fei. It's okay. Anyway, I don't intend to hide this thing. Yes, boss, there is one thing that needs to be reported to the boss. Speak. The rescued hostages were severely burned by the fire. At this time, the local medical conditions cannot treat them at all. I am wondering whether to use our treatment cabin to treat these people. Okay, by the way, let those reporters conduct live broadcasts, but don't let them film some of our other technologies. Yes, boss. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you, /.